Hello and welcome to the FIA World Endurance Championship here for the 6 hours here at the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Edina Ferrari. I finally got that, I think, a little bit right. My pronunciation was probably a little bit off. I'll get Noemi to teach me it later. But we do have the timings. They do need to be updated, however, but we've been having a little issue with that where it doesn't usually update until the session actually begins. So I shall try beforehand. So if the stream does at one point go off or appear to not be broadcasting, please just wait, because I would have had to have just shut down the streaming thing quickly to get the timings back. Though hopefully that doesn't happen, though do stay tuned if it does happen. Though I'm just pre-warning you now, and I shall pass over now to the commentary. I will update the timings. I'm not sure where the commentary currently is. I believe it will begin again in a moment. So please do stay tuned. I shall double check and restart it, however, just to make sure. It was on a few moments ago, so please do stay tuned. The race does begin in, I think, about 27 minutes, I think it is.
Is RS1. Part of the Radio Show Limited Network.
Well, a little later than we had anticipated, we are starting the FIA World Endurance Championship. It's in Europe rather than in the Middle East for obvious reasons. A beautiful day at Imola and a huge crowd on hand to see this 6-hour race. Hello everybody and welcome along to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is our countdown to green. We've got a star-studded guest list to join me in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. As I look to my left down onto the pit lane, it is absolutely packed. It's going to be Kimi Antonelli who'll get things underway when the green flag flies. Quite a lot of F1 fans are here, of course, and we'll have Shea Adam and Bruce Giovanni down in the pit lane. So the temperature is pleasant at the moment. There's one or two bits and pieces of cloud in the sky. And when I say it was busy, by the way, at 8:20 this morning as I was coming in off the Autostrada, there was a 1.5 mile traffic line to pull off and into Imola itself. So that will give you some idea. The grandstand just across from us here in the press room is absolutely packed. The story of the weekend so far has been that of close competition and a hyperpole session that was absolutely incredible. The gap between the top four, 3/4 of a tenth of a second. We'll give you the rundown of the grid in just a minute. There goes the Leonardo 109 from the Italian Air Force. Just heard the rotor blades there as it's gone right down the front. You wouldn't get away with that in the UK with people on the grid, wheels down, and absolutely quality stuff. The Carabinieri Stradiale, the roads police are here with their Lamborghini that they use for organ delivery, and I'm reliably informed that car has got over 250,000 kilometres on its original engine and gearbox. Well, whilst we're waiting for Shea and Bruce Giovanni to get us some interviews from down on the grid, let me tell you how qualifying went in GT3. It was McLaren in Garage 59 for their first opportunity in the FIA WEC, and they've come out on top, taking over from United, of course, which has given up their GT program to work on the hypercar that's coming. Let's get down to the grid. Hey, Shea Adam.
With the pole-sitting McLaren in the LMGT3 category, it was Tom Fleming's lap yesterday that got all of our attention. Qualifying is one thing. Is the McLaren going to be good for the entirety of this 6-hour race?
I believe so. We're going to be as prepared as we can be going into a race like this. The guys have prepared really hard to make sure we've covered all angles, but you can never be ahead of the race, if that makes sense. It's going to be unpredictable. It's going to be challenging for everybody out of there. So we've just got to make sure that we've got to come home with no mistakes, no errors, no unnecessary penalties, and the result will come to us. That's our philosophy. We've proven that we've got a decent bit of kit underneath us, so we've just got to make the use out of that.
It's a really good attitude down here at Garage 59.
Shea Adam with the Le Mans GT3 pole sitter. Just the one choice of Goodyear tyre for them. It's wets, or two different types of dry weather tyres. We saw them both in practice and qualifying. The mediums are the yellow sidewalls, and the reds are the red sidewalls are the hots. Let's go down to Bruno, to Shea rather, and Rio Hirakawa.
The most impressive lap in qualifying yesterday, Rio. The cheer from the Toyota garage when you set that time was so massive. The energy around the team this year, it's good. Yeah. Do you feel like you guys can win this race?
Yeah, I mean, last year we really struggled, I would say, no win. So, yeah, I'm really happy. I did a lap, and then the team was happy, that the good vibe back in the team, so I'm happy for that.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Rio Hirakawa a real star for Toyota, splitting the Ferraris at the top of the grid. Now let's give our pit lane reporters a bit of a rest, and what we'll do now is give you a grid rundown from the back to the front, I think, is what we will do. Just waiting to see if we get another opportunity to speak to one of the drivers. It's absolute chaos, organised chaos on the grid here, with so many people around. The Goodyear blimp is in the air as well, and they have been doing pleasure flights over the circuit all week. It's been absolutely impressive, so impressive to see that aircraft with.
It was the fourth hyperpole of his career for Antonio Giovinazzi. Where better place to do it than at home? You come off the win last year. Does the energy just feel right for this 51 team?
Yeah, first of all, it's amazing to see so much tifosi here. Yesterday was a positive day. We put the car on pole. Last year we had a strong one. Let's see today. We don't know about the weather. It can be some rain in some part of the track in some hours. So let's see. I think we have a good car, fast car enough to stay in front, but it's a long race and our competitors, they are still really close there.
Well, given the point for qualifying, you're already leading the championship. Good luck staying there.
Yeah, it's too early, but yeah, we take it. 1 point is good. But the big points today, so let's focus on today.
Just on 1/100th of a second for Antonio Giovinazzi, Giovi, to nick that pole position from Toyota. Opportunity was knocking for the brand new Toyota at the front of the field. Whilst the formalities are taking place on the grid, let's have a look at how they'll line up for the 6 hours of Imola, the first round of the 2026 World Endurance Championship.
Ma adesso quella più intensa, con la voce del soprano Francesca Mercuriali, l'inno italiano.
rousing version of the Italian national anthem that gets us closer to the start of the FIA World Endurance Championship. We'll clear the grid now and get ready for the 35 cars to pull away on this relatively short lap here. Just over, well, we got down into the 70-second mark, didn't we, in the qualifying in that tremendous hyperpole. I know there's been a lot of talk about the issues and a lot of conspiracy theories about BOP, and that was before we'd had a competitive session. Well, if hyperpole was anything to go by, we're going to have a cracking race and a better season. 11 minutes before we get the green flag here. Drivers being put into their cars and bolted in. It will be Bruce Jarney and Shea Adam down in the pit lane. I'm John Hindhaugh in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Will Stevens starting the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota on that was medium tyres. We should get a note of most of what they're talking on, or starting on rather, behind the Porsche safety car. Well, with the grid cleared now, I don't think our pit lane reporters have got a chance to talk to anybody else. So, as it's a short lap, I'll do the grid now, and so we can get through the whole of it, starting at the back of the LMGT3 with Thomas Fleur for Vista AF Corsa in the number 35 car, in the number 54 car, starting 35th on the 18th row of the grid. He's got the iron links of Johannes Ziegler, the number 79 car, starting alongside him. On grid row 17, Garage 59, Alexander West with the number 58 car. He's got Heart of Racing's Aston Martin and Gray Newell alongside him. In 31st, inside of row 16, Blake McDonald for TF Sport and Proton Competition, the 77 of Eric Powell in the AMG is in position number 30. 15th row of the grid, 29th position, Ian James for Heart of Racing Team in the 27 Aston, the Ben Mantai Yasser Shaheen Porsche, the number 92 car alongside. 14th row of the grid, Team Turkey by TF. Sally Yolish will start that dark red and black Corvette with Proton Competition Stefano Gattuso in the number 88 Ford alongside. The 91 Manthey DK Engineering James Cottingham car is on the inside of row 13, 25th overall. He's got the Vista AF Corsa number 21 Ferrari of Francois Rio beside him. Martin Berry, 61 Iron Links AMG with the 23rd position. And on the outside of row 12, Team WRT, Darren Young in 22nd position. Towards the front of the LMGT3 field now, front two rows, the 69 Team WRT Anthony McIntosh car. This is in one of what will be 8 specifically different liveries throughout the season. Going back to the 1990s in an old DTM BMW tic-tac livery for the 69 green and white.
Under 3 minutes to
start the
first of two formation laps for the 6-hour Imola. Please clear the grid.
Is alongside, and on the front row it's the other Codis car. That's the number 19 of Tom Van Rompuy, and taking their first pole position in their first outing in the FIA World Endurance Championship. Garage 59 with the number 10 bright orange McLaren, and Therese Au will take the start. Now there's an odd number of prototypes, so on the back row of the prototypes,
so most of the cars around the
17th, he's the number 17, Andrea Lotter is starting Genesis Magma Racing, big weekend for them, their first outing in the championship. Then on row number 8 in 16th position is Daniel Hucadea, the second of the Genesis Magma cars, the number 9,
BMW, only the
Peugeot,
front
and Paul
left
di Resta, the number
all the rest
93, 9X8
So we are
alongside.
exactly the same as
Then
everyone
the
except
009 Aston Martin
and
Heart of Racing Valkyrie. That's Marco Sorensen, who has Cadillac Hertz team Jordans number 38, the mighty 38. Earl Bamber will start that car in 13th position. In 12th, Harry Tinknell for Aston Martin Heart of Racing team with the Alpine number 36 of Fred Makovicky alongside him. The Alpines were pretty quick during the early part of the week. Kevin Magnussen will start on row 5, position number 10 in the BMW M Team WRT V8. The 15 car has its teammate, the number 20, alongside it, and that will be René Rast that starts that race. Philip Hansen for Ferrari, number 83, second in last year's championship. Le Mans winner at the number 35 Alpine of 30 Habsburg. The number 7 in 6th place, Mike Conway for Toyota Racing in the massively revived now TR010 for Toyota Racing. Cadillac Hertz Team Jordans number 12, Will Stevens taking the start in 5th place. Front 2 rows of the grid, Peugeot Total Energies. Did you have this on your bingo card? Loic Duval, 4th place on the outside of row 2 with Ferrari AF Corsa's Miguel Molina in the number 50 in 3rd. Toyota Racing, courtesy of a cracking lap from Rio Hirakawa, pushing the Ferraris and splitting the works cars. It will be Brendan Hartley that starts the number 8, and in pole position, the Antonio Giovinazzi time for the number 51. It will be James Collado who will start from pole position. Kimi Antonelli has the green, white and red tricolore of Italy as he waves away the cars on their formation lap. You're listening to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited. Radio Show Limited network of channels, just watching to see if everybody gets away from the grid. Stay with us for the only live free coverage of the World Endurance Championship this year. We'll have our CrowdStrike hourly updates and a steady stream of guests to the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre here in the press room at Imola. And just wonder what we are going to see in the next 6 hours. Remember, Ferrari had the fastest car here last year. They didn't win the race. There was a thought that we might get a little splash of rain later in the afternoon. The weather forecast has been delightfully inconsistent, to be honest. New Michelin tyres, new compounds, the new spider's web design on them as well, which I'm assured does not affect the performance. It's a design feature. 50% of the Michelin tyres content is recycled, and they're still moving up from that as well. So heading towards a start here with 6 hours of racing to go. Waiting for any word from the teams, any bits and pieces of advice that they are giving to the drivers. Just going back to those Michelin tyres, talking to the drivers earlier in the week, they were telling me that they were very happy with the tyres, and that they are warming up much quicker, to the point where they're thinking they're losing probably only half of the time they're used to on the outlap. No tyre warmers allowed, of course. Hello to James O'Donnell. What a wonderful sight Imola is, full of passionate fans and cars that look spectacular in the sunshine. At RSL_studio if you want to get in touch as the cars go through on their completing their first warm-up lap. The grandstands are packed, the banksides are packed, people are making an afternoon of it. They came in early this morning and quite clearly they are going to enjoy themselves. They were queuing up at the local supermarkets before they were open this morning to get some supplies in for the rest of the afternoon. It was a beautiful sight to see. There's tension here. No F1 this weekend, of course, and that means that the Tifosi have focused in on the two red cars and the yellow car. An ecstatic ovation for the cars as they come round. There's three red cars at the front of the field, but of course the one that will start on the outside of the front row is the red and white throwback livery of the Toyota. This is outstanding. What a way to start the season. It is world events that have provided the exigencies that's brought us here, but surely seeing this, the FIA World Endurance Championship and the ACO must be considering whether they always start the championship in Europe. It's been a huge success. Even on Thursday the paddock was busy. Friday and Saturday it was busier still, and today, well, my goodness, what a crowd. The grandstands are packed. The predominant colour is red. In 6 hours time will it be red? And which red? Will it be the red of the rising sun of Japan and of Toyota, or will it be the red and yellow and the black of the prancing horse of Ferrari from just an hour and a half up the road at Maranello? Questions to be asked about the rest of the teams. Peugeot right up there as well with one of their cars. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota right up there with one of their cars. James Calabro then starting to form up the grid. Brendan Hartley alongside for Toyota Racing. Ferrari AF Corsa Miguel Molina, the number 50 car, with Loic Duval alongside Will Stevenson, Mike Conway is row number 3. Then Habsburg and Philip Hansen. Watch for Philip Hansen coming through in that bright yellow number 83. Phil very relaxed, now a full Ferrari driver, and we are about to get underway. Wherever you're tuned in from around the world, this is live, it's free, it's exclusive, and it's all season long for the 2026 FIA World Endurance Championship. There's 6 hours on the clock. If you don't have goosebumps now, you must have a swinging brick and not a heart, as they're side by side coming onto the historic front straight here at the circuits Enzo Dino Ferrari, the Autodromo di Imola, and the season is about to get underway with 35 of the best cars and drivers in the world. We go green now, and the season is underway. The countdown clock begins. Ferrari versus Toyota heading through into the first corner. So it's a great run from the inside, but the Toyota will drop into second place, has to defend a little bit. No, the second Ferrari comes through from the second row, and Miguel Molina took his opportunity. It's a clean start though as they all go through. The 17 of the hypercars still weaving between the Variantes as they're trying to get those new Michelin tyres up to temperature and pressure. Not sure what the Ferrari started on, but the Toyota was on medium, the Peugeot was on medium, the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota was on soft, as was Ferdi Habsburg in the Alpine. It's the two AF Corsas then lead. There's going to be a huge cheer as they get to Tosa for the first time and start to climb the hill in front of the grandstands. Two drivers left. The GTs have just come through as well. Somebody's dropped off the back of the field. The two Genesis were back down there at one stage. The GT's getting underway now with Antares Au, who brought them round, and he's held on to the lead. Antares Au for Garage 59, their first outing in the WEC. in the FIA Championship for them and for the McLaren. The LMGT3 streaming through a bit of history here, and even the hardened and sometimes slightly less than enthusiastic journalists were all out on the balcony to see that start. They're flooding back into the press room around us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Ferrari, Toyota, Peugeot as they go across the line at the end of the first lap. Then it's Cadillac, Hertz Team Jota, Alpine, Toyota, BMW with René Rast. Phil Hansen hasn't managed to make up any places. The top 10 as you were. Absolutely fantastic start. Then the GT cars, and here there have been a few moves. And Torresau holds on to the lead from Tom Van Rompuy in second place. Behind them, Anthony McIntosh having a go at the Acordis of Petru Umbarescu for third and fourth position. And then Darren Young, Stefano Gattuso and the number 88 Proton competition machine with Ian Links and Martin Berry in seventh position. And Torresau, what a rise for Antaresau, and he's doing a great job. Feels the need to defend slightly as he heads up the hill from Tosa. The big grandstands at the top of the hill towards Variante Alta, the high chicane. Battle for the lead in the GT3, the LMGT3 category. Tom Van Rompuy has had success for Acodis and for the Lexus brand, the black and red car all over the back of the bright orange Garage 59 machine at the front of the field. James Collado, the British Ferrari driver who started now, we can tell you, on mediums, whereas his teammate Miguel Molina started on softs. Brendan Hartley on mediums. Through goes Collado, 1:34.523. Very, very decent laps already. The varying noises of the engines going through, absolute quality. Looks like something out of a video game here, with the beautiful sky with a bit of blue in it. The Goodyear blimp majestically floating overhead, and in fact giving us some great views as well. And Tarasau does the fastest lap in Le Mans GT3 as he goes through. Still defending a little bit from the chasing pack. It's good driving though. Doesn't seem to be driving too much in his mirrors. Van Rompuy, Acodis, WRT, Proton, Iron Links, still your top 7 as they go through in Le Mans GT3. Well, it's taken a little longer than we expected to get here, but the season is underway. And as the field continues to stream through in the multicoloured ribbon of automotive, well, I suppose you would say it was automotive art, some of this stuff. Slightly tardy getaway maybe from Brendan Hartley. I thought he was going to hold on to second place with the two Ferraris and keep them split, but he's keeping them honest at the moment. They are not getting away. Half a second between Collado and Molina in the two Ferraris, but then right there, just 0.026 of a second as they went across the line, the lanky Kiwi, New Zealander, is Brendan Hartley, and he is managing to hold on to the back. Hello to George plus 7, who are at Rivazza today, and he's gone full to Forsey this weekend, he says, at RSL_studio. And Tarasau still leads the train of Le Mans GT3 cars. Heading through to the bottom of the hill to climb up. The top of the hill is actually a very, very long way up. Drove round there on Thursday just to remind myself of the topography of this place, and when you get to the top, there's a fewer trees now than there used to be at the back of the paddock, because they're doing some groundworks on the river just to make sure that any potential flooding that we've had here before isn't repeated. And when you do get up to the top, you can see right down into Imola city centre, and what a sight it is. I love hearing those GT cars streaming through just off to my right hand side. Pretty tidy start from the GTs as well. Everybody behaving themselves at the start of the season. You never know, do you, if it's going to be a situation where, a bit like a new school term, everybody comes in and tries to assert their authority, or whether they think to themselves, well, let's just keep myself to myself and see how it goes. McLaren, Akkodis, Garage 59 McLaren, Akkodis Lexus, then the two WRTs. Right now, it's James Collado who is stretching out at the front of the field in the hypercar, in the number 51 machine. As close as we get to the home of Ferrari. Ferrari must make an absolute fortune out of merchandise, by the way. When I was up in Maranello on Thursday, every other shop is some kind of model, merchandise or memorabilia machine. And they are, even on a Thursday afternoon, they were pretty busy. The Ferrari Museum there as well. There's a steady stream of people going in and out, looking at the Ferrari road cars that are going out on the road tests. Jesse Young, hello Jesse. Great rumble from the RCF GT3. Not yet had that car down at the Bathurst 12 Hours, have we? Opportunity maybe for them to put it into the race next year as it's retired from international introduction. That will be another year away for European competition, and then it has to be a year old by the time it gets to the Maguire's Bathurst 12 Hours because of the way the homologation works there. French teams have been doing well in Italy this weekend, with Alpine topping one of the sessions and Peugeot qualifying in the top four in that ultra close hypercar hyperpole, which swung this way and that. If you haven't heard how it played out, then we do have that on our archive. If you are just joining us, early laps, early going of the 6 hours of Monza. Just a few questions coming in as well about what's happening with the rest of the season. We'll come to that in a moment, as we've got AMG on Aston action. So that was a positional change there, I think, for the Eric Powell Proton. Clear in telling us that what's happening with the rest of the calendar. The show has been very the championship will remain at 8 events, whatever happens. Now, the plan is that we will get back, hopefully, to Qatar and Bahrain at the end of the season. I have heard people talking about Portimao and Mugello for potential replacements if that is not in the geopolitical scheme of things possible, but there will still be the longer races and 1.5 points races to preserve the integrity of the 8-race season. That is all that is being talked about in the paddock at the moment. That is not, absolutely not, anything that has been made official from the ACO or the FIA World Endurance Championship themselves. but of course we will let you know how that pans out. Strategy played a part here last year, of course, with Ferraris being very much the quickest car, but not the winners. Got caught out by the weather. And Toyota managing to get the drop on them at the end of the race. So James Collado leading in the 51 Ferrari from Miguel Molina. Took a couple of tenths out of the lead last time around. How will the two Ferraris play this? We are told there are no team orders between any of the Ferraris, including the number 83. Much more of a yellow car this weekend, this season. So it should make things easy. It was red and yellow last year. It's very much yellow and red this year. Hartley, Duval, Stevens, Habsburg, Mike Conway, Rennie Rash, Phil Hansen, and Kevin Magnussen, the top 10. So at the moment it feels like we're having a little bit of a jab here and a jab there, boxing match through. Last time around, Ferdinand Habsburg, certainly one of the Alpines going through on a Peugeot. On the far side of the circuit. Timing not quite reflecting on the screen what I'm seeing out of the window here at Imola. So keeping up with your favourites as we've had a pretty decent start to the first round of the season. Philip Hansen in the number 83 car started in 9th position, still sits in 9th position. He's looking at the back of René Rast in the BMW number 20. Rast now we're into the lappery of the Le Mans GT3 cars. Is this an opportunity for some places to be made? Well, it is an opportunity. Sorry, don't ask the question. Into the first chicane, BMW and the private 83 Ferrari. Philip Hansen holds on from a very determined little Kevin Magnussen. He's still right there though, flashing the lights. And so a BMW, the yellow and red Ferrari, and another BMW fighting their way through the traffic. In the meantime, Harry Tinknell is looking at the back of Frederick Makowiecki. That's 12th and 11th place as they go across the line. And this starting to get very interesting now as the traffic almost, as we always see, playing its part. What do we always say? Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. 1:33.2, the fastest lap of the race. A couple of laps around. Let it go. Very robust defence by Phil Hansen to somehow keep Magnussen behind him. going to be an opportunity for the Danish driver to go through. And still this battle continues for 8th, 9th and 10th. Hansen and Kevin Magnussen. They're through the traffic for the moment in the early part of the lap. 5 hours and 43 minutes and 46, 45, 44, 43 seconds to go. Genesis in the pit lane early. And going into the garage. This is absolutely not what they wanted. They were determined to get both cars to the end of the race. And early problems for Genesis Magma Racing then. And they'll be disappointed by that. In the earlier part of the week. In fact, it's available in the program, our prologue program and preview program with Cyril Abiteboul, the man who's been driving this on. He was employee number 1. It was Andre Lotterer and Pipo Durrani who were employees 2 and 3. They know they have got the hardest of tasks here. Two Ferraris leading out then. It was Danny Juncadella whose Genesis went into the pit lane. We'll get a word from either Shea or Bruce Giovanni in a moment to find out what that potentially, that issue potentially was. Or is, as it hasn't re-emerged quite yet. Big year for Peugeot this, and it already seems that they've found some more pace. Here's Luc Duval on the radio.
I'm struggling already with the rear, and I'm behind.
You heard that. If you didn't quite decipher it, the team radio this year is much, much clearer than it has been in the past. If earlier in the week is anything going down. Rear grip, a problem for Loic Duval. He started on the medians as well. If our data is to be believed. Across the line for another lap completed. Lap number 12. James Collado, his lead now has settled at round about 2 seconds. 33.6 last time around, 33.7 for his teammate, 33.2 for Brendan Hartley, who's just put in the fastest lap of the race for Toyota Racing, the TRO10. Will Stevens puts the Cadillac Hertz Team number 12 car's fastest lap of the race in with a 33.5. So fuel beginning to burn off, drivers being able to settle into a race pace and now through the traffic for the first time. Perhaps that is giving them a little more confidence to push. Yellow flags at the first chicane. And already removed, so somebody's been off into the gravel. And, oh, that was because there was contact between the bright yellow Corvette and the number 92 Porsche. And a 360 spin for the multicoloured, the black and multicoloured Porsche of Yasser Shaheen. That's the Ben Mantai car. And pointing in the right direction. Again, so actually was that Thomas Fleur in the Vista EF course of Ferrari? Of course it was. No harm, no foul at the moment. The two drivers setting their personal best. Freddie Habsburg as well now, the 1:33.2 in the number 35 Alpine, doing that car's fastest lap of the race. Isn't it good to have endurance racing, World Championship endurance racing back on track? Minutes have elapsed. Get the opportunity perhaps just to settle into a groove here as the drivers. You don't often get to do that. Peugeot Toyota battle going on at the Variante Alta, the very top of the circuit there. That's Loic Duval in 6th, Mike Conway in 7th, and the BMW Rennie Rast in 8th. Rennie has pulled away a little bit from Phil Hansen and Kevin Magnussen, who were having their own private scrap earlier on with a bit of vinyl traded, I think. And by that I don't mean they were swapping 7-inch singles. New fastest lap of the race, 1:33.0 for the leader, James Collado. Once again, he's cleared that traffic at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch with us. Hello to Jim C and Colin Bull and everybody tuning in around the world. Just after 20 minutes past 1 in the afternoon, Central European summertime. 24 minutes past noon in the UK. Thank you for joining us. We've got full coverage throughout the season. The only free to air global coverage of FIA WEC. Battle of the front engines, V8. Stefano Gattuso's looking at the back of the light green and white Anthony McIntosh BMW. It's the battle for 4th in Le Mans. Anthony has told us we are going to have 8 different throwback liveries on that WRT car this year. What he hasn't told us is what the others are going to be. I'm tempted to say answers on a postcard for classic BMW liveries from the past. This one goes back to the DTM. So many, isn't there? Let's be honest. Where do you want to start? Presumably not the art cars. We don't want to devalue the art cars, so it has to be one of the full season liveries. Collado once again has put the hammer down after that fastest lap.
Here, Brendan, situation update, there's 3 groups. You're in the top group. Top group has 5 cars, and the group behind is led by the Peugeot, which is slowing down sister car.
That's Brendan Hartley in 3rd, being informed of what's going on by his race engineer. The new Toyota's distinctively different looking, and they seem to have found their mojo again. Couldn't get the car in the setup window enough last year, couldn't get the consistency last year. Not happy campers. Going back to a classic livery for them as well, with that all red and white flashed livery on the cars. The old Toyota GT1, GTONE, one of my favourite ever Le Mans cars. Collado across the line, 1:33.888. He's got breathing space now. Over 2 seconds to his teammate. Fantastic for endurance event weekend. Coming to a climax with NLS 5 Spa and the 12 hours of the Mid-stint 24-hour series, of course, and here at the classic circuit that is Imola. Just so green and lovely at the moment. IMSA yesterday on the streets of Long Beach. Won't mention that at the moment in case you are likely to catch up with it. It's a much better time for Europe. Started in the early afternoon Pacific and therefore sort of mid-evening in the UK and Europe. James Collado then has not been headed from pole position. Little group of cars about to come through to my right hand side. That was the rumble of a Lexus.
The inside into Rabatza 1, but you can see it's very tempting from the onboard shot.
Okay, green Golf 11, target 1. Green Golf 11, target 1. Let's use the energy to get the tires off.
Okay, I'm confused what you actually want. Do you want me to pass? Are the pressures too low? Just tell me.
Yeah, walk on the pressures. We want to walk on the pressures.
Earl Bamber.
They're adjusting perhaps the regen on the car and something maybe in the brake balance as well to try and get tyre temperatures up to give him more grip.
That's Earl Bamber.
Yeah, sounded to me like they were running a more aggressive engine strategy, fuel.
Getting a lot of information.
Get more heat into the tyres, give him more grip so he can mount a challenge on the car in front.
What Earl seems to be saying
from his
tell me
team.
what you want me to achieve, not what you want me to do.
Exactly right. And that's a vital part, Anthony, of the engineer-driver relationship is clarity. Because these guys are doing 190.
By the way, I haven't just moved into the WEC TV. I haven't just moved into the WEC TV booth. The feed has just changed to us. Not sure where that is coming from there. We'll get that sorted in a moment because nobody wants to fight with Martin Haven in terms of commentary duties. There goes the GT battle again, and still Antara's out doing an absolutely stalwart job at the front of the LMGT3.
It was 0.8 of a second, it's now down to 0.8 of the car length.
Now we get an even more tense this battle as we have to see where they are in terms of the traffic. Here we are, now we focus on them. So they're both overtaking a car into the Villeneuve chicane. So it's status quo for them at this point. Now Molina tries to go down the inside of the BMW. He's seen him, so he's through, and you see Hartley do the same thing to the Mustang. So they're copying each other's moves at the moment. What Brendan's waiting for is for him to have no cars between them so he can mount a challenge when Molina... hits some, not literally, but reaches the traffic. So like this kind of situation here, no, Molina's through again. So, and that's past the McLaren. So they've cleared the... GT traffic right now.
For the second time, and in what is that, 29 minutes.
Daniel Gadea still in the Genesis number 19 car, so waiting to see what the team are telling him to do.
Half an hour gone then.
Of course they will.
And it is still Ferrari that is leading. Apologies for the bleed through of the other commentary. That's beyond our control at the moment. We've got our techs talking to the FIA WEC TV, trying to sort that out at the moment. We'll try and keep you informed with what's going on. Apologies if you're finding that off-putting. Collado has led every single centimetre of the race and now has pulled out a 3.2 second lead, with Molyneux and Brendan Hartley all within 5 seconds as they're coming through traffic once again. Earl Bamber got a fairly long list of bits and pieces to do from his race engineer. And he's trying to work through that. Tyre pressures with the worry for that Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. GT's coming to the line with the Alpine coming through and the Aston Martin Valkyrie right behind it, so this is going to be a bit of a bun fight. The battle with that Alpine is for Fred McAvicky in 11th, Harry Tinknell in 12th, Earl Bamber in 13th now, and Paul Di Resta with the second of the Peugeots. Okay. Anthony McIntosh going up into third position. And just ahead of Petru Umbarescu. For Team WRT, so the Tic Tac car up into third position. BMW now looking at the back of the Acodis Tom Van Rompuy ESP team car in second place. And Ferrari 1-2 on home ground. With the time still ticking down. Now nearly 4 seconds at the head of the field. And Miguel Molinet holding Brendan Hartley back. About 1.2 seconds between the second Ferrari and the Toyota. Will Stevens in third for Cadillac, fourth rather for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, then Ferdy Habsburg. Medium soft, medium soft for the top five. And our Michelin tyre tracker. All new tyres at the start of the race. In Le Mans GT3, Antares Au has led from pole position from Garage 59 for quite some time, with Anthony McIntosh now up into second place. And Stefano Gattuso for Proton's gone through into third. Van Rompuy and Petru Umbarescu, the two Acodis team Lexus cars, have dropped down the field. Petru being told that he's doing well and saving what he needs to do. Sorry, we can't take the radio feed at the moment because of the issues WEC TV are having with their world feed. But that was just a moment or two ago when Anthony McIntosh fit to the right, dived down the inside at Tosa as he went up the hill. That was a lovely thing to watch. Absolutely fabulous. McIntosh, very decisive as he pilots the BMW through into what is now second place. And Antares Au, some 2 seconds up the field, up the road, excuse me. The team very happy about that. Anthony McIntosh, I think that car is going to be a real contender this year. Parker Thompson and Dan Harper, the other two drivers who putting them together with Anthony McIntosh, who is the bronze driver, remember. And when you see Anthony pulling off overtakes like that, absolutely going to be contenders this year. From the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, starting procedure issue for 3 cars. The 27 Harter Racing, the number 34 Sally Yolik Racing Team 3 cars, correct. Racing Team Turkey, TF Sport, and the number 5 as well. So, the number 61 as well, I was about to say. There's not a number 5. The 61 is Iron Lynx, isn't it? 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for what's race controller calling starting procedures. Brendan Hartley's on the radio. He's been told starting to hit the GT strategies pretty soon. The bulk of it will be the lap after next. So he is looking at that. These GT battles are enthralling as well, aren't they? The moment Antares out is just being closed down on by Anthony McIntosh. That's the biggest move of that number 69 car. And here in the Global Broadcast Centre, our first guest comes in, not having driven yet, but welcome along to Augusto Farfus. How are you, sir?
Sensational.
Well, not just good, sensational. You look well, mate. You look well.
It was a pleasure to come here.
Well, we've got the season started.
Finally.
Yes.
It took way too long, you know.
Is that bad for a racing driver when there's no racing to do?
Yes, we want to race. We want to race safe. We want to put a good show, and I have to, before even starting this, I think we have to congratulate the entire RCO family, FIA, and everyone involved in the World Championship, because the show we are putting here in Imola is just sensational. Like he just said, you see such a big crowd. So it's sad that we had to postpone our first round, but to come up here and see such a great show, I'm very pleased to have started.
We did get a test on Tuesday. The weather wasn't like this. It rained pretty much all the way through the early part of the week. What did you learn in the test? What have you learned in free practice and qualifying for the BMW WRT GT3 teams?
Well, the test, it was a bit different from what we are running at the moment, because it was much colder and very greasy out there. Having said that, we might have the same weather at a certain point during the race, so all that test we did on Tuesday was let's say not wasted. But of course now it's a lot warmer. There'll be a lot more rubber on track. So as soon as and if the track will get wet, will be definitely a big challenge for us to stay out there. But we managed to get the car back on track to maximize our little dry time we had. We didn't put too much effort on the wets though, because at the early stage of the week the weekend was looking fairly dry. So let's see. I mean, we are on the mix. We are fast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You've got a car that's got a proven history. I said to Dan Harper earlier in the week, you've got a bit of a target on your back because people know that that's a car that's capable of winning. By the way, the hypercar that was in the pits earlier, we mentioned it was the Genesis Magma racing car of Daniel Hucadea. That was for exceeding the power parameters. It's being looked at all the time, of course, in real time. This is a GT field that is full of quality, Augusto.
Yes, and we've been talking to some of the other drivers early on, and these bronze drivers, the level is getting so high.
Goodness, you're right.
Yeah, you know, because we always end up raising up, but he's a pro and I'm and blah, blah, blah. But if you see the offset between the qualifying from the bronze drivers to the silvers, which nowadays the silvers are more like a gold or platinum, the gap is getting a lot smaller. So it shows that you only don't need to be a bronze, but you need to be the bronze to be fast.
Yeah, and they all train hard now. It's not just turn up on the Thursday before race day. They're out testing and all of that. At RSL Understock Studio, if you've got a quick question for Augusto Farfus while he's with us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. What are the guys talking about in the race at the moment, the guys who started? We've got, Anthony McIntosh is up to second, and that was a cracking overtake at Tosa to go into second position. Just underlining what you were talking about, how is the race panning out? It's early days so far.
I think the first question to be answered, it will be the fuel consumption or the energy consumption. So we need to see, first of all, we have an idea of every car. We we can forecast a little bit what we expect every car to be in terms of lap, but we will only know this in few laps when the cars will be pitting, and then we'll be able to really understand exactly how much fuel every car is saving, how much do we need to save. So there is different strategies. There is even a possibility that due to this saving energy that we might end up pitting together with the hypercar,
right?
Which could make a very chaotic run down through the pit lane. So this first stint, everyone is protecting each other. I don't think everyone is going full send. People are trying to understand each other. So, and that's what we are also doing. And in probably 6-7 laps, we will have started having an idea where we're standing.
I'm not going to ask you exactly, but round about how many laps do you think it's all balanced out, so nobody's going to get 5 laps more than someone else, neither in hypercar or in Le Mans GT3. Do you get a full hour round here?
Yeah, so almost.
So
almost. What we are seeing here. Okay, the opening stint is a bit one of a kind because there is the formation lap to the left to the grid.
Correct.
But on a full green stint, we might expect some cars doing between 30 and 33 laps. Okay, and this could be a game changer for the race. So we are waiting to see now at the first round of pit stops to see exactly and what cars will be doing. Like this, we can also run backwards the race to try to see where we, how much fuel we might need to save or not.
How easy or difficult is it to try and stay out of the way of these hypercars as they're coming through? There's quite a big top speed differential nowadays, but it seems to be the cornering speeds, particularly in the medium speed corners and indeed some of the slow speed corners, the minimum speed through the corners aren't that different anymore.
No. I think we are very close to their speed, especially when you get up to the Variante Alta, so the top chicane, where you have to run over curbs. Our cars tend to be very good on over curbs, much better than the hypercar. Our cars
are touring car drivers in you all, isn't
it? The touring car which is living inside of me.
Yes, still.
So, yes, there is a bit of a straight line speed difference. Our braking capabilities are actually not so far from them. And then comes in place the lift and coast. And this lift and coast, to save energy, we do offsets the braking marks and eventually also the approaching speed. So we need to keep our eyes open. By now we know each other very well, so we have an idea when the cars are coming, what they are about to do. But yes, it's very tricky, especially when we get to Imola on the mid sector, where there is kind of this mid-speed corners where we can pretty much chase them.
Jesse, one of your big fans, is asking which would you consider the most difficult circuits on the roster of WEC, and how do the WEC circuits compare to some of the non-WEC circuits? Generally speaking, we're all on Grade 1 FIA circuits, Formula 1 circuits, as it were, other than Le Mans, which is a Grade 2, but that's for obvious reasons. So, for you, which is the most difficult to drive and to race on?
Well, it's every circuit has its own speciality. I think I would maybe even pick São Paulo, because for the short lap, the density it's very high, and through the infield you have the hypercars all over you. So Interlagos is definitely one of those one-of-a-kind circuits. We have to highlight Le Mans because we run very low downforce. The cars are very loose. So yes, safety-wise, as you just said, all the circuits are super safe. They are all Formula 1 circuits pretty much. So handling-wise, traffic management, I would probably pick São Paulo as the hardest one.
But you love that because,
I'm Brazilian. How can I not love São Paulo? Who does not love Brazil?
Exactly. It's just full of life.
Yes.
And that's what we like. Your teammate in the Tic Tac car.
Tic Tac.
Andy was telling me there's going to be 8 different liveries this year. The Tic Tac car, the old, what would it have been?
E30.
30. Yeah, the old DTM style car. He says he's very slippery at the moment. The curbs are slippery, and they're just getting smoked a bit and he's losing a little bit of time out there. But doing a good job, says his race engineer. He won't tell me what the other liveries are. Do you know what the race liveries are this year for that car?
I saw some of them.
You're not going to tell me, though, are you?
No, to be honest, even if I would knew, I saw them, but I don't remember, to be honest. So, Tony has a very good taste. So, as you can see, some probably are undercutting. We are lap 31, but I think we are very close to see also soon the GTs boxing.
So that is the Toyota in the pit lane now, resplendent in this new late 1990s livery. Looks absolutely brilliant.
It's a beautiful car.
A lot of work on that car over the winter. They haven't given it a new designation, but the bodywork, the headlights, the tail lights, different light signature, it looks distinctively different. The livery plays into that, so Conway's in the pit lane. It looks like they're going to leave those medium tyres on, and they've sent it with just the refuel, the energy replenishment. So we've now got Ferraris 1 and 2 with just on 4.5 seconds between them. So that was the end of lap number 30 for Mike Conway. So that is just going to, at the moment, if we only get another couple of laps, that means that we could get LMGT3s and hypercars in the pit lane at the same time. And it's, although this is a long pit lane, Augusto Farfus sitting to my left here, there's actually not a lot of space in it because there's quite a lot of the pit lane that is in pit lane.
Yeah.
Yes, because it's the back of the shops and the trattoria and things like that.
Yeah, and especially it's a unique pit lane because it's not straight, right? So you have this little king in the middle, which puts us in a unique situation in order to try to not run over the blending lane. When the pits will be busy, you have people working, and the fast lane is very narrow. So Imola has this special taste of having a very narrow fast lane and not a straight fast lane as well. So the show here is great. Let's see what the weather will bring later on. No?
The good news is if you're a Genesis Magma enthusiast and follower, they had some problems early on with the Daniel Hukadea car, but he is now back out and into the race. Big sideways moment with the rear tyres letting go on the Iron Lynx AMG number 61, and that was Thomas Fleur behind the wheel of there. Actually did a pretty good job of catching that. That suggests to me that the track temperature of nearly 41 Celsius is just starting to get to the Goodyear tyres on the GT cars. Anthony McIntosh, though, still there, and he's right now with the leader Antara Zhao in the bright orange Garage 59. Augusto Farfus watching with interest at the respective strengths and weaknesses of the BMW M4 GT3 and the McLaren ahead of it. This has been a fabulous drive by Anthony. Looks like he's picking up a little bit of understeer through some of the quicker corners in that tic-tac light green and white car as they're plunging down from the highest point in the circuit, the high chicane, which is where they are now, Variante Alta. And in the pit lane as well now for another of the hypercars, the Aston Martin Valkyrie 007, taking again full service. They're looking at the Michelin tyres. What did they start on? They started on the softs, if my information is right.
You know, there is this double stint tires, not double stint, half set. Besides of the pure performance, there is a big impact on the outlaps. So it's whenever you decide to keep the tire or to change the tire, you always have to keep in mind that you might lose those 3, 4, 5 seconds on the pit stop, plus another 4, 5 seconds on the first 2 laps. So you need to make sure that you gain those 10 seconds then on the next 30 laps. As you can see, look, the McLaren is pitting.
That's from the lead. That means that your teammate is... No, in fact, he's pitted as well. So it's Blake McDonald for TF Sport who goes through into the lead. So this is spot on what you said at the end of lap 33 with a couple of formation laps at the lap to the grid, Augusto.
Yeah, as you can see now, the hypercars are boxing together with the GTs, which will make everyone's life very difficult for the unsafe release and so on. So let's see next few laps. I think within 2 laps, pretty much the whole field would have boxed.
Just talking about the new Michelin tyres for the hypercars, I'm talking to some of the drivers. They say this new Michelin tyre is far better in terms of warm-up, and that they're losing possibly as little as half what they used to in the past. But the tyre's still pretty durable, it would say. So we'll see how that pans out here. Certainly that's been the case in IMSA competition. All of the hypercars coming in except the two Ferraris, or the lead Ferrari, should I say, at the front of the field. James Collado still out there, 10.5 seconds.
Oh, look, unsafe release there.
Oh, so close. That was the Yasser Shaheen black and multicoloured number 92 Porsche coming out into, basically it looks like Bologna Monday morning traffic as they're coming out of the pit lane there, and about as much chance of getting someone to let you in as well, to be honest. Love driving here in Italy. It looks aggressive and competitive, but you absolutely know what people are going to do and what they aren't going to do. He's the leader into the pit lane. James Collado has led every lap so far. Again, it's a look at the medium Michelin tyres, the yellow sidewalls, the Michelin engineer having a look. But no changing them. In goes the racing fuel. They're having a good look. Looks like they're cleaning out some of the ducts as well. Quite warm in the air, 24.5 Celsius, 40.8 on the track. Augusto Farfus alongside us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. Fascinating now at the end of this first stint. We're starting, Augusto, as observers, and of course the teams as well. You're getting real race data. You picked up some data during free practice, but now you're getting real race data, and that affects what the engineers are seeing.
Yeah, because everything we do, we can only foresee and forecast what we expect our competitors to be doing. And of course, we never know exactly the fuel load they are running and so on. So this is the first opportunity we have for the year to really start drawing our first conclusions, to be able to then readjust our race strategy. Riders, we have different strategies, but these are all open points because we need to validate them in the race. So let's see. Now is the first run. We are seeing where the cars are standing. Our out lap, we are staying P8. Let's see once we finish the full first lap to see where we are standing.
Yeah, and of course everybody else coming in as well. There's a couple of the GT cars who have not yet pitted. Here comes the yellow and red Ferrari, so that means that's Phil Hansen. He's followed in by the Alpine of Kevin Magnussen. Those two have had a heck of a scrap, even traded places. Sorry, not the Alpine, the BMW team WRT. They've had a cracking scrap, even traded a bit of vinyl down towards the first chicane in the early running. Those are the last three of the prototypes to make their stops. Kevin Magnussen, Paul di Resta and Phil Hansen. So the 83, the 15 and the 93 have gone a couple of laps longer than some of the competitors, and they were still at the sharp end of the field, so that's good. How easy is it to lift and coast around here and save energy in the GT cars? I'll come back to you in a second on that, because the Ecodus number 78 Lexus is being pushed back into its garage. That is not a standard stop. Tom van Rompuy for Lexus is going in.
Double yellow, turn 17.
Oh, right. So, right at the end of the lap, someone's been off and removed quickly. So, I guess that's somebody in the Ravazza gravel down there. James Collado back out in the 51 Ferrari. Where has he come out? I think he's taken the lead, but I think Toyota have split the two Ferraris again. So, it's Toyota in the middle of Ferraris number 51 and 50, as they were before the pit stops. Still waiting for the GT3 field to work itself out, but right now it looks like Proton Competition and Stefano Gattuso is leading, having made the pit stops from Garage 59's Antares out, who started from pole position, and Anthony McIntosh now in third, still behind Antares Au, but a little bit further back. So if that is correct, then it looks like the 88 team have played an absolute blinder in the pit stops. If they stopped a little bit early and got a bit of, and I hate this word, but got a bit of undercut on what was going on. I'll check that on our pit stop screen. Yeah, it looks like they might have come. Well, now have they gone longer? That's the question. If they've gone longer, that means they haven't stopped yet, and the pit stop counter is telling me a porky pie. It does say everybody's made at least one pit stop. Right, who was that having a problem? That was the... Is that both of the Lexus that have had problems? We saw one in the pit lane for Tom Van Rompuy, and that's the team car. Oh my goodness, Petra Umberescu has come to a halt. This will be yellow flags at the... Where's that? Just after turn 9, I think, going up the hill. He's put his hazard flashes on, which is nice.
Yeah, but I don't think that's on purpose, to be honest.
Augusto Farfus from BMW M Team WRT, alongside me, John Hyder from the Global Broadcast Centre. Let's hear what Pietro has to say. As he said, I'm stopped before the slow chicane
on top. Out of Aqua Minerale, started 3, I see the boom. And then there was crazy vibration and the engine didn't speed up.
Crazy vibration, and he's pulled that car over. That doesn't sound good.
20 seconds to VSC.
Yeah, preparing.
We will deploy virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC, VSC.
Yeah, hearing that coming in there, that's the automated voice. So what happened with the Oh, there was a spin in front from one of the Ferraris, the Vista Ferraris. Then he got passed by Phil Hansen. So that means they must have another prototype right behind him. There goes Mike Conway. And then the car just thumped and thudded and bang and boom, and he pulls it off to the side of the circuit without taking out the total energy board, which is nice. Virtual safety car is out. Virtual safety car, if you're new to FIA World Endurance Championship, it's like when we talk about code 60s, except it's a code 80. Difficult to... you don't gain or lose anything. You shouldn't gain or lose anything, Augusto Farfus, in these safety cars. But clearly with a count into it, you've got to make sure that you're sharp slowing down so you don't get a ping for that. And particularly when it's removed, you've got to be very quick getting back on the gas.
Yeah, from virtual safety car, we always go to safety car. So, well, most of the time we go back to safety car. So the virtual safety car is just an opportunity to pit. As we could see, some of the cars just box and do a splash. This will allow especially the bronze drivers to get to their minimum driving time without any potentially and just stop, and also probably without needing to save so much fuel. I could see that we took, not every car has taken it. Let's see what will be once we get back to restart the race to see who did it right or wrong. It's a shame the race was on the first lap.
Go down to
Esteban,
pit lane.
can you tell us more of what's going on? It's a deception. Tom Van Rompuy still at the wheel, but what's happening?
It's hard to say, honestly, at the moment. We don't really know. Apparently, issue with restarting the car or something at the pit stop. I don't even know what exactly happened. We were running good until now. For sure, first pit stop is not ideal. Let's see what we can do, if we can find the issue and go back on track. But yeah, it is what it is.
And about the other car, do you know if it's a similar problem?
No idea. I don't think so, because we struggled to restart, I think, and they stopped on track, so I have no idea, to be honest.
Okay, thank you and sorry.
Thank you.
There's Johnny down in the pit lane FIA one. Get a bit quieter now as we're behind the virtual safety car. We're under virtual safety car. Just explain, Augusto, even if you've just pitted, is it still worth coming in under VSC to take that? Some of these cars have already been out maybe a couple or 3 laps.
Yes, of course you try to take every stop you can, which is for free. So if the race is a full green race, the last stint will be somewhere around 23 laps if it's a full
Yeah.
So those opportunities means you extend your stint by 5, 6, 7, 8 laps, and those 23 laps at a certain point they might even vanish. So I was not there. I didn't check exactly when they boxed what was the clock saying, because they need to do, of course, 1 hour 45 the bronze in that case.
Yeah.
I think they can easily get to that number without adding a stop. But by the time pushing, if we can add some laps, the thing that little bit of a stop at the end can, and of course, though the cars which have boxed, you can on the next stop you can add less fuel and maybe jump them on the pit lane. So you can see everybody pretty much has pitted again.
At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us here, Augusto Farfus is with us in the Global Broadcast Centre at the moment, and work going on in the pit lane as well on a couple of cars. That's the Toyota, I think, that hit the back of the number 92 Porsche, the Benz Manthey car.
Released while they're in investigation.
Yeah. And was there some damage to the Toyota there? Is that why that car was getting a bit of... into the pit lane. Check, let's time that through the week so that you get it as close as possible, so you know what the transit time is down the pit lane for VSC and how much time you lose or gain between that and a full green flag stop.
Yeah, we know exactly how much the loss from pit in, pit out. We know exactly how much the loss in case of a just drive through, just to splash 5 seconds of fuel. So we do have all of these under control, especially because this is a very important information when we decide to make the strategy, to know exactly how much they lost for this car or for that car, for track position and so on. Imola is an important track for track position, so you need to keep the track position. It's a difficult track to overtake, so all those little parameters with fans at home they don't see, we have all of them. Even the starting from the gantry on cold and hot tires, because if you start on cold tires you get more wheel spin.
Yes.
So feedback for Seb and Rio. Watch out a bit of oversteer through 5-6. I think it's maybe wind related. And you could use more exit curb at 15 than at least than what I've been using. There's actually quite a lot of grip on the exit curb at 15.
Copy, good info, thanks. Car's still stopped at 13.
So that was Brendan Hartley feeding back to the team for Mike Conway, I guess, to be able to get the benefit of his experience, passing that backwards and forwards between the team. It's a team sport. You've got 2 entries. You might as well use that. In LMGT3, Augusto Farfus alongside me, not yet. It's in his driving suit. But he's got a polo shirt on, so he's not needed right now. I'm not keeping him from his day job. I've got to tell you, our listeners are loving your analysis here, Augusto. Thank you for joining us. Whilst we haven't got anything here, the Lexus is actually being craned away with the lift points on the roof of the car. They are right on the balance point, so that it's easy to get them away. That doesn't look good at all, and now both of the Lexus and Cottage cars are in strife. You and I quite often talk about this. Vicky, your daughter, did I reach you was doing Janetta Junior?
Yeah, we did the transition from karting to cars.
Very good.
With Paradigm, so Paradigm has made a beautiful effort to increase their operation. So
That's Darren Young drives with Paradigm. We saw them in Dubai, nearly won the race.
Yes, I was there actually, and I would also be doing some races with them in GT. So Paradigm has expanded themselves into the Gineta world. Vicky is a challenge there. It's a bit of a level. Gineta is a very specific championship, very difficult, very competitive championship. You know, I tell people those championships, which on the paper they are supposed to be all the same. They are the most difficult one because the experience. She doesn't know the tracks. You know, her teammate is also not a British guy with no experience. So
this is Gineta Junior in the UK.
In UK.
Oh wow! So we're going to see more of you.
Yes, I'm going to be in Silverstone next week with the Silverstone 500.
Oh really?
Gineta racing. So
I might come down and see you. It's away.
Can you please bring some sun as well for us?
Well, it's been beautiful while we've been here. I can tell you that. So
Leader, please slow down. Leader, please slow down.
Thank you, Eduardo.
All the cars to pick up the pace to get behind the safety car. Leader, please keep the pace. All the cars to pick up the pace to catch the leader, which is currently arriving at T9.
Just talking to the teams and to the drivers. But Gineta Junior, is that still 3 pedals and a gear shift?
Yes.
An H-pack gear shift?
No, it's not sequential. But
it's sequential, okay.
You still have to blade.
Right.
And you know, she's driving on the right side, on the wrong side for us, on the right side for you. So it is a big learning car control. It's a very small machine, but very, very challenging to drive. And so I'm very thankful to Paradigm for the opportunity.
But it's really important, I think, for young drivers to get used to the cars moving. For the kart, it's solid, normal speed. It does move, but it doesn't feel anything like the car. And even a very stiffly sprung racing car like the Gineta Junior, she's going to feel like it's falling over on her to start.
Yeah, and I think this is, and I'm also, I didn't know well the platform, so now I'm following a little bit more, and I think allowing the kids to use the clutch and to know how to play, even if, you know, will be there once in their life, they're going to drive that kind of car, but to understand how the dynamics of the race car, you know, all the physics from the car, I think still having to use the clutch time to time, to have to bleed, I think you teach the kids, or you allow them to learn a different side of the sport, can always be helpful in any kind of drive, and stop having this, this road tire that the car keeps driving left and right. But yet car control, it's a great school, so she's learning on a hard way. We didn't have a lot of lessons. We are trying to maximize experience to then see what we can do.
So when do you get service next week?
I think
okay. I'll drop you a line. Okay. If the weather's good, I might come over on my motorcycle.
Bring the sound with you.
I've got enough room in the pan here. It's got a big old BMW, so I'll bring the. Of course, I've got a BMW. I've got a big BMW 1600, which is a big old man's bike, nice and comfortable. I'll bring some sunshine in the pan.
Please. 15 degrees enough. Yeah, 15 is okay.
Say hi to Vicky for us and wish her best. So, is that the first race we
Second. We did the first race in Donington.
Oh, right. On which circuit? The short circuit?
The long one.
Oh, the long one, right.
The long one, so I was not there because I was with Paul Ricard for the Tour Challenge. So
how did she get on?
She did, so there was 3 races. So race 1 she finished P18, P16 second race, and third race it was a drying track. She did an Augusto Farfus move on outside, which didn't work so well, and she ended up with the gravel patch. But I think she's moving on the right approach. I'm curious to see how's going to be the first weekend.
Yeah, well, we wish her the best, and we'll pick Vicky Farfus, British Gineta Junior. Let's take a look at the CrowdStrike hourly update here on RS1 whilst we're behind the safety car. It's James Collado that leads behind a full safety car, the 51 Ferrari from the Toyota Racing, Brennan Hartley, number 8 driven car, and then Ferrari F course and Miguel Molina in the number
I am
50.
down in the Toyota garage
Ferraris
with
and a
Ryo
Toyota up front.
Yarakawa, driver of the
let's
number
go to
8 Toyota, who was qualifying yesterday, very close from pole position. That's for a start. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks so much. You know, this year we updated the car, so you know this is our first race, so we wanted to show the performance. So yeah, happy for the lap.
Quick question. We heard Brandon Hartley passing down some information to you, saying a little bit of oversteer in turn 5, 6. How useful is this for you? Can you change the car a little bit to make it better?
No, maybe it's more to prepare before jumping the car. You know, it's really good info. You know, the condition is a bit different from yesterday, so yeah, it's really useful for me.
When about are you going to jump in the car?
I'm going to jump in next. You know, we are thinking to have some rain. You know, so yeah, it's going to be fun.
Okay, excellent. Good luck for the next part of the race. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's a proper star, no doubt about that. Great qualifying at top 4, separated by 3/4 of a 10th hypercar hyperpole. So Ferrari 50 from Toyota, number 8 from Ferrari 1 from Toyota, 8 from Ferrari number 50. Cadillac getting the best of that first pit stop cycle. Will Stevens moving up into 4th position. Phil Hansen comes out the back of it in 5th
the Manthey
position.
Porsche had to be happy to see that yellow flag come out, and then eventually safety car. Yasser Shaheen with the spin earlier on, but this should bring him right back into it. And with fresh Goodyears, do you think he's about to pass some people?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course we had a little spin in turn 2, but yeah, now luckily we had this safety car that bunched us up again with all the cars in front. So let's see. But I think so far so good. Let's say we are back in the game, and yeah, now another hour for him, and then let's see.
You won last year. This team, this car, Ricky leads behind the wheel with you too. Do you think that all the data, all the information could make you do it again?
Yeah, last year was amazing, and of course our goal is to try to replicate it. So let's see. Now the race basically starts again, and it's a 4.5 hours to go. Let's see. But the goal is clear.
Good luck.
Thank you. Ciao.
Adam down in the pit lane. I was mentioning that Will Stevens and Phil Hansen have done the best in the Cadillac, and the F course are moving up to 4th and 5th. Mike Conway up to 6th for Toyota, Renault Rast in 7th for BMW Team WRT. In the top 10 made up by Alpine, Ferdy Habsburg and Kevin Magnussen in 9th. Like Duval for Peugeot.
Let's again be mindful, earlier warm up the better. Let's have a go on the caddy.
Yeah, copy. It's just difficult to know when it will go green. Have a look if the...
Yeah, there's no incident anymore. So I personally would start warming now, but might be too early for your opinion. I would now.
Okay, let's warm now and let's see when the measures come before turn 18. If we're good, if not, we cancel warm up. So feel free to warm up. Prep mode on. A reminder, nothing to worry about safety car mode and prep mode. It will go off.
Very quickly, that was Phil Hansen talking to his team engineer at the top of LMGT3 Proton competition. It is the 88 Ford that leads from Garage 59, and Antares has been great first in from Stefano Gattuso. Andy McIntosh in 3rd for Team WRT. Then Blake McDonald, he's come through the field for TF Sports. Then the Bend and Yasser Shaheen in the Porsche in the top 6, made up by Heart of Racing. That is the first of our CrowdStrike hourly updates in the FIA WEC for this year. Safety car has cleared off, which means the field is now under the control of James Collado, who's given full throttle as he comes through the ravats. He's hopefully trying to catch everybody with a little bit of steering lock on. That's exactly what he's done. That's a smashing restart. Exactly what you'd hope to do on Austral Parfus. Get away and give yourself 4, 5, 6 and more cars lengths whilst you're still getting your tyres back up to temperature and pressure.
Yeah, he was very smart. He went fairly early, and I think that they're expecting to be slower than if he gets better here and having 3-4 cars left, it's a help. You can focus on keep driving. Which is a big challenge for the hypercar guys. Getting between GTs, they see the field going, but you cannot. Of course, you have to respect the starting line. and we are pushing, but we have the prototypes in between, and I know it's very annoying for them, but unfortunately it's part of the game.
And I take it, we always talk about the prototypes and the responsibility on the faster cars to make a clean overtake. That's a skill. It's a skill for you guys being fast, to let them go without them getting too frustrated and without you losing that much time.
Yeah, it's a fun technique for both ends. They need to get their way around without losing so much time, but the same applies for us. So often we can use those opportunities to save some energy. When I see a prototype coming from the distance, about to launch themselves from the inside, that's the moment where I can foresee, off throttle, save some energy, give them room. But of course, it sounds very easy, but it's not that. Especially, often you don't know how many prototypes are coming, so you're a bit there. The engineers, of course, they help you. Two car approach, but you never know. So you get the light, blue high, hypercar behind, but you know if it's 1 or 2 or 3 cars.
Is there almost a case at some circuits where you have somebody who's acting like an American spotter would be, and watching, the GPS or something like that?
Yeah, the problem you cannot rely on the GPS because often the cars are close. The spotter always has to have the car in the eyesight because he has to know the car is looking, the car is diving, and tracks like let's see, like Daytona, it's pretty good. The move, there you go. Oh, beautiful move.
And that is Anthony going up into second. In the Magneti Marelli, the flag in the carb system, it tells him that he's got a blue flag for an approaching car, and it says HYP. So that's blue flag for hypercar. I didn't realise that now it was sophisticated enough to actually tell you that the blue flag was for a hypercar rather than another class car.
Yes.
So again, that's more information for you to take in there, Augusto.
But unfortunately, it doesn't tell you how many are coming.
No. Yeah. It'll happen. they'll be working on it. So Anthony back up into second place. That's Anthony McIntosh, Team WRT, and Taris Au down to third. Stefano Gattuso is a couple of seconds up the road there. Really smart manoeuvre as the blue flags were out. Anthony went to the right-hand side, followed through the Cadillac Hertz team, jolted the machine, and that's nice and smooth there. And Taris out, when he sees the replay later on, will be a little disappointed that he didn't close the door, but just as Augusto Farfus was saying, he wouldn't have known how many hypercars was coming. Might have even had a shout from his spotter that there were 2 hypercars coming because the Aston Martin Valkyrie wasn't that far behind. Anthony McIntosh says, you're going to leave the door open that far, and Taris, I think I'll be popping through. That's really good decision making from your bronze driver, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the time of the race, but we should minimize the race. Then I think that to close so hard the door, and they will then a strong pace. There's still a long race ahead, so let's see what happens.
Are you okay for time, by the way?
I'm enjoying it actually.
If you want, you can stay as long as you want, Augusto.
It's welcome. I have to say, I really enjoy being here. It's always nice to talk and to see the race from the side.
Do you watch the race when you are down in the pits? Yeah. So when we were watching the onboard of Anthony McIntosh in your team car, fighting with that McLaren, do you learn something when you're watching something like that?
Well, we try to see the car balance. Be specific, I'm the whole race on the
you are free to choose the energy you need based on your balance and tires.
Line and to telemetry and on the radio with him. So I give him also live coaching while he's racing. So while he's out there, I don't watch so much the actual race broadcast. I mainly focus on my car and on telemetry. So using the radio, I can also tell Darren, I think you can use more the curve on the left side, on the right side you can do this already.
So Augusto Farfus with me, John Heindorf in the booth. Good to have you company. The press room actually is where we are based at the moment. Good to have your company. And Augusto Farfus giving us the benefit of his experience. Sean Galale is shouting for you.
Me down. I think I need to go down.
Okay. Thank you very much, Augusto.
Pleasure. I see you in Super Sunshine.
Yeah, I see you. Absolutely.
Cheers, guys.
Augusto Farfus joining us here from BMW
Okay, it should be clear of
Team
car
WRT.
traffic, behind bronze for position. Head down and eyes forward.
That is the Antares Out engineering team. Talking to him. Before that, you might have just heard under Augusto making a point. That he was free on energy. That was what his engineer was saying, and that is absolutely manna from heaven for a manager. If he to use the energy as he wants. Very good, and he'll be delighted with that. Thanks to Augusto Farfus and also to Andrea from BMW Motorsport fixing that up for us. Never tire of listening to anything Augusto Farfus has to say, to be honest, and his race analysis is very good. It seems like you liked him as well. Out there listening in at RSL_studio. Thank you very much indeed for all of your kind comments so far on our Fantastic Four Endurance weekend. Now here's a battle you might not have thought we would have been talking about. Ferrari versus Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, but David Clark of Hertz Team Jota telling us earlier in the weekend, free practice 3, he feels they are in with a chance of another race victory and possibly even a Le Mans victory this year. He says there is no reason why they shouldn't be. And Will Stevens closing down on Miguel Molina at the moment. Will closing in down at Rivazza, then turning onto the main straight. If I look out the window, there they go past us now. We're just beyond the start-finish line to drivers' right. Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. With this race now coming on to an hour and a half. In the books. And this is the closest battle on the track that we're talking about at the moment. Ferrari versus Cadillac. Here's Miguel Molina's radio.
It's not speed, it's grip where they are catching.
Well, and almost change of position there. Of course, radio messages are just slightly delayed, and you can see it now, particularly climbing the hill. Minerali and up to Marianta Alta. The Ferrari is moving around, particularly in the back, and the Hertz Racing Gold Cadillac Team Jota car with Will Stevens right in the wheel tracks of that Scarlet Ferrari, plunging down now to Rivazza. Don't take too much curb on Rivazza 1. Balance the car in the middle. Can use a little more curb on the second part of that left-handed pair of corners. Ford versus BMW, two big front engine cars. This is the battle for GT3. LMGT3 lead with an hour and 27 and a half minutes gone. And it's tight at the front of that battle as well. Timing all over the place at the moment. Side by side for that battle that we were talking about, and that is Will Stevens going through. Let's concentrate on what we can see out of the window and what we are being shown. So Will Stevens has gone through to what I reckon is third position. Anthony McIntosh are battling for the lead for a moment. There was a little different showing on the timing. Meanwhile, there's another Ferrari battle going on with Phil Hansen and Miguel Molina. he's right there now as well in that battle for fourth position. So Molina struggling with grip, as we heard him talking on the radio to his engineer. And now he's fighting a rear guard battle. Miguel has only been down the pit lane once and did not, as far as I'm aware, take tyres. So he is on a set of tyres now that is 46. That he's 46 years old. 46 laps old. Let's get back to the lead in LMGT3, where it's still Ford versus BMW. Anthony McIntosh, who's carved his way through that field, got a good pit stop strategy. Prototypes coming through now. He used those to his advantage last time around. Can he do it again? Nothing between them. Heading up the hill. He goes to the left. He goes to the right. Has to slot back in. Throws it to the right-hand side into the top chicane. Gets through, but he's going to run long. Ooh, now did he make that? They're side by side on the exit of the Variante Alta. There's a little right-hand kink coming. Can he hold on to that and maybe take the shorter line and do the outside pass into Ravazza 1? That's what he's trying to do. He cuts across in front of the Ford. That's a strong move and brings nods of approval from the press room here. That was a solid run to take the lead. I tell you what, if you're going to take the lead in a class, that is the way to do it. Definitely a way to do that. We've just been handed the official attendance here, which is 92,175, although that's a point rather than a comma. I think it's more than 92.175 people. There's more people than that in the queue getting off the motorway this morning. 92,175 is the official attendance. I absolutely believe that, because you could barely squeeze through the crowd this morning, even when we got here before 9 o'clock with a race that didn't the afternoon. Excellent stuff for the attendance, and I'm sure there are a few people who will say, oh well, yeah, you know, there's no F1 this weekend, the sun's out, and but this has been a very nicely run event, plenty of activities going on for the fans in the fan zone as well. We'll see that across this 2026 season of FIA WEC. Stunning stuff. Well done, Italy. Well done to the fans. Here's Ferdy Habsburg's radio.
To get those cars. Very good job.
He's in the Alpine, of course. 35, sitting in 8th position. They got the victory last year at Fuji. Traffic playing a part. Quite a lot of international visitors here as well, particularly from the UK. They've either flown in or some have driven down, as I did. Saw a lot of UK registrations on the road on the way down. Might took a couple of days to come down, took the time through France and down through the Alps. So, and it will bring us a real world road test as well, as Ford UK have provided me with a Mustang Dark Horse 6-speed manual basis for the Mustang Challenge race car, of course, which will bring you the coverage of the package. Not going to give too much away, but suffice to say I've had some fun and it's been very comfortable. More details to come in the full real world road test in the next couple of weeks as I gather my thoughts on the 1,200 mile or so journey. Oh, Gattuso off on the side of the road. No, sorry, that's the second of the Proton Fords. So that was dropping wheels onto the dirt there for Eric Powell in the 77. Very nervy time as the prototypes come back through again. Collado only 1.2 seconds ahead of Brendan Hartley. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us. I know that we've got some Radio Show Limited Collective members here. Tom Firth has made the trip down. He's been, he flew in somewhere and then got the high-speed train to Bologna, and he's been training it in every day, and the weather's helped him. It's been absolutely lovely. Imola, not that difficult a circuit to get to on public transport. The problem is getting away, not because it's difficult, is because there's so many lovely things to see and so many lovely places to stop and have a glass of wine or a beer or a pizza or a big steaming bowl of pasta. From what communication I've had in text form with Tom, he's been taking every opportunity to sample the local culinary culture, of which there is much variety around Imola. Beautiful city. So Collado by just a second now. Brendan Hartley gently beginning to reel in the leader. Took nearly a full second out of the Ferrari last time around. Both having double stinted their starting tyres. In GT3, Anthony McIntosh with that daring manoeuvre on Stefano Gattuso, with Antares Au still sitting in third position. Sally Golic in fourth for Racing Team Turkey. And we are nowhere near even a third of the way through this one now. Just another half an hour or more gone in terms of racing. Still 4.5 hours.
The Alpine behind changed tires,
does
so
have
they
the
have an
fastest
offset
race lap
here. They
now
have
with
an
a
advantage.
32.7. Somebody has changed tyres. That's Will Stevens who's changed tyres. He's on the mediums, just 11 laps under the wheels, 12 laps now of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jordan. That's why he's closing in. And a 32.8 for Reece Troubles last time around for Will Stevens. Now just 2.5 seconds behind Brendan Hartley, who's just 2.2 seconds behind the leader, James Collado. Traffic giving and taking, spreading and contracting the lead. Fulham Hansen in the AF Corsa number 83. Oh, now we've got a drive-through here. Unsafe release spotted by Augusto Farfus. That is Yasser Shaheen's car, the number 92. So that car will have to come down pit lane. That was at 13:55 local, so just under an hour ago.
Pressures are super high everywhere.
So Yasser, who's still behind the wheel, will have to come back through. Pressures are super high everywhere. That sounded like Phil Hansen's voice. I was looking at the timing screen. Hello to Chris Suku, doing some multitasking and off to prepare a lasagna inspired by the race, possibly in an appropriate bevy. Hello Chris, hope weather is good in Royal Leamington Spa. It's bound to turn as soon as I get back home again. It feels like all we had for about a week was rain before I set off, and then I got rain pretty much all the way down till Wednesday. Been beautiful since then, mind you. At RSL_studio. So let's just prime you for what will be going on in the next few laps. The GT3, the LMGT3 cars are round about just over halfway through a stint. The unsafe release that I was talking about was almost into the side of one of the Toyotas, and he slipped in. Yasser Shaheen slipped in behind the Toyota in front of the Proton Ford. Well, so far so good. Nobody driving away with it. in the first race of the season. The usual bun fight in LMGT3. Ford at the top of the hill, now coming down. Aston Martin and AMG, they are battling for position. That's Johannes Zelger, who started the race for Iron Lynx. He's looking at the back of Ian James in 13th, and then Powell from Proton in 12th in the 77 Ford. As I say, the battle for 12th, 13th and 14th position as they are keeping each other honest. Love this circuit. Oh, down the inside, Ian James at the first of the Ravazzas. Nice cheeky, left it late, rolled in a motorcycle style. He got alongside, let the brake off, and then just blocked past at the apex of the second part of Rivazza. Still makes me laugh every time you drive around the external road, actually outside the circuit, that there are houses that their balconies overlook Rivazza 1 and 2. And on a sunny day sometimes you'll see washing hanging out on there and all kinds of things. Remember that there's a lot of habitation pretty close to the circuit here. So Ian James has moved now into 12th position. And immediately starts to pull away. Just the two classes in FIA WEC, of course, has been for a little while. We don't see the LMP2s until we get to the Le Mans 24 Hours in June. Pit stop for the delayed Lexus, both Lexus with problems. This is the one that was in the pits for quite a long time and has dropped some 18 laps behind the LMGT3 leader. Tom van Rompuy, who started the race, is back in. Their second car, I'm afraid, is out of the race. And a clunk and a vibration for Petru Umbarescu, and that car ground to a halt. Also in problems earlier on was the Danny Cadea Genesis Magma Racing number 19. That spent some time in the pits and has come back out. They are on their lap 35. The leaders in class on lap 57, so important mileage, and no surprise to me that they've got that car out and back into the race to do some additional laps. They are learning, they are gathering data exponentially at the moment in their first couple of races. Here's Mike Conway from Toyota.
Okay, Mike, the Ferrari 50 ahead on soft is starting to drop its pace. He's 3.5 seconds ahead.
Well, there, Mike getting the news. That was a little while ago, I think. Mike Conway is on the mediums on which he started the race. And those tyres are holding up pretty well. Looking at the back of 30 Habsburg, and the car ahead of them is Phil Hansen. Now, my tyre data says Phil Hansen had soft, medium on those cars, so they've maybe done that left and right as they now again take your eyes off the screen for a moment here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. I just saw a flash of a Lexus there as that car stopped. Hasn't come back into the pit lane. No, it's come back into the pit lane. So Tom van Rompuy was in the pit lane and we saw the car getting more work done to it. It has not been a banner day for the Lexus RCF GT3. very different weekends for the Lexus in Imola on the streets of Long Beach, and here on the rise and fall of the Imola circuit, the Autodromo Enzo Dino Ferrari. John Hindhaugh in the booth. We've got some more guests coming in. How good was Augusto Farfus, eh? Enjoyed having Augusto here at RSL_studio. Start another set of pit stops here. Here's Paul di Resta on the radio of Peugeot.
2 laps earlier compared to us. 2 laps earlier compared to us.
This is Paul's engineer. They're talking about Fred Macovecchi behind the wheel of number 36 in 11th position. That's the Alpine. He's just about half a second ahead of Paul at the moment, and they're reckoning that car will come in 2 laps before the Peugeot pits. So let me see if I agree with that. Let's go. I think it might be as many as 3 laps actually. Fred Macovecchi has been out 3 laps longer, although the first 4 in the stint, of course, were under yellow flag for Paul di Resta. But already you hear, you know, we're not even 2 hours into this race, and already strategic thinking is being amended by the engineers. It's one of the things I love about even these 6-hour races. There will be people I know who will tell you that a 6-hour race isn't a proper endurance race, or a 4-hour race isn't. And I'll tell you nowadays, with the fuel and the fuel and the tyres are never quite where you think they're going to be to make it nice and easy. Because you would think a 6-hour race, well, you just stop every hour and then you make 5 stops and you've got enough tyres to change every stop. It doesn't happen like that. And deliberately so by the organisers, whether it's here in the World Endurance Championship or in Imola. Now, a huge group of cars, 6 or 7 cars in both of the classes. And in there is Phil Hampson, Bernie Habsburg and Mike Conway. They're battling through some GTs at the moment as they come down the hill through the kink towards Vivatsa 1 and 2. If you have been looking at pictures at the weekend and thinking that the back of the paddock doesn't look quite the same as you remember it, you'd be absolutely right. There were horrible floods here last year. You might remember it cost a couple of race weekends, and that was just nothing to the damage it caused in the surrounding area. And the local government has been taking action. Here's Rennie Rast.
Got already vibration, but I don't know where from.
I've got. It's in the BMW. Rennie saying he's got a vibration, he doesn't know where it's from. Mike Conway now behind him. Well, Rennie Rast has a vibration, but he's just rattled his way past Mike Conway in the bright red number 7 Toyota racing car. No longer Toyota Gazoo Racing, just Toyota Racing, hence the TRO10. Just going back to that river, huge amount of earthworks. The riverbanks have been dug away and widened. That was traffic influence. The Iron Dames, excuse me, slip of the tongue, €5 in the jar. Iron Links AMG, just causing Mike Conway to have to lift for a moment, and through goes the BMW number 20 of Renee Rast. Took his opportunity nicely there. Yeah, the riverbanks have been dug back and deepened, and the quote-unquote floodplain, if you will, on either side has been widen as much as it can. There's not a lot of room behind the paddock here at the Autodromo Imola, and that means that some of the trees, I'm afraid, have had to be sacrificed. So now when you come down the other side of the river, effectively the north side of the riverbank closest to the city itself, you can see right into the back of the paddock, and when you're up on the higher parts of the circuit, to the southern end of the circuit, then you can see all the way down now. There's none of the big trees there, and you can see all the way down to the river and into the town centre. So it's a real change of vista, but obviously very important in terms of making the surrounding areas a little safer from potential flooding risks that we've had in the past. Phil Hansen has now got Freddie Habsburg. Actually.
You are doing well, that's great. Just keep an eye on the front locking, and go a bit rearward on brake bias if needed.
He's still sitting behind Phil Hansen. Keep an eye on front locking was the key thing there. Energy is right. So that is a battle for position there. Phil Hansen in the bright yellow car. He is a full factory works driver now. Gave me a lovely interview earlier in the week, which is available on radiolemont.com or radio-show.co.uk in the features section. There's a Tyler's Long one, a 2LO, and half an hour of his time there. Very interesting chat about a number of things about the season, and also looking back at the emotions behind his Le Mans victory last year and what really got to him. It's not necessarily what you think it might have been, actually. So coming up to 2 hours and just under 10 minutes under 2 hours at the moment, live from Imola. Hypercar action through traffic. A moment or two ago, Aston Martin on Peugeot. Pass for position then, with Harry Tincknell going past Paul di Resta. Those two know each other very, very well. At the first chicane, 007 then up into 12th position. Big thanks to... Now, this is significant. A drive-through for BMW number 20. This is the hypercar. Currently sitting in 7th for René Rast. And that is for virtual safety car procedures. So that is not to be added on to the next pit stop. That has to happen straight away within 3 laps. So that will cost time. René Rast at the moment, 21 seconds off the lead. That is nothing. Let's see where he comes out. Ferdy Habsburg's radio again.
Okay, I'm going to look after these tyres and fuel, okay? And you do the strategy thing.
Copy.
Is that the modern equivalent then, the strategic equivalent to leave me alone, I know what I'm doing? I'll drive, you do the strategy. That's very interesting. Ferdy saying he will look after the tyres, and the fuel is down to the guys on the pit wall and everything else included. That's reasonable. Working with traffic, etc., etc. And there's a big thanks to Rob Lomas and Tim Gray for not only today and Kes Cobb, not only today but across the whole weekend. Very difficult technically this weekend for our Fantastic Four endurance events, and it's fair to say that the technical gremlins have visited us, some of our broadcast partners. Go down to the pit lane.
I am down in the Vista AF Corse garage next to François Heriot, just coming out of the car. A bit of a struggle today. What can we expect for the race?
Yeah, we're missing a bit of pace today, unfortunately, and Imola is a tricky track. It's very, very difficult to overtake, even when you feel a bit faster, but when you miss a bit of top speed, it's really, really hard to overtake. So let's see. Maybe we would need a bit of help and a bit of strategy tricks to gain some positions. But when we are in free air, the pace is not so bad. So let's see what we can do in the end, to the end of the race.
If it rains, what will happen?
If it rains, it can shuffle everything. So could be an help for us.
Okay, good luck. You were not far from winning last year, so we were cheering up for you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
If it rains, what will happen? Careful. And Bruce asking a question like that. The answer could be, you guys will get wet. There are some drivers who would give you that as well. Fair play to Francois Heriot down in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari for being a little more gentle with his answer. I can think of a few drivers, not necessarily anyone in this paddock now, but some that may have been in the paddock in the past who would have gleefully given you not the answer you wanted. René Rast is in the pit lane in the number 20 BMW M Team WRT. This is a drive-through. It was 21 seconds back from the lead when he came in. Oh, that must be terrible. He'll probably be able to hear the field going by. He's already dropped a couple of positions. Mike Conway, Kevin Magnussen, Lloyd Duval's gone through. Will Fred McAvecchi go through as well in the Alpine? I think he has. And Harry Tingle, I think he has. So let's see where René Rast comes out. I think he's going to be behind the Earl Bamber Cadillac, actually. That far down, as Marco Sorensen gone through as well. He has. So René Rast drops to 16th of the running 17 cars, or the affected 17-car field. Remember, we had the Danny Hunkatea Genesis Magma machine in strife early on. That car is now back out and running, albeit having only completed 44 laps, whereas James Collado, leading the race by 1.8 seconds, has completed 67. I think that has cost 24, 25 seconds.
4 laps.
Actual lap time.
The silver driver driving behind you, but let's try to keep the position. 4 laps.
That's the Iron Links radio to Martin Berry, number 61. And the silver driver is Frankie Castellacci in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 54 that he was talking about, coming to the end of his stint. Just 0.3 of a second between those two for 7th and 8th in LMGT3. Martin Berry trying to hold off Frankie Castellacci, gets alongside as they come up through Acqua Minerale and towards the Variante Alta. On the right hand side, the silver Ferrari goes through and takes position at number 7. But remember what we heard there, that was the call that he didn't have that many laps left, And in fact, Frankie Castellacci on much newer medium Goodyear tyres there. Only the mediums in play for the LMGT3s. Mediums and softs for the hypercar. Pretty standard overtake there. Slightly better grip coming up the hill. Actually, Martin did himself no favours at Aqua Minerale because he clouted the right-hand exit curb there with some force.
Finish your drink and detach the drink. Finish your drink, detach the drink. Push and box this lap. Driver change for Joe. Good job.
Copy, box this lap, driver change. Drink.
So Mike Conway into the pit lane for Toyota Racing. Second. Mike Conway into the pits, followed in by the number 8 Toyota Racing. I'll get used to just calling it Toyota Racing now. That is a scheduled stop for them as well. Brendan Hartley in from second place. Nick De Vries, by the way, took out the number 7 car, vacated by Mike Conway. And also pit stops for Phil Hansen and Miguel Molina. So James Collado leads Will Stevens by 5 seconds. Ferdy Habsburg up to third now, going long in the Alpine number 35 as we're into the pit stop cycle for the second scheduled set of stops for the hypercars. Rio Hirakawa, by the way, has got into the number 8 car. He was stunning in hyperball. Very impressed by Ferdy Habsburg and Alpine. 17, 18 seconds away from the lead.
Outlap mode on, outlap mode on. We have please mixed set. Watch the white line on the exit, it will be close with the Alpine.
That was EFA getting his orders from the team in the AF course number 83. A mixed set you heard there. And that is soft, medium, which I presume is left front soft, right front medium, left rear soft, right rear medium. I'll pick up all this information on the timing, right timing, the websites. Let the pit stops die down before we give you another rundown, as we're just coming down to a CrowdStrike rundown in about a minute's time. I might just let that run a little bit, because we've got the leading cars coming into the pit lane. James Collado is he staying in? No, he is getting out. Finally, the super glue holding James Collado, the Englishman, in, has melted off in the sunshine. It's still 25.5 degrees Celsius outside and 42.5 on the track surface. Vista AF Corsa pulling in right in front of the number 51. It's going to be a new set of tyres. They can't do that till fueling is finished. It's another set of mediums, at least on the right-hand side for the 51 Scarlet Ferrari. See if I can get an eyeball on what's going on the other side. Quite see. Oh, now. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting. I don't think they put those tyres on. They must have. Surely they can't have gone all the way from the start of the race. Those tyres got 71 laps on them. But if they did put them on, they were extremely quick. It goes out through an RFID, and it goes on. Fuel 2 mediums on the right only. Alexander Pagridi in. Thank you. Pagridi then into the car with just 2 right-hand side medium tyres. I saw them staged on the right, but I didn't see anything come over the wall to the left. And I'm indebted to our friends in the press room very much for letting. That's why it's great having our Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre in amongst so much information and experience. In from LMGT3 and the front of the field for Team WRT. They were followed in by TF Sport and Blake McDonald. Johannes Ziegler has not yet stopped. He'll come round in about 20 seconds. I expect to see him into the pit lane. That's a great first stint from Anthony McIntosh. They played the cards that they were dealt very impressively. That is the... Now, was that Parker Thompson or Dan Harper? I looked at the wrong time again. Both very trim, slim drivers. Will Stevens, by the way, leads the motor race on medium tyres with the number 12. Been out there for 12 laps, so their pit stop strategy has been a little bit off kilter with everybody else, but they've worked their way to the front as we're coming down to just over 2 hours completed. So, 2 hours completed. I'll take a breath. You set yourself back. Actually, we'll do an interview first. Let's go down to the pit lane. Anthony McIntosh, brilliant opening stint for Team WRT in the Tic Tac green and white car.
Well, I'm next to Tony McIntosh down in the garage, just jumping out of the car. What a debut into the series. The most bold and gutsy overtaking maneuver that we've seen.
I don't know about that, but it just seemed like the Lexuses and the McLaren, they just have so much top speed. So I only have a few corners where I can make that happen. And when you see a gap, you just have to weigh the chances, and sometimes you just got to go for it. I knew I could put some gap between me and the other guys on the infield because our number 69 WRT BMW GT3, wow, that's a lot of mouthful, but that car is amazing on the infield, and that's how we set it up. WRT has done an amazing job. BMW killed it on the setup.
And you made the most of it. Congratulations, and go have a drink. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
Just over 2 hours elapsed, and time for our CrowdStrike hourly update. Cadillac lead, different pit lane strategy to everyone else. Will Stevens at the front of the field by 16 seconds over Ferdy Habsburg. In second for Alpine, 12 from 35. Kevin Magnussen, BMW Team WRT, in third position, due to pick shortly, and that's number 15 car. Then the 007 of Harry Tincknell for Aston Martin, Heart of Racing. Paul Di Resta is next up for Peugeot in fifth position as Harry Tincknell peels off into the pit lane. He'll go into fourth. Then it's Andre Lotterer for Genesis Magma. Again, off kilter just a moment. Earl Bamber for Cadillac Hertz Team Racing. Marco Sorensen, Rio Hirakawa in ninth position in the number 8, and Alessandro Per Guidi in the Ferrari AF Corsa in 10th. In LMGT3, with the pit stops having just gone on, Proton competition as the leaders at the moment, but have done their second pit stop. Graham Newell shown in second for Heart of Racing, and Marvin Kerschoffer has just done the fastest lap of the race for Garage 59 in third position. GP3 timing's been a bit off. I'm going to wait till I say that, but that's what shows on the screen at the moment. Then it's Parker Thompson who took over the Team WRT number 69. That was the car that came in from its last pit stop in the lead. The cars ahead of it all still got to pit. Then it's Sean Galale for Team WRT in fifth, and the top 6 made up by Gian Maria Levorato for Proton competition for Ford and the number 88. That's your 2-hour update with CrowdStrike, our hourly update partner for 2026. Here's Shea Adam in the pit lane.
Competition, Ford Mustang. It was a round of applause for Stefano Gattuso, completely earned. How much did you enjoy that stint?
I enjoy a lot because for sure start the season in my home race is something incredible with all my family here, all friends and all the tifosi out there. So it's incredible, and I made a very good 2 stints. We started P9, and at the end we were fighting for the leading, and it's something crazy. I managed a lot the first part of the first stint because we didn't change the 4 tires on the pit stop, but we changed only the right side with the used tires, so I need to manage a lot in the beginning. But the car balance was mega. The feeling inside of the car was very nice, very good. And I enjoy a lot to drive here in Imola in the WEC.
Good luck. It only took 1 hour to get to the lead of the race. Let's see if maybe the 88 Ford can get back there.
Shea Adam with the pit lane reports. Bruce Tuani, the second voice. So it's higgledy-piggledy after I did our hourly update there. I reckon now Marco Sorensen is going to be scored the leader next time around. Yes, he is. He'll peel off into the pits, though. He will have been scored a leader for 1 lap as he comes into the pit lane right now. The 009 Aston Martin. Andre Lotterer is in the pits as well. Entirely certain now timing data has been accurate all the time.
Okay, no comment on driving. For this fuel load and tire life, you're doing very well. Good job. Keep it up.
Advice to Rio Hirakawa, whose Toyota assumes the lead ahead of Marco Sorensen. It's still the Ferrari number 51 now in second place. Remember, Alessandro Guidi got in that car and they only put right-hand side tires. Oh, big spin! A moment or two ago for the Peugeot. And did they get going again? I think they did. That was at the first chicane. Turns 2 and 3. The yellow flag's still out. I don't think they're rolling. This is the number 93 car. Just out of the pit lane for Nick Cassidy. I think. Was that his outlap? No, he's gone into the gravel. He's not coming back out of there. Virtual safety car has been called.
Okay, Nick. We'll wait for the tractor to come and recover us.
So this may benefit some of the other cars, and indeed his teammate Theo Pourchaire straight into the pit lane. Virtual safety car called. Oh, it was just a little bit too much curb in the first of the chicanes for Cassidy. I may have given him a bad rap there because his medium tyres have got 75 laps on them, so maybe he was coming to the end of a pit stop. Alpine and Victor Martins has just done the fastest lap of the race with a 32.258. I said those Alpines were quick earlier on in the week. Now, who does this benefit? The 009 got in, and Alex Riberas has taken it out. So they've saved some time on their pit stop, but it's by no means a clear picture given how the cars have been on different strategies. Rio Hirakawa's been out for 7 laps. Sure he'll bother coming in, to be honest. Pergidi just out for 3 before the virtual safety car. I reckon Will Stevens is going to benefit from this because he nipped in just as the safety car VSC was called, as did the number 35 Alpine. Nick de Vries for Toyota, number 7's been out for 8 laps now. Nicholas Nielsen for 7 in the number 50 Ferrari AF Corsa. This could end up throwing things around just a little bit. What it does show me is that those extra couple of 3 laps from Rio Hirakawa must have been pretty decent, because he's jumped the 51 Ferrari in that pit stop cycle before we got this full course virtual safety car. Phew-wee. 2 hours and 14 gone, 3:46 to go. Yeah. Right, well I was right actually. Cassidy was indeed coming out of the pits. Steers to the right, but Glenn Lang's got cars coming through, so this is going to be cool tyres. It's the curb, the first chicane, and then as he turns into the middle part, the back end gets away, does a swapper, and he goes backwards into the gravel. So my first instinct on what I read on the screen was correct. Aston Martin 007 back in the pit lane for Tom Gamble, partner racing machine. Alex Riberas had taken over the 009 a moment or two ago. No sign of the leading Toyota coming into the pit lane. Rio Hirakawa. I've really got a full picture here because of these staggered pit stops that we've seen. And I will give you a little rundown in a minute, just before I hear we're going to go back to Green Flag Racing.
I know the situation is hard, but I would like you to stay positive. Okay? I would like you to stay positive, and we'll push, mate. We'll push, okay?
Yeah, it's completely my fault, so I'm just very sorry.
Yeah, don't blame yourself. We are looking forward. We'll push now, okay? We restart the race. We never give up.
Cassidy really taking immediate responsibility there. Now, they did call the virtual safety car very quickly. I still think he's going to drop off the lead lap. Huge amount of cars coming in, including Alessandro Perguidi and Ryo Hirakawa. So more pit stops for the leading cars. Will Stevens has not come in. So again, a difference in strategy. And Antonio Felix da Costa's come in for Alpine. He's being serviced as well. So Brendan Hartley, he was giving some very good coaching tips to Ryo Hirakawa just before he got out. He's now in the pit lane, talking to Seb Buemi, his teammate. Here's Ryo Hirakawa and the radio for his car.
Okay, so you're still out ahead of 51. Car 12, will be ahead on track, but they have a drive-through penalty to serve. New tires, watch for gravel in turn 2, and we're still under FCY conditions. Make sure that's still on.
Well, that's information that I hadn't seen. A drive-through for car 12. So I immediately go back to my race car. Oh, yeah, absolutely. The Ferrari number 50.
And I'm down in the Toyota garage with Brandon Hartley driving the number 8 Toyota. Brandon, a really good job so far. Can you take us through the gamble that you took by not changing the tires? And now it seems to have paid off because you gained track position.
Yeah, the team's done a great job so far. So I took the start. I knew it was going to be hard to keep position from the Ferrari behind. They started on the soft, so they had a bit of the advantage into turn 1. We bided our time. We undercut them at the pit stop and decided to go a triple stint on tyres. So, I think we've done a really good job looking after the tyres, seeing the vision of the race. And, yeah, this time it worked out for us. So I think the Cadillac 12 was in a good position, but they've had a drive-through penalty. So, yeah, it's pretty tight with the Ferrari ahead. The number 51 on the medium was quick. I was able to just keep with him. So it's going to be a tight fight to the end. But I was having fun out there. I love driving around here. And our new car looks great. Before I even hopped in it looks fast. And I see a few red shirts in the grandstand as well. So we're going to try go for the victory, but it's a long way to go.
Yeah, you guys seem to be back into the mix, and it's really nice. There is your helmet is over there. I was asking, can you take us through what is your helmet? I think it's your daughter that designed it for you.
Yeah, actually, I have 2 different ones, very different. They're one of a kind. We went to the paint shop with a few different colors and had a lot of fun. Actually, it was all her, other than the sponsor logos. And we did the same last year. It's been a bit of an evolution, so it will be fun to see how they progress over the next years.
So she painted the helmet and you varnished the top?
Exactly, yeah.
Wow, fantastic. I hope it brings good luck to you. Thank you very much.
Cheers, yeah.
A representation of the globe on that special helmet for Brendan Hartley, explaining the tactics there rather well to Bruce Giuani. Let's have a quick look at the standings before we go back to green. Will Stevens leads on a different strategy at the moment, but that 17-second lead will be somewhat wiped out behind the safety car. Ryo Hirakawa is in second position now for Toyota Racing. Remember, he took one side of tyres. Oh, no, sorry, that was the Ferrari, my apologies. So they're triple stinting those medium tyres. Alexandra Perguidi for Ferrari in third, the number 51. Alpine Endurance, Antonio Felix da Costa in fourth. Magnus Nilsson, the number 50 Ferrari. Now they've got a drive-through, as have the leading car, remember. Denny Ferrier in the number 83 Ferrari, making up the top 6. In LMGT3, I reckon it's Garage 59 back to the front now with the number 10 car, Marvin Kerschoffer. Parker Thompson did take the wheel of the 69 from from Anthony McIntosh for Team WRT and BMW. Sean Galale in the team car, their second and third. Maria Leverato is in
10 full seasons in the World Endurance Championship. You've been champion twice. This starting off a brand new program with a new team, and now you've completed a stint. Does it feel like you can let that breath out now that that box has been ticked?
Yeah, it's been an emotional moment for the whole team because we put so much work and heart into it in this short time to put everything together. It's a lot of pressure. And yeah, we got these first 2 stints ticked off without too many problems. Actually, I didn't have any problems. It ran quite smooth and better than expected. I was with the pack, so that was fun in the car as well. We started to understand the car a bit better in the race. So yeah, I really had a good time and it was nice to be back. Fortunately, sister car had some issues, but it's part of the game. And yeah, I think now we can learn from this, and hopefully the rest of the race will go good, and maybe we can, do some good operations and then move forward.
We're all glad to have you back. Good luck.
Thank you.
Shea Adam, if you didn't recognise the other voice, it was Andre Lotterer. Popped up rather sooner than I was expecting there, but good to have the chat with the Genesis Magma Racing team driver. Bit of sweeping up to do where the Peugeot went off the track. A little update there at a perfect time as the teams who have decided they need a pit stop want them. 91,000 plus here this weekend. 92,175 is the official attendance, and a record, we mentioned this early on, record-breaking attendance. I absolutely, wholeheartedly believe that. We were walking around this morning and it took an age to get everywhere, and that's a good 3 hours before the race was going to start. Now, we have had some Carrera Cup Deutschland and the Le Mans Legends running. A reminder, by the way, that it will be Bruce Jones and myself on duty at Monaco Historique for the World Feed TV, and we've got the rest of the Le Mans series, the Peter Auto Le Mans series for you this year, which will include again Le Mans Classic in July. Andrew Marriott will join Bruce and myself. Heartily looking forward to that, with some of the cars from the Le Mans Legends that were here over the weekend involved in Le Mans Classic for the first time. Legends of Le Mans have been updated to bring some newer cars in. Let's hear Patrick Jamin. Matthew Jamin's radio.
So you have 2 GTs behind you, then the sister car, then a Caddy and a BMW. Caddy and BMW are fighting for position with the sister car, so we see what happens at the restart, but then when the sister car will catch, we'll have to do a swap, and an efficient one to avoid impeding them.
Well, nice and clear instruction there. There can be no misunderstanding. That car was delayed earlier on. They went over power for a bit and then they went into the pit lane. So they're sitting down in 33rd position, and they are 22 laps away from the front of the field. When we come back to the restart, it will be Will Stevens who brings them round. Can't be that far off at the moment. circling back to green flag, waiting for the race control to tell us. Still double yellows at the first chicane, says turns 2 and 3, of course. That is, I suppose, strictly speaking, that is correct. That's where Nick Cassidy went off in the Peugeot on his outlap and was mightily disappointed with himself for that. Doing the sweeping there, and in fact, as I say that, the double yellows have been removed. That means that the marshals are off the track. Just a quick note, by the way, on what has been a difficult weekend for our endurance community. Massive shout out to marshals, safety workers, the medical crews, etc. Thank you very much for all that you do to keep us safe when we go racing. And our thoughts very much with those who were at the Nürburgring this weekend. If you hadn't picked up the awful news, there was a 7-car accident in the early laps of yesterday's NLS race, the first of 2 this weekend for the ADAC Ravenol 24-hour qualifiers. And in that, I'm afraid, Juha Mettinen was killed in the accident, couldn't be revived at the medical centre. His career, well, he won the NLS V4 Championship title in 2023. He's finished 3rd in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring in 2024, 3rd in the 325 Cup standings. His family and teammates in our thoughts at the weekend as well. Had an incredible finishing record with something like almost 10% win ratio and a 48% podium ratio over 50 races at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He started his motorsport career in rallycross. Proud Finn. Juha.
So, stand by, you can do prep mode
your
on.
Memory will be a blessing.
It's still safety car. You can go prep mode this lap and I will keep you in for. Safety car has still not instructed to go at faster pace. And also update from Phil. So safety car will now increase the pace. Update from Phil. The rear is a bit light, especially at the end of the stint and the second stint. So take care of the rears. At the moment we reach the peak of back temp and we are dropping now.
That was Ifeye's pit lane radio. Enjoy the sound of the cars as they are going through. Still behind the Porsche safety car. 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. You're listening to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Fantastic for endurance weekend. Looks like the safety car is picking up speed just a little bit. Beautiful surroundings here at the Autodromo field just coming up through Tulsa, climbing the hill to Acqua Minerale. Field all back together again, but we don't do the field split, so there are some GT cars mixed in towards the sharper end of the field there. The historic circuit where the foundation stone was laid in 1950, about to resonate again to the sound of full speed, full noise racing cars, and it will be Will Stevens who brings them around.
He's on new tires behind.
Being told he's on new tyres behind them, full speed.
Full speed for the safety car. Full speed for the safety car.
Slightly delayed message, we're going green right now, and there they go past me to my right shoulder. Will Stevens then will have to hold off Rio Hirakawa and Alexandro Paguidi and Antonio Felix de Costa for Toyota, Ferrari, Alpine, and Nicholas Nielsen in the number 50 cars right there as well. Down through the first chicane, and there's a car going slowly. That is now, was that the Peugeot that pulled out the line there to let the faster cars through? I think it was. That was Nick Cassidy being very gentlemanly as he pulled out of line in the number 93 car. He was the cause of this safety car when he banged it in the gravel on his outlap at the first time of asking at the first chicane. Some real big wigs in the automotive world here as well this weekend. Top brass from Peugeot are here. Saw John Elkann for Ferrari was here as well earlier in the week. GT battle. The Benz, Manthey, Porsche, TF Sport, Ferrari. Garage 59 right in there as well. Garage 59 taking over the running of the McLarens. Johnny Edgar, Ben Gota right in there, and I think that's the Iron Lynx car not too far behind them as well. Ricardo Pera, Kobe Powell's, the Bend and the Heart of Racing car, Ricardo Pera in that number 92 car. Ralph Shaheen, remember. They had that drive-through for an unsafe release. So Will Stevens held on to the lead at the restart, halted by about 9/10 of a second from Rio Hirakawa in second. Alessandro Paguidi in third position, side by side. McLaren goes through. Johnny Edgar is relegated one position. Johnny then punched back from 8th to 9th as Benji Gota goes through and takes that position side by side on the restart. Just behind them is the one of the slightly delayed GT3 cars, I think. There's a bit of a mix there. Now, what about our leader, Will Stevens? He's climbing the hill now. Looked like he had a relatively clear track ahead of him, which he will do for a couple of laps, but then it's danger time as he hits the back of the GT3 field. Ferrari versus the Toyota in front of it, so that's Alexandro Paguidi who is battling with Ryo Hirakawa. So where's our leader? Must have come into the pits. The leader has pitted with the number 50 car as well. So Will Stevens into the pits. Timing just taking a moment or two to pull off. So that now climbing the hill is the battle for the lead. Will Stevens in the pit lane. And that seems an odd decision. But they were off kilter anyway. So Ryo Hirakawa from Alexandra Paguidi in second, and then there's 3 seconds back to Antonio Felix da Costa in third, AFA in fourth for AF Corsa. So that must have been a pretty quick pit stop. We saw Will climbing the hill with nothing in front of him. That is because he had pitted and he was behind the field. So he's let everybody go through. So Will Stevens now from the lead has dropped down to 14th position and some 33.5 seconds away from the lead. Stayed on the medium tyres. 8 laps on one side and 43 on the other. Nicholas Nielsen put one side of softs on. 2 softs on the left.
Good job, Ali.
So that was on the right.
Pay attention to your rear left.
New softs on the left for Nicholas Nielsen. They've left the mediums on the right. I love this split tyre strategy, by the way. Front to back, left to right, we're seeing both of it happening at the moment. If the RFID information we're getting through is indeed correct. At RSL Studio, by the way, if you want to get through. The 12 and the 50 both had the drive-throughs, of course. That wasn't the pit stop. It was the drive-throughs for the which you can't, of course, do under the safety car. So they did it as soon as the safety car pulled in when the field was compressed. And that was for infringements within the previous VSC. Thank you, George, for reminding me that. I had actually written that down, but I put my water bottle on the top of it and I couldn't see it. So, George, thank you very much indeed at RSL_studio. I thought it wasn't time for the cars to come into the pit lane. So now we'll see the actual pace of that number 50 and the number 12 as they get back up to pace. Ryo Hirakawa, qualifying hero for the number 8 Toyota Racing TRO10. And here's his radio. What's going on down at Toyota Racing?
Radio. Smaller cuts would be available. Smaller cuts are available. If you think they would be faster, up to you.
Smaller cuts available. Yeah, that's interesting. Is that something to do with how the gearbox, when they shift up, less cuts in the throttle? Because we're not talking about cutting corners, not cuts like in rallying. Genesis versus Peugeot. This will be something that will make the Genesis team very happy. That is the delayed Genesis, Mathieu Jaminet, right in behind the Peugeot. So that is not a battle for position, but it's good to see the Genesis back on pace after that number 19 car had the issues earlier on. Some cracking battles through the field here. All the talk about to BOP or not to BOP, or at least to talk BOP or not to talk BOP. What we are seeing here is good, clean, fast racing. Last time around, Alessandro Paguidi in the number 51 Ferrari did that car's fastest lap of the race. Reminder that the fastest lap in hypercars, the 32.2, And that was the Alpine, number 36. They've been on the pace all weekend. In LMGT3, Marvin Kerschoffer in the Garage 59, number 10. Leads from Parker Thompson. 2 new drivers to those respective programmes this year. Garage 59 new, of course, but taking on the running of the McLaren. Parker Thompson, the ever-smiling Canadian, is right about 1.4 seconds behind the leader and about 1.6 ahead of Sean Galley, his teammate in the number 32 team, WRT M4 GT3. Gianmarco Leverato on the flasher. He's right behind Sean Galley at the moment in the battle for the third step on the box. Going to the western end of the southwest end of the race circuit. Had a good chat with Rahel Frey on the way in earlier on this week. She might not be driving, but she still moves pretty quickly. Very fast walker. Now, performance manager at WRT. I asked her, has she given up driving? And she said, not given up, but nothing of the level that she was doing before on the horizon. And by the way, at the moment, she's throwing herself into it and hasn't really got much time for anything else. So she's to be found on the pit wall now with Team WRT. Sean Galley clobbering the curbs at the very end to Alta now, coming down the other side under the DHL advertising hoarding through that right kink and into the Lavazzas. The Ravazzas 1 and 2. Right hypercar battle as well. Going on in the midfield with Victor Martins chasing Tom Gamble, who's chasing Teal Porcher and Alex Riberos. And to be honest, Kevin Magnussen's not too far away. So that's Kevin in 7th, Alex in 8th, Porcher in 9th, then Tom Gamble in 10th, Victor Martins in 11th position. Different manufacturers, 2 Astons in there, but Peugeot and Alpine as well. Jesus Magno will be delighted to have his Gilbert in the number 17 car. Still on the lead lap. And just 3 seconds behind that battle in 11th place, ahead of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota with Seb Bourdais in behind the wheel now. Having taken that drive through.
Not too much.
Go down to Victor Martin's radio. Take the curb, but not too much, says his engineer. The number 36 guy in 10th position. Always helpful. The battle for the lead has really closed back in again. Per Greedy on Hirakawa, half a second between them at the last across the line. And it does appear as if Guidi is pushing on. VSC procedures for Alpine number 36 and TF Sport Corvette number 78 for VSC procedures. Well, we've got to say that they tend to result in a drive-through. Like the pit lane speed limits. It's not exactly a slam dunk, but there's an absolute involved there. It comes up on the computer. Really, it's just a confirmation of the statistical information. move by Ferrari number 51, I think, Alessandro Guidi, who'd lost a bit of time to Hirakawa, and that's how he lost it, because he had to go 3 wide and put 2 Michelin tyres on the grass as he was going past Ricardo Pera and Matteo Crusoni, I think, yeah, in the Iron Lynx AMG. Three hours 13 minutes still to go. RSL network this weekend has been exceptionally busy. You're listening to live coverage of the FIA World Endurance Championship on RS1. Getting the series underway with a record crowd, 35 cars, which actually is the lowest entry we've had in the WEC for quite some years. But having said that, it goes back to 2017, maybe 2016. But that in itself was the highest that we had for probably a decade before that. We are in truly a new era of international sports car racing at the highest level. Alessandro Perguini's 499p engine, 3 litre. 499p because it is 499 cubic centimetres for each one of the 6 cylinders that is behind the driver's head, pushing that car forward. What a success story it's been. There's been no secret of the fact that F1's been involved
clean
in it.
air ahead
Hirakawa
for
with some
the whole circuit until turn
advice.
12. Leave you to it, mate.
Now hearing there's an investigation for the heart of racing. The 23 pit stop. Violation for Corby Powell's, sitting in 15th in GT3. That's the close competition a moment or two ago. It's the drawn-out competition for GT going past the BMW. Making up a position. So that was Gianmarco Liverato going past Sean Gallale and up into third. Just a couple of minutes ago. 2 red cars go across the line. I love, by the way, Brennan Hartley in our pit interview making the point there's a lot of red shirts out there. If I'm brutally honest, Brendan, I don't think there are Toyota racing shirts in this part of the world. But right now, it is 2 of the red cars that are battling together for the lead of the race. Not even a second between them now. Alessandro Perguidi has target acquired as he climbs the hill. BMW on Corvette action again a moment or two ago. side of the racing circuit. Must have been a lapped car in there. I think we've got one of the TF cars down. Bit of an odd one there. Kirchhofer leads in LMGT3 by about 2 seconds from Parker Thompson, who's 2.5 up on Sean Gillette. Actually, no, that's changed, hasn't it? Because it's Gianmarco Liverato who is up there. Let's go to Ferrari Radio. Okay, Alessandro Paguidi in third. In second, excuse me.
Set. Just keep them under pressure. We are going to double this tire set. Not triple.
Well, they're going to try and double stint that tyre. This is the closest battle on the track at the moment. Hirakawa, and it's for the lead. Hirakawa within the right in his wheel tracks. The Ferrari of Alessandro Paguidi pushing along. Fascinating to see the relative strengths and weaknesses of the different cars here as this battle for the lead ebbs and flows. They've got clear track at the moment for a little bit. Let's listen in to Hirakawa's radio.
Stereo, good job, good job. It's just you and 51 at this pace. There's a 7-second gap back to the 35.
That was the... I'm not sure that he needed to be told that, because I'm sure he can see the Ferrari right up his tailpipes. If you're watching the online timing, you can see Alex Riberas in second position at the moment on timing. That is not correct. The situation is that the two red cars are leading this motor race. The 35 that you heard on the radio there was is Antonio Felix da Costa in Alpine Endurance. He's another 8 seconds further back. And at the moment struggling to hold on, or at least unable to hold on at the moment. So Hirakawa, Paguidi, Antonio Felix da Costa, Nick de Vries and Kevin Magnussen, your top five. Further back down the field, Alpine and Toyota fighting. That's Antonio Felix da Costa, the aforementioned, and Nick de Vries battling for position. And they unusually are in clear air at the moment. You don't often get it in terms of the gaps on the road. I've just been putting off introducing our next guest actually whilst we were watching the battles, but I am delighted to say I don't think anything's going to happen. Ray Niels alongside me. Now, feel free to shout, "Oh my goodness," if something happens on the track. Welcome to the FIA World Endurance Championship. How are you enjoying it so far?
Thank you very much. It's super enjoyable to be here and the beginning of a hopefully long and fruitful adventure. The car and at my first two sets of stints here, and it's a ton of fun.
This is a World Championship. You have experience with Aston Martin in National and Regional Championship. As a driver, and indeed in the competition on track.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the atmosphere atmosphere here is unbelievable, and I've had the pleasure of attending quite a few WEC races, including it's the level of competition, the level of precision with the series is really second to none. Having the crowd here, all the Italian fans are so passionate. It's such a great place to, get to make my first steps, and, well, I should say, getting thrown in the deep end once again by Ian James.
He's known for keeping people honest, let's put it that way. We'll keep an eye on what's going on here. Two of the prototypes, the Valkyrie prototypes, which bear the Heart of Racing names, just swapping positions there as Alex Riberas and Tom Gamble are out on the circuit at the moment, and right in with them is Victor Martins and Sebastian Bourdais as they're fighting for position. Also got Robin French in there as well in the number 20 BMW. This is all for 4th, 5th, 6th, etc. position. Nice and tight at the sharp end of the field. Tell me about Heart of Racing. How did it start? I should say, by the way, we've just had a couple of pit stops, and it's Kevin Magnussen that now leads from Ifeye in second, Alex Riberas in third for the 15, the 83 and the 009. That's what it's showing on. No, that isn't right, my apologies. The timing screen's just put itself right. It's still Rio Hirakawa from Per Guidi from Antonio Felix de Costa. Sorry for getting you excited about Alex Riberas there. He's in ninth at the moment, so that battle was a little bit further down the field. Tell me the thought process behind starting Heart of Racing as an entity, and why it was a good idea to combine the race team with what you do for the Seattle Children's Cardiac Unit.
Well, I wish I could say that I'd been directly involved in that decision-making process. I've more just gotten to get to witness it, but I had the pleasure of getting to witness it. And the Heart of Racing has existed for longer than its current iteration, and its current management has been involved. It's changed hands a couple of times, but the vision has kind of always stayed the same of, having something larger than just what we do on the track. It's really heartening to obviously get involved in this incredible, and one of the best things, I could imagine being fortunate enough to do, but having this bonus of raising money for a good cause and going out and trying to get wins for children who are much less fortunate, and hoping to raise money to help them to get to live fuller, happier, and healthier lives is really fantastic, to have that behind us.
And we're talking considerable amounts of money, aren't we?
Yeah, in the millions of dollars. So.
Wow. And how is that money raised? What do you guys do to actually put that money into the charity?
Well, there's per lap that goes to the charity. There's, if you follow us on our various social medias, donations automatically go to the charity for that. There's individual donations. There's sales from merchandise. There's all these different channels that help go back into the thing that we're trying to make an effort for. So,
okay, the cloud cover may also affect the way the tire's working, so think about some things there. We still do not expect rain. No rain expected.
We are here, Kat. They're talking about the tires. See if he gets any reply from Rio. I haven't heard anything on the radio back from him. Radio alongside me in the Global Broadcast Centre. How anxious do you get when you're not in the car? Because right now you can't affect what's going on out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's kind of gotten less with time. You know, I'm a control freak. As I'm sure most of the people in this sport are, and not having variables that you feel like you might have some control over. It's anxiety-provoking, but sort of with time you have to learn to let go of those things, and in doing so it means you can put more effort into the things that you can control. And, you know, that's the thing about this sport is that if everybody on the team maximizes that's where a result comes from.
You're driving in Le Mans GT3 at the moment, but we have to talk about the glorious project that is the Valkyrie. Yeah. Now, whose bright idea, and I am not being facetious or sarcastic at all, whose bright idea was it to turn that road car, that track car, into a full house Le Mans contending World Championship racing car?
Well, that is a long story that I don't have all of the ins and outs of. I mean, originally, and you can correct me if I'm misremembering this, but the hypercar class was sort of created with the Valkyrie in mind.
Absolutely right.
Part of the whole idea of making this was to try and give new OEMs or existing OEMs an opportunity to create road cars that could then be used in the top class of endurance racing. And you know, fortunately, through all the ins and outs, the ups and downs, we somehow have two beautiful Valkyries racing and one overseas as well. And you know, it's kind of been a series of miracles to come together and get that V12 screaming down the Mulsanne. But let me tell you, it wasn't always that way, and we're very happy that we managed to work with Aston and get the people we need, get the resources we need, and you know, get the ball rolling. And that's really just what it is right now, is momentum. How can we, you know, keep improving, keep getting the car better weekend after weekend, you know, doing the development, improving the dampers, thinking about the aero package for the Imola. There's so much to it, you know, and I hope that people at home are really appreciating this car, because it was not easy to get here, and we're so happy we managed to pull it off.
Right now, all around the world, people are shouting at their computers, radios, phones, whatever the day. Yes, we are, because I've never known a car that has had such a positive reaction. Even if you're a fan of a different manufacturer, everybody loves the Valkyrie. I was fortunate enough to go to Cosworth, not too far from where I was going to say where I live, nominally where my post gets delivered to, because we're on the road so much like yourself. Before Le Mans last year, and see the engines for the race cars in build, and hear them on the dyno. First of all, they're a work of art, never mind what they do as a motor power unit, but incredible. And it kind of a throwback, Ray, to earlier times, with the engine being normally aspirated, the V12, the big capacity. and the look of the car as well. If I squint, I kind of see a little bit of Group C in there as well. And right now, the car is unique in the terms of what rule set it's using and how it goes about its competition life.
Yeah, going with the road-going hypercar tree of the different options that an OEM
great.
can use.
I'm going to steal that. Thank you.
That we get a lot of freedom with our aero package. We have a lot of the same restrictions, but a little bit more leeway to try and encourage OEMs to bring their own potential street cars to competition. So that's why part of the reason our car looks so much different than, and obviously we're the only normally aspirated non-hybrid car on the grid, which gives some advantages and other drawbacks too. And
very good job on this front-looking management, very good job. Good pace for the tires.
But underneath that too, there really is different theories about aerodynamics and powertrain that are being put to the test here. And I'm a naturally aspirated purist. I love the sound, I love the feel of a normally aspirated engine, so it's just an incredible honor to get to be part of this team and part of this project.
Graniolo is alongside me in the global broadcast centre. Let's talk about your first couple of stints then. A track that isn't at all easy to learn. You were competing at the highest level, as we mentioned. You'll go back, you'll analyse the data. But how do you feel it went?
Yeah, I mean, this weekend has been this week's really kind of been a low and a high for me. I really kind of felt like a fish out of water coming here. There's just so much going on, and I was having trouble really finding my groove, finding my ability to attack the entries with the car and really find my pace. And I have this rule of every time I get in the car, there's 3 things that I'm going to do, and those can be 3 different corners, 3 different pieces of technique, or 3 different things that I'm going to be doing in my head. And if I can accomplish those 3 things, I've done 3 things better. And each time I get in the car, I try to be, a 1% better driver. So it was rough to start, and every session just getting faster and faster, and getting to start the race, kind of still having the sensation, man, do I really belong here? Like, can I go and get a result for the team here? And just finding my groove. It was really nice to go and get a long stint in.
Yes.
You need to get a word in here.
No, it's fine. Carry on. I want to come back to that first stint in a moment. Mathis Jobert for Genesis. Here's his radio.
So up to P12 with a penalty on the Alpine, and this car ahead dropped recently. Go get him, no energy saving.
Managing energy out there. I don't think you've got to go, Great. Thanks very much indeed for being with us. What did you see? We had a nice, sensible start at the front of the field in the hypercars. It looked a bit frantic back where you were in the GT, Le Mans GT3. Did you see what was going on there? There was people on the grass. There was dust everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those when you've got cars, we're all bunched together and you can see dust up ahead and you're sort of wondering, oh boy, what's going to be there when I get there? But fortunately, everybody was able to keep it together, and honestly, the driving standards here are fantastic. Everybody's very respectful. It's always a bit intimidating coming to a new paddock and not knowing what that atmosphere of the car is going to be, but I've been really impressed.
Thank you for your time.
Of course.
Thank you for what you put into a sport that we all love. Our listeners would absolutely berate me if I didn't pass on their thanks as well, if nothing else, for that screaming V12 engine.
Well, thanks to all your listeners for being fans.
and there's a lot of people behind you. If they could push you to the line on any race, I'm sure they would. Grenier, thanks for being with us.
Appreciate it anytime.
RS1, the home of endurance racing, our fantastic 4 events this weekend here at the first round of the FIA World Endurance Championship at RSL_studio. Keeping an eye on various battles as we were talking to Gray Newell there. What an opportunity for him in the World Championship. Love that. Clearly, it's a shame we didn't have a camera here because he was smiling all the way through that. Hopefully that came through. Now, a moment or two ago, it was internecine battle between the 2 Iron Lynx AMGs, and that's allowed the number 92 Porsche, the Manthey car, to make up some real estate, with Ricardo Perret getting in between Matteo Cressoni and Rui Andrade in the 2 Iron Lynx cars. Still Marvin Kirchhofer in the number 10 Garage 59. That's the McLaren that leads by now nearly 6 seconds from Parker Thompson, who's got about 2 seconds on Johnny Edgar, who's now in a 3rd position, with Proton Competition and Maria Leverato in 4th position. Only a few manufacturers that run in both of the championship, and the man at the head of BMW M Motorsport, Andreas Roos, has so much going on this weekend that I have no clue. Did you actually get any sleep last night, Andreas?
Hi, John. Yeah, I have to say, it's a very busy weekend again. We had already the IMSA race, which finished yesterday. At the moment, still in parallel, we are racing at the Nordschleife, qualifier race, and for sure here in Imola. So it's quite busy for us, but it's good. We like to be busy.
Just a bit, and I think you've got some BMWs racing at Spa as well in the Creventic.
That's true.
As well, all covered by us. Before we go any further, I know that Juha Mattinen wasn't a BMW Works driver, but he was driving a BMW for Kievan Motorsport yesterday. Sadly lost his life in that 7-car pile-up. He's part of the endurance family, and more importantly, he's part of the BMW family.
Yeah, that's really sad, and for sure it's shadowing the whole event. We have to be honest. It was unfortunate what happened, and it's always really sad when somebody loses his life in such an accident. Our condolences from BMW are with the family, and but
I noticed the cars were running with a little black ribbon on them today in his honour and in his remembrance.
Exactly. So we had the cars actually running here, and also the cars at the Nordschleife have a black ribbon, just to also take part in this difficult situation.
All of that aside, the competition continues, and I know a couple of people who knew Juha very, very well, and he would expect nothing less, by the way. Having said that, competition was in his bones from his rallycross days right through to the NLS. This is a huge undertaking from BMW M Motorsport. You're not making life easy for yourself and for the whole team with everything going on. Into the start of the World Championship season now, to add to everything else that's already been ongoing for a few races. How's things going here this week? You're being competitive. It looks pretty tight in that prototype field, in the GT field. That's kind of what we expect.
To be honest, we are very busy, but we were looking forward really to kick also the WEC season off and to start here in Imola. Unfortunately we had to postpone the first race in Qatar, but now we are super happy to be here and to have this kicked off and running here. I think with our Evo car, which we run already since this year in the championship, we did already what we said the last day, the 36 hours of Florida, so the 24 hours of Daytona, where we had a podium with P3, and then afterwards the 12 hours of Sebring. So we have already a bit running under the belt with the car. But it's always exciting when the season starts, and you are right. At the moment we are in the fight. Everything is very close. Our car 15 is at the moment only P5.
Correct.
So I think only maybe 4 or 5 seconds behind the podium. So all still in the game.
Everything to play for in Le Mans GT. You've been leading, and Parker Thompson actually has just gone back to the lead ahead of Marvin Kirchhoffer. That number 69 car with the tic-tac colours this weekend. He's Antonio Felix de Costa.
Without lifting, we should go for it.
I don't have much more. Put out when we're going to get something good. He's been asked to conserve there. Not sure that you could hear that, but he was being asked to conserve energy. The guys in the 69 car, Parker Thompson and Tony McIntosh coming into the team, paired up with Dan Hartman. Dan, you know very, very well indeed, and he's been an absolute superstar coming through the junior programme with Neil Verhagen and Max Hesse, of course, those three former housemates at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They've gelled into a team really quickly. I can feel it when I talk to any of them. It's incredible.
It's really incredible to see how this all fits together, from, let's say, the pure driver lineup, but also the ideas with the iconic livery, what they all do.
And that came from Tony, yeah?
This was an idea. He and Tony, he and Vincent, they basically came up, and so it's a great idea to make something happen like this. It's also nice for the fans. It's really going. It's a complete 360 degree thing. It's the overalls, the caps, the car livery, even the autograph cards are in the right livery.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't get down to the... it was ridiculously big. Have you ever seen a crowd?
Yeah.
92,000 I'm hearing here.
It's really... when I was on the grid, to see all the grandstands fully packed, it's really amazing. And this shows us that we do something right with endurance racing. We are on a high in the endurance racing. The WEC Championship is super competitive and very professional championship, and it's super nice to see this, and this is why we are competing here.
Sean Khalil just in and out of the pit lane, and that looked fairly standard. You've had success with the LMGT3 car clearly before Andreas. This is Andreas Rees from BMW Motorsport. That is a car that is a relatively known quantity. You mentioned the evolution of the hypercar with the BMW and WRT run car, the big V8. How much difference is that making? I'll answer that after we've heard from Rio Hirakawa's radio. He's been getting a bit of front locking on that car.
14, 15. They go about 5 meters deeper into 14, sacrifice a bit the exit, and go a bit wider. 15 exit, if you want to try that.
That sounds like a bit of coaching there from the pit lane. The race engineer letting them know. Evolution, significant evolution for the Le Mans hypercar, or are we almost sharpening a razor blade here? How much can you actually do that makes big steps?
Yeah, and generally we have to say we run in a championship where we try to, at the end, to balance the performance, and but it's more about drivability of the car and giving the drivers a consistent and predictable car, and this is the main topic we worked on. We did a small update on the car for the 2025 season, where we did a change on the brake system, which was also, it was not about lap time, it was just purely about drivability, consistency, and this was also the purpose on our second update on the car, where we had a bigger aero update, especially on the front. But also the cooling package was updated, also there to also make the life a bit easier for the mechanics, to be a bit more accessible to everything. So it's a bigger package what we did there, and I have to say until now everything works like expected. There's still Starting with the Evo and being on the podium at the 24 Hours of Daytona was already a good start, and is always a good feeling.
Is there a danger when you have these evolutions, Andrea, that you can almost lose your way? I mean, it's not like you throw away everything you learned on the old car. Obviously, you're trying to improve, but there's a danger potentially that you can go down what in English we would call a blind alley. You can go off in a direction that perhaps isn't the right one.
A bit. The risk is always there, but on the other hand, we also have to say also to keep costs under control and to have a sustainable championship and sustainable regulations. The steps you can do with the joker systems are, let's say, also in a window where you exactly know how the car should behave and in which direction it goes. But also always you learn something. We ran the car before for 3 years. You learn always something about the car, and then you have to do some new learnings and some new steps when you build the Evo car and do some updates on the car. So we are still a bit in the learning phase for the Evo, but I'm pretty sure we will soon extract the maximum out of it.
There's no time to waste, though, is there? Because you don't get any grace in this championship.
No. Yeah, I mean, this championship is basically from the day go when you start into the championship. It's basically a full sprint through the whole season. There is no room for mistakes. It's completely fully attention to detail. You have to get everything right, and that's how this championship is.
Little gravelly moment for Victor Martins in the number 36 Alpine a moment or two ago. That will have somewhat scruffied up, if that's the correct term, his Michelin tyres. At the moment, Nicholas Nielsen leads for Ferrari by 3.3 of a second from his teammate James Collado in the 51. Antonio Felix da Costa is right there for Alpine in third. Then Ife, should I say. Toyota Racing next up. After the F-Course of Ferrari, Kamui Kobayashi. That's a good battle as well between those two for fourth and fifth position. And of course, as I say that, we're starting pit stops as we're doing this little CrowdStrike hourly update. Will Stevens in sixth, Seb Buemi in seventh, Seb Bourdais in eighth for Cadillac, Toyota and Cadillac. Raffaele Marciello is ninth now in the number 15 BMW M Team WRT, and Theo Pourchaire makes up the top 10. I'm reading these out. It keeps changing. There's no consensus on the strategy here, Andreas. I'll tell you that. Have you worked out what any of your competitors are actually trying to do?
Our guys downstairs, they are also busy and trying to get fully on top of it, also with the different tires and tire strategy here. So it's very, very interesting, and you really have to be sharp to keep on top of everything.
I've noticed quite a few pit stops, and actually at the moment we haven't got the tyre information, but I was getting it earlier on. There are split tyre strategies, softs and mediums, side to side for some teams, front to back for some teams as well. Have you been exploring that?
Yeah, we also for sure try to take our conclusions out of the prologue and the test day here to understand what is the best combination, let's say, in terms of tires. And also for us, there is also opportunities with split strategy, so we also try to explore also this side.
Have you found something that's working for you? That's the biggest question. Don't tell me what it is, but you can tell me if you're happy with the direction you're going. We've still got, half of this race left?
Exactly. I will tell you in 2 hours and roughly 40 minutes if it worked out.
If it worked out, yes. What would be a good result here for both of the projects?
We always want to fight for podiums and victories. I think when we would end up here on the podium, or at least have a fair chance, when we get everything right with the cars to be there in the mix and fight for a podium position, we would be okay.
but the difference between that and being out of the points is the click of a finger. That hyperpole yesterday.
Yes.
3/4 of a tenth between the top four.
Yeah, it's crazy how close everything is, and this is what I said. You really have to get everything together. And we also, there's still a lot of time left in the race, a lot of time left to do things right, but also time to do maybe a wrong call or whatever, so you have to be sharp until the last minute.
Another set of pit stops coming in. There was talk earlier in the week of a beautiful sunny day, which we certainly got this morning. Then there was a chance of rain. Now I'm not so sure. What's your weather radar telling you?
At the moment we think that no rain is coming, but it changes also here quite quickly. It looks like the rain is passing by and not coming to here. So also when the weather changes, there's also always risks and chances. So it's at the end it's the same for everyone.
Indeed. So we're into the hypercar pit stop window for the cars that did stop the last time, I said, which includes the two Ferrari AF Corsa Works car for Nicholas Nielsen and for James Collado. This looks like an energy fuel only stop for the Toyota as well. This is the number 8 car that Sebastian Buemi has brought in. They're on the medium tyres with the yellow sidewalls. Can't let you go without talking about the M3 Touring GT3, effectively, as it is. At the Nordschleife this weekend, didn't quite get the run in the top qualifying that you were hoping. The weather conditions weren't quite there for you. That's a serious effort. You and I were talking about this earlier in the week, but for people just joining us now, an April Fool that became real and is a serious effort because
we like it, and our fans, most of it, our fans liked it, and this is why at the end it happened, to be honest. Because when we saw the engagement from our community, from our fans, especially also the BMW M fans, on this April Fool, we clearly said, when this April Fool has already such a big impact, how would it be when the race car is really running? And then we clearly said, I mean, when we do it, we don't just do a show car. We clearly said, then it has to be a real competitive car. Which goes racing.
Well, you could have just done an AI render nowadays. A lot of people do that, but that is not the BMW M way, is it?
No. This was clearly not our way. We clearly said if we do it, then we do it proper. And at the end, it's a competitive GT3 car, or in a GT3 spec car, because actually it's not homologated like a GT3 car, but it has all the good genes from let's say our M4 GT3 Evo. Inside, we had to do some fine-tuning because obviously the bodywork is a bit different to the normal M4. But I followed it today. Also the Nordschleife, and the car runs well. It's nice to see. It's really good.
And are there any advantages to running the touring, the wagon, as the Americans would call, estate car as we call it, body? I'm old enough to remember estate cars running in the British touring cars. Yeah. I've seen saloons rather than hatchbacks running in TCR, even quite recently. Are there any advantages to that body shape?
Yeah, the biggest advantage is that the fans, they give extra motivation. No, I mean,
you're very funny in a second language. You can stop doing that straight away.
From pure technical side, there is not really an advantage, to be honest. I mean, we had to do quite some effort because the car is a little bit higher. The aerodynamics had to be completely changed because the rear wing, we had to look that we exactly get the same or come to the same downforce level. This was our goal, that also the behavior of the car there.
Yes.
Balance everything, so it was quite a big effort. So let's say on the technical side there is not really an advantage.
Would you consider taking it somewhere other than the Nürburgring Nordschleife?
Yeah, I think then we have to talk to some promoters and also some people doing the regulations, because at the end the car is not a GT3 car, because first of all the GT3 car has to have 2 doors and our cars has 5 doors.
Yep.
There are some things, but it's a super nice one-off, and the people love it, and I think it will not be the last time at the 24-hour race that you will see the car.
There is an invitation class at the 12 Hours of Bathurst. I might just...
Yeah, maybe we have to see that. But there will be a bit of a roadshow afterwards with the
Good.
car.
Excellent. Andres, thank you very much. I
Thank
can't
you
wait
very
to
much,
see that car in action. Myself, in May, will have the coverage for you live, the English language coverage on YouTube and around the world, and the audio on the radio Limited Network. Andreas Roos, thank you very much. Press on pass to Vincent and the rest of WRTT.
Thank you very much.
Great to have the ability to talk with in the race to these real characters in the lane. Let's see what's going on the circuit at the moment. Ryo Hirakawa still leading for Toyota, and well, actually now I've got 2 different timing screens telling me different things. I've had some technical challenges this weekend, I think it is fair to say. So, what I can tell you is that, yeah, I think that Ryo Hirakawa is leading from Paguidi in second, and then it's Nick de Vries in third position. Toyota, Ferrari, and EFA also in there as well. In GT3, when last I looked, we had a cracking battle going on. We'll get back to that in a minute when we get timing back here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. So, if you are just joining us, good to have your company. We'll pick out some of the battles for you And another guest coming in just a moment's time. But side-by-side action and contact at Rivazza 2. BMW and Peugeot coming together side by side. Oh my goodness, battle for position, and that was a fairly robust manoeuvre at the moment as they were battling, as I say, for that position. Now will race control need to look at that as they streak up the hill and continue on that battle. We keep an eye on that as they turn through the right-hander. Now, let's see, it was a long way back on the number 94 Peugeot of Theo Pourchaire. BMW went through the number 20 car and somehow got through. Rene Rast driving that car earlier on. Do you know what? I don't think there was contact now I saw that again. Delighted to welcome Peter Kronschnabel. Is that how I say that?
That's perfect, actually. Peter Kronschnabel, yeah.
Kronschnabel. Excellent. From Genesis Europe. Welcome, and welcome to the championship.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm very pleased to be here.
We know Genesis now. It's established itself as an automotive luxury brand. It was a bold step to take, bringing that onto the showroom floor. Why is that? Why is now the right time for Genesis and Genesis Magma in particular, and that we need to talk about, to come motor racing at this point in the genesis of Genesis, if you like?
I mean, obviously, when we talk about premium, it's also about performance. And where can you show the best that you know how to handle performance than in motorsports? And for us, obviously, talking about motorsports is it's all about durability. And in durability, the WEC racing is a very important race series for Genesis.
As I said, the brand has undoubtedly caught people's imagination. I've driven some of your cars, both the ICE cars and more latterly the full BEV cars. It has brought together some very interesting strands of design, and of course we know that Luke Donkervolker is an absolute genius, and I use that word advisedly when it comes to that. Different design, different materials, almost different philosophies that we haven't necessarily seen before in a car brand.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, Luke and the entire design team did a great job. But not only him, I mean, also in the factory to produce the quality. We should not forget them. That's very important as well. And then, obviously, at the end, you have also the retail, where the customer comes in touch with the product. Because at the end of it, the customer is our judge, who judges whether our cars fulfill his expectations. And I would say from the quality of the vehicles, be it driving or especially the interiors, we have a real outstanding quality, because we try to put obviously not just premium materials in the car. We try also to give the customer in the premium segment an experience of certain luxury things which he normally doesn't find in the segment.
I think it was not last year but the year before, we took your big SUV, the 7-seater SUV, to the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the 24 hours, and we used that as our team transport. And I remember saying in the road test that literally everything we touched had a premium feel on your fingertips. Now that's easy for me to say. How difficult is that to achieve and make a point of difference between yourselves and your competitors?
I mean, obviously it's not an easy task, but when you want to establish a premium brand, you need to do things different than others. And being different, you need to do the things they are different where it's relevant for a customer. Because what is not relevant for a customer, you can put many efforts in, but if the customer is not appreciating it, it doesn't differentiate you. So at the end, we were working very hard on these things to have a clear differentiation to the establishment.
It's clear that you work with your customers. We call our road test real-world road test. We take cars for a little while. We don't just drive them around a test track. We don't just have 20 minutes with them. We take them on a long drive. We do our chores around the house with them. And it's clear that you listen, because on that car, which was a 7-seater, things that I'd never seen before, like the ability to talk via speakers to people in the back seats, potentially that would be your children if it was a family car.
Yeah, for sure.
I thought that was genius. The way that when you indicated the right-hand side dial, in addition to you having your door mirror, became a video screen and showed you what was alongside you. These things, you don't think you need them until you've had that. I suppose it's like an electric heated steering wheel. Until you've had one, you don't know you need them. Where's this coming from? Is that feedback from your customers?
I mean, it's partly feedback from the customers, but it's also actually our engineers and designers. They're so much into detail. They are focused on really detailed things because they want to make things better than that what is existing. And therefore they go this route, knowing that it's a hard way and it requires many efforts.
Let's just go down to Kevin Magnussen with Shea Adam in the pit lane.
It seems like you have a very competitive car.
Yeah, it was a long stint I had, but it's okay. I mean, it's not the most demanding track, and the temperatures today are pretty good. So, yeah, it was good fun. There was some good battles out there. I think the pace of the car is reasonable. We're in the top 5 right now. We're in P5. So let's see. You know, we're good on fuel and we've been good on tires as well. So we're in good shape, I think, to try and fight at the end.
Fingers crossed.
Second.
Fingers crossed for you.
Thank you.
Kevin Magnussen with Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Peter Crunch-Schnabel is with me from Genesis. We're talking about premium brands and performance. Is that where Magma as a name comes in?
I mean, Magma is for us a program, and obviously it's not only about performance, it's the best of the best what Genesis as a brand. Right, that means part of it is performance, and obviously the GV16 Magma with 650 horsepower, that is pure EV horsepower, and within the Magma we use the best materials we have at Genesis to provide to the customer, I mean, a 360-degree experience.
Again, easy for us to talk about this, but when you are in that premium space, you're asking people to invest quite serious amounts of their hard-earned cash, and the choices between you and perhaps brands that they are more aware of, they've seen around for a longer time. What challenges does that bring to you?
For sure it brings a challenge. It's always like when you buy a technical product, I mean, one thing is to fall in love with it because you love the design, you love the quality of the materials, etc. But the second question is, what happens if I need service?
Yes.
And that's exactly where we want to make the point. And yes, we're a young brand, but we're working a lot and working very hard on establishing the service, because knowing you can turn actually, let's call it a negative experience by having a technical issue, for instance, not caused by the manufacturer, but caused for whatever reason, into a positive service experience. And there we're working on.
Everything in life nowadays seems to be more and more complicated, even the most simple of things.
Definitely.
And we all know things can go wrong. I never judge. I think most consumers are like this in whatever part of their lives. I never judge people by something going wrong. I judge by what they do to make that situation right. And that's exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Just on the racing side of things, where does that go from here? We've got the two prototypes here making their way and running in the top 10 at one stage. Obviously a little problem with Daniel Hunkedeer's car earlier on, the number 19 car. What do we know what that was, by the way?
No, I don't know. I haven't been in the box.
That's fine. We didn't get our pit lane reporters to tell us about that. Is there an opportunity for a GT product, something that is based within a more street or road car area, because you've been playing around with a few sneaky and very sexy little concepts.
Well, for sure we did last year. We showed a show car, a GT3 car, and for sure this was show cars are very important to also inspire our designers to go in different directions. But at this point of time, there is no GT car confirmed.
Okay. You change your mind on that, because I've seen some of the designs and they do look very good. This season in racing, from your point of view as having to get cars out there and get cars into customers' hands, you're there to sell cars. Racing is about focusing people in on a brand and saying, I want one of those. So what do you want to see from this programme, this Genesis Magma Racing programme, that will help you and help your staff in the Genesis showrooms?
I mean, first of all, I want to give all the credit to the team, because Cyril and his team, I honestly must say...
Cyril's a force of nature, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, within 500 days from a white piece of paper, they created a racing team. And for sure, today is the first time that our cars are in a racing environment. So... And we're now half through the race, and they're doing well. I mean, it's very important that they sustain the full racing time, also that we experience. I expect, because racing and everybody who's here, and I think we have almost 70,000 spectators.
92.175.
Oh, wow, even more than I thought. I mean,
record attendance for this event.
Okay. I mean, it's about emotions. I mean, you create a lot of emotions. And, I mean, obviously, premium cars, it's about emotions.
Correct.
And, obviously, also awareness. And with this, we are participating, and I know this, the WEC series will deliver all that in Europe for us, on our way to establish Genesis as a premium brand in Europe.
We've had a lot of stability in the regulations, which I think has brought us to this position in the FIA World Endurance Championship, with more manufacturers to come in. You don't always get that in the automotive space. How difficult has it been as a brand to assess where we thought we were going, where we might be going? I know we've changed again. Those are things that often aren't within a manufacturer's purview. It can be governmental, it can be geopolitical events, as we know. Even we got wrapped up in that with motor racing. How far down the line are you planning, and how flexible do you have to be?
I mean, that is exactly the challenge for any automotive manufacturer in the 21st century. I think this stability in planning cycles is not there anymore. You need to be agile, you need to have a plan B. And you need to also prepare, actually, I always call it the perfect storm, that many things can change very fast. And if you can't react, or if you can't, let's anticipate these changes, it will be very difficult to be successful.
The problem is you can't really afford to go the wrong way either, because that could be very, very costly, even for a business the size of Genesis, as part of the Kia Hyundai Genesis
Motor Company,
Motor Company. Which is that's the other thing. I'm not sure people realise when they say Genesis how big the whole company is.
Yeah, no, we are very proud of being part, or being the premium brand of the Hyundai Motor Company, and the Hyundai Motor Company is the third largest automotive manufacturer in the world. So it's very good, because we leverage our experience, obviously, also on the experience of the entire group.
Thank you for coming and supporting sports car racing. I've seen a lot of people in black and orange. You're clearly getting some merchandise out to the fans.
Yeah, we have to do that.
Now we're a bit over the up the road with the prancing horse, and how much that they've delivered, but they've taken a very long time to be able to do that. So congratulations on just getting here, and have a great season, race well. And I hope everybody in the company takes this to their heart. We're on a wave of K-pop, K-travel, K-cooking, K-culture, K-motorsport. Is that going to be a thing?
Yeah, it sounds interesting. No, Peter.
Thank you, Peter. Peter Kronschnabel from Genesis Europe, supporting Genesis Magma, of course, this weekend. And what a story that has been, highlighting that 500 days since we saw the original concept in Dubai, and now it is racing here out on the circuit. Let's give you a quick update of what's been going on in this middle portion of the race. As Ryo Hirakawa, still leading the race for Toyota. Ferrari second. Victor Vries for Toyota in third place. Yeah, I think that's right. Unfortunately, the timing screens that are above me are correct, but they are right where the lights are, and I can't see them, and the online timing is playing up a little bit for me. I've had some issues throughout this week with connectivity in the press room here. So I'm going to go with what I can see out of the window rather than anything else. So Ferrari in 12th position is Nicholas Nielsen. He's got Matthew Chopin right ahead of him for 11th. And they have been out of the pits. They're 2 laps apart since they have been out of the pits. Coming through with the Alpine there as well in that little 3-car battle pack. I don't think the Alpine is part of that. The Ferrari fans at the moment very happy with what's going on at the front of the field. I'm sure they would like Alexandre Pagidi, the APG, to get to the sharp end of what is going on. At the moment the gap is 3 seconds, and then Nick de Vries. Toyota did a lot of hard work through the winter and do seem to have found something with their car. Even if it is only a balance that has given the car a little bit more of an open window, if you will. That potentially is an advantage, of course. So the GT battles continue as well. Johnny Edgar and Thomas Fleming battling for first position in respectively the Aston and the in the Corvette and the McLaren, which is tied together. Parker Thompson for BMW is in third position at the moment, and Finn Gersitz for the second McLaren in fourth. And we've yet to see Dan Harper in that number 69 car. It's half a second, 11 seconds and 16 seconds, let's say, between that battle. They've just got to cross the start-finish line. At the moment, there's nothing between them in lap times as well. Corvette, if anything, looking to be a little less sharp out the corners. Now, here's something that's interesting. We've been watching the weather, and the track's just been declared wet. Now, that doesn't mean it is wet, and the teams have been told they don't need to put on the rain lights yet, but declaring... Right, there may be localised showers. What this does, when race control declares the track wet, it gives the teams the opportunity to use wet tyres. Before then, they are not allowed to use the tyres that have the big grooves on them. There's only wets, there are no intermediates. The prototypes have 2 versions of the slicks, a medium and a soft, but both the GT cars on Goodyear's and the prototypes on Michelin's only have the single wet weather option. Now, they'll want to stay away from that as long as they can. If it gets wet enough to use them, the key point is when you come off them. Battle for the lead across the line again over my right shoulder and down towards Tamburello. And again, it looks like there's half a chance for the McLaren in second place. Tom Fleming, qualified on pole position, looks towards the Villeneuve chicane. Can he get through there? He can't. Then the short run from what are turns 5 and 6 to the uphill left-hander at Tussa. And from there you climb up through a little right-handed kink. Some big grandstands just over the top of the brow, which were absolutely chocker even at 8 o'clock this morning as soon as the gates were opened. And then through Piratella towards Acqua Minerali, and then climbing all the way up to the top of the hill, and Variante Alta at the top of the hill. Alta being the high chicane, high corners. And from there it's down through a little right-hand kink at 60. They just did Variante Alta there and split for a moment by a prototype, and that has not helped the McLaren at all, and Tom Fleming will be disappointed. He's chasing down fellow Brit Johnny Edgar for TF Sport and the Corvette, now down to Rivazza 1. And of course, if you have a Variante Alta, you've got to have a Variante Bassa, top and bottom. We don't actually use the Variante Bassa chicane, that's just for motorcycles, but there is a right kink just before the start-finish line that kind of gets called turn 19. And that effectively becomes Variante Bassa. Corner, of course. So if you are just joining us, problems earlier on for Danny Hunkadea, and the Genesis Magma dropping some laps, has been back out and circulating since then. We had Nick Cassidy going off as well and causing a safety car, but the big news is that both of the Lexus had issues. Hello to Mike Perrin. A few spots of rain at Tussa. A hint of rain, perhaps. Very, very light rain and drizzle at the top of the hill is what we're hearing. James O'Donnell, hello. George, hello. Loving the commentary and battles up and down the grid. Is the rain heading in like it did in 2024?
Mate, there is no water where you are saying as well.
Okay, good. Genesis on full stop, according to us.
That's Nicholas Nielsen battling for 12th and 11th. The little drops of rain on some of the windscreens. Ryo Hirakawa pulls out another 133.9, 133.8 for Per Guidi in second, 134.1.
So probably about half an hour, 20 minutes, starting P9, wet patches.
Not sure if we're going to hear that in the background. That was the pits to car radio for Robin Freinsch in the BMW. Two hours to go, or just over. 2 hours, 6 minutes and 28, 27, 26 seconds. 134 laps completed by the leader, who is still Ryo Hirakawa, who is being a bit of a superstar. Rumoured to be being looked at for Formula One. Now, a moment or two ago, we had yellow flags at Tamburello, and that was for the number 93 Peugeot, that just went straight on at that area of the circuit. That was Nick Cassidy again. He came to grief there earlier on. GT3, that battle for the lead, by the way, still hasn't been resolved. Corvette versus McLaren. Both mid-engine cars now, of course. Going through Tosa, climbing the hill. And traffic coming up behind them. I think that's one of the Toyotas that's about to come through. Piratella, turn 9. Just over the top of the brow, and it's slightly off camber there. And then 11, 12 and 13 is all part of the Acqua Minerale complex. And here comes the hordes of prototypes as well. Down at the start-finish line. Red cars to the fore with Rio Hirakawa from Alessandro Perguidi from Nick de Vries, and the yellow and red of AFA. Then the BMW of Rafa Macciello, the number 15 car. Still that great battle going on for 12th and 11th, Nicholas Nielsen and Mathis Jobert. In fact, it looks like Nick Nielsen's just got through. Did he manage to squeeze in before Tamburello and take the position? Yes, he did. Just got through. That's been, what, 4 or 5 laps in the making? And Alex Riberas had caught them up there. Sebastian Porte's radio in the mighty 38.
I got hit by the Mercedes. Look at the left rear pressure. Okay, copy.
It's one of the Iron Lynx cars he was talking about there at Variante Alta. The GT3 cars have very good braking capabilities. Porte looked like he was up the inside, but then was there a little bit of a turn in? Difficult to say. 5 o'clock local time, 4 o'clock in the UK. Just on 2 hours to go. Giorgio Sanna has rejoined us from McLaren. Spoke to him earlier in the week. Well, the anticipation is over, Giorgio. You've been around these paddocks for quite a long time. We're keeping an eye on the LMGT3 lead battle, which has one of your cars right in there and is absolutely superb. I know it was odd circumstances that we started here, but what a place to start the World Championship. What a crowd and what a race in both of the classes.
Yes, hi everybody. First of all, good afternoon. Yes, it's a great race. First of all, 92,000 spectators, I think is something really unbelievable.
And you know what? I believe that. I know sometimes you look at some crowd figures for other series around the world and you go, I believe that.
Yes,
you couldn't move on the grid.
The Rivazza corners, the Rivazza stand is full. But you know, Italian fans are quite unique, I have to say. So we are happy and proud to be here and to fight, let me say, for the best result possible. We start from the pole. That was for sure remarkable from our side. Tom, that is driving now Mid-stint, I think has done a very good job yesterday. So let's see how we finish. The pace is good. Let's see also if the weather will remain the same or we will have some rain at the end.
What do you know about that rain? We've had spits and spots. It's not easy to guess this kind of thing. Right now, there's no choice. You have to stay on the slick tyres.
Yes, for sure. We will see. We will see at the end of the race. In this moment, doesn't look so bad, the sky. So let's see how it will be. It should change something maybe at the end of the race, but let's see. In this moment, we have to keep focus on actual situation, and the pace is very good.
Is it actually worth sitting up here with me in the Global Broadcast Centre watching your car battle for the lead? Would you rather be back down in the pits where you're hearing everything? And what can you tell us about what your drivers have been saying? The car's clearly got a great balance. This number 10 car sits in second place, battling against TF and Corvette. These are guys who've got experience of this car, of their Corvette, of this championship. And here's Garage 59, new to the championship. Clearly not new to the car, but my goodness, you guys have performed brilliantly.
And they simply prepare very well everything during the winter, working well, trying to understand and learn as much they can together with us, the car, with the Goodyear tires, and with the new rules. As I said many times, people cannot underestimate the level of the performance already existing in GT World Challenge Europe. Of course, every championship has this particular characteristic and needs, but the team is well prepared, like also a few others coming in the paddock in WEC from GT World Challenge. So I'm not particularly surprised about the level of preparation of the team. Say that, as you know, every Sunday is different, but drivers lineup is also very good on both cars, and that's a good weekend for us so far. We won also in GT Open just a few minutes ago in Portimao.
Oh, congratulations.
We are leading the 12 hours in Spa with Creventic. So
that was another pole position out there set on Friday afternoon. Customer racing, very important nowadays in GT3. GT3 is a global phenomenon.
GT3 is a global platform, and McLaren Motorsport, together with McLaren Automotive, is looking to become one of the best global players. And to do that, of course, there is a lot of work still to do. We are looking for a global expansion, starting from the McLaren Trophy, and then, of course, looking also to penetrate new markets with the GT3, as Asia Pacific, for example, where today we are not well established, so this is also one of the targets we have.
How do you, in racing, measuring success is normally about trophies, and you guys at the McLaren Technical Centre have plenty on them, and just keeping an eye on what's going on at the front of that LMGT3 race. It's almost like there's an invisible bungee cord between that Corvette and your car, just getting stretched out and back in again. This might be interesting because there's some prototypes coming through, BMW, Aston Martin coming through, and they're in their own site. That's Norman Nato, Tom Gamble, I think, and Seb Bourdais maybe coming through there. No, it was the Peugeot, actually. But they have to come through that gap. Now, is there an opportunity here for the McLaren to take a dive down the inside as they climb the hill again? Oh, lovely through Peritalo, and they're going up towards Variante Alta. And this might just be an opportunity, but can't quite get it done because there's another prototype that has to come through. You can almost feel the frustration behind the wheel, but now it's very tight indeed through Variante. He's got a fantastic run, and now down the hill he got the right-hand side. There's a little right kink coming which will favour the McLaren, and then maybe round the outside of Ravazza 1. They touch once, and there's a groan in the press room and an intake of breath. Now to the inside, the old over and under into Ravazza 2. Great exit, so tight, side by side to the line for the lead in LMGT3 with Giorgio Sanna from McLaren right alongside us. There's nothing between them across the line. You can't call it as they go through there. Now the left-hander will favour the McLaren, and the braking into Tamburello should have the McLaren go through. And after 3 corners, call it 4 corners actually, that pass is made. Racing in endurance, where things take a long time to happen. Well, it was 4 corners there, and the McLaren almost blocking the prototype as well. Saw some lights in the mirror, and that's held him up again. Tom's having to look in his mirrors as they are fighting together. Johnny Edgar's not finished with this one in the yellow TF Racing Corvette. Through comes another one of the Alpines. I think, was it? No, that was the Genesis, excuse me, as they now have more traffic behind them. Giorgio Sanna, how do you stay sane when I look at this as a fan? You're looking at this, which started actually 2 corners even before Variante Alta. That all started from Tosa coming up the hill, and eventually gets paid off all the way at Tamburello.
Usually you prepare the overtake at Rivazza breaking point, starting from the Variante Alta, as you said, but he was in the outside, so not the right position, but I think he did very well, Tom, the Rivazza 2, so the second corner of Rivazza, preparing the long straight, and Tamburello with the inside line, so this was a very good maneuver, very well prepared by Tom.
There was just one little touch, but I don't think anybody's going to get overly excited. No need for race control to get involved there. I wouldn't think that. That's hard, fair racing from both drivers. That's exactly what we want to see as enthusiasts.
Absolutely, yes. That's. But you know, today, World Endurance is becomes basically a long sprint race. So they fight a lot. Of course, they take care about the fuel consumption, the energy consumption. But at the end, that's motorsport, is what we love to see.
It's incredible to me that cars that have their basis in very expensive, very highly developed, and very well engineered road cars, now we don't even think really about the reliability, even up to 24 hours, whether it's Spa, whether it's Le Mans 24 hours. People, it's only a few years ago when GT3 came to Le Mans, people said, GT3 cars will never last at Le Mans.
Reliability is still a fundamental and crucial factor, as usual in endurance. But I agree with you, if we go back 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it was already a result, finish the race without technical problems. So, but, you know, in terms of technology, are also the street cars from where the GT3 are coming from that change completely and develop heavily the technology, the material, and of course the investment too, from the manufacturer point of view and from the team side point of view. So yeah, it's quite a physiological development.
Everything moves very quickly nowadays. The kind of tolerances that we have in street cars, in production cars, even limited production cars, are even much better now than race cars would have been 20, 25 years ago. Certainly when I first went to Le Mans in 1989, some of the relatively modest cars that you can go down to a showroom and buy, because technology moves on so quickly, does that help in making the right choices for the road cars and the technology that goes into road cars, which then you know are going to become, for example, an LM GT3 car?
Yes, for sure. In the case of McLaren, for example, with the 720 or today the 715 production, that's the only GT car with a carbon monocoque chassis, for example. This is something that is a stamp, let me say, from McLaren side, that was always working since the time of Bruce McLaren on the light weight for our cars. So carbon monocoque, of course, is the actual best opportunity to show our capability, knowledge, and competence. And on the GT3, of course, in terms of handling, make the difference.
And you say that quite blithely. Right, we have a carbon fibre monocoque. You know, as if it's dead easy to do. It's not easy to do.
It's not.
In terms of longevity of carbon fibre, what do we know about that now that we didn't know 15, 20 years ago? Are we still going to see those carbon fibre monocoque cars running in 30, 40, 50 years' time as classics on the road?
You know, at the end of 80 years, beginning of the 90 years, carbon fibre, talking about the chassis, for example, was the new journey in Formula One. Okay, today the challenge is not really related the material or the development of the material, but how you can produce in large scale carbon fiber monocoque. That's the new era, basically, and there are just few manufacturers in the world, and McLaren is one of that, or probably the best in this case, able to produce and develop carbon fiber monocoque in-house, because as I said before, that's fundamental. It's a sort of quality and technological stamp from McLaren point of view.
Got you. And that's become one of your USPs, unique selling points. The future of racing, we're seeing this to one of your colleagues from Genesis just a few moments ago, to Peter Schnabel. We like stability in motor racing regulations. GT3 has given us that. Hypercar, you're coming into hypercar in the near future. you don't always get that in road car production. Now, McLaren are not a huge scale production capacity, but still you have to be road legal and look at regulations through the years. How difficult is it to get that right? And do you almost have to have a bit of a crystal ball to know where the regulations are going? Because it seems more and more to me that people are making decisions that you can't influence, and they make decisions almost on a whim.
You know, as usual, the communication between all the parties involved is fundamental. So, starting from the FIA, of course, the technical working groups are fundamental, and I have to say that in the last few years, this kind of communication, collaboration between the manufacturers, the FIA, with the technical working group in GT or hypercar, together also with the promoters, that of course has a role that is fundamental. So starting from ACO, so the WEC or SRO, of course, that in GT3 is very important, as a primary role in the national and international series. This kind of collaboration between the main players is fundamental, and is what we are assisting in the last few years with good results.
Very good start of the season already, but in this championship you can't afford to rest on your laurels. You've got to be pushing forward all the time. It's Spa next, relatively short circuit here, albeit undulating. Spa undulating a lot longer. Do you think the car is going to work at Spa? Does that suit the characteristics of the McLaren GT3?
Yes, absolutely. I think the car, because I already explained, one of the best characteristics of the car is the handling. So how the car can fit in different racetrack layout. So when you find, let me say, a good baseline, you can be competitive everywhere. Then, of course, there are tracks that are more suitable to the car and some track less. But in general, I think the car can perform very well everywhere.
Are you enjoying being back in the paddock?
Absolutely, yes, and I'm absolutely also happy and proud to start my journey in WEC from home, basically.
Oh yes, you don't live too far from here.
Yes, so that's important for me, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm enjoying everything, and happy to see also some old friends.
Now that you've got yourselves into the position, your car's just come into the pit lane. That looks absolutely standard, what's going on there. Thomas Fleming brought the car in, followed in by Parker Thompson in the BMW number 69. That is the light green Team WRT machine, the old tic-tac coloured machine. So that's left Johnny Edgar for TF Sport in the lead with Ricardo Pera and the Porsche from the Benz, the black and multicoloured car. This is good news, because I'm looking at what you've got. You've got basically 100 minutes left of the race. That's just one more pit stop, isn't it? That's worked out quite well for you.
It looks like. Let's see. Finger crossed.
You're not giving anything away.
You have.
Details are important, but races are always open, very challenging. We are talking about World Championship. So let's keep the focus on the last part of the race, and let's see what we will bring it on.
Giorgio, it's a brilliant to see you back, as I said.
Thank you.
Your insight and your explanation has been brilliant. I hope we'll see you again through the season.
Sure.
Come and see us at Spa.
Yes, absolutely.
That'd be great.
I will attend Spa, so with big pleasure I will be on.
And then, of course, Le Mans. It's the big one.
That's clear.
That is clear for all of us. That is our pilgrimage for the year, is it not?
This one is in red in our agenda for everybody, I think.
Absolutely. Giorgio Sana
Thank
from
you very much.
McLaren joining us again here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We've just started a pit stop schedule, so I want to very quickly give you a crowd strike update with Rio Hirakawa leading by 5 seconds from Alessandro Guidi for Ferrari in second position. Nick de Vries has the second Toyota, the number 7 car in third. He's 20 seconds further back. It's still not quite even Stevens on the pit stop schedule. There's a couple of laps difference between those three at the top of the field. Not huge. Is it going to be important? EFA in the number 83 AF Corsa is in fourth position. back another 12 seconds or thereabouts. He's got 5 seconds on Raffaele Marciello for the first of the BMWs. Note, by the way, Toyota, Ferrari, BMW, Alpine, Cadillac in the top 7. Perhaps the surprise is the number 50 AF Corsa from Nicholas Nielsen, but remember they had a drive-through for improper VSC procedure. That dropped them out of contention when that car had been running so very strongly. They are about a minute away, no, a bit more than that, a minute and 10 seconds away from the lead. The LMGT3 at the moment led by Johnny Edgar, who is coming to the end of his stint, as we've got Alessandro Berguidi and AFA, the two Ferraris that were in third and fourth, into the pit lane. Let's do the GT3 update. TF Sport, Johnny Edgar by 48 seconds, but due a pit stop shortly. Racing Team Turkey, their teammate car, number 34, that's the red and black Corvette. Then Kobe Powell's for Heart of Racing, the number 23, Aston Martin in third, again slightly jumbled in that GT3. Ben took for Proton, the 77 Ford. They'll cycle forward. Tom Fleming's back out again, having led and having overtaken Johnny Edgar for the lead just before he pitted. So let's see what the offset is there. For Tom Fleming in the Garage 59, number 10 McLaren sitting in 6th position at the moment. Dan Harper is in the WRT 69 now. He's just taken that car out and followed Thomas Fleming out of the pit lane, around about 7 or 8 seconds behind. That's how it stands with 147 laps now completed by the leader. The gap at the front is 19 seconds as Nick De Vries dives into the pit lane and gives up that position as we're into the pit stops. That's your Crowd Strike hourly update on RS. One for the first round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the 6 hours of Imola. Phew, got through that then. Thanks very much to all of the team PRs for organising visits to our Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre here in the press room. I do like the almost sort of theatre style that we have when there's excitement on the track. Not sure if you can hear it, but there was almost, in fact no, there was a little ripple of applause when that McLaren took the lead in LMGT3, and we've had a few oohs and ahs when people have been very close together, like down at Tamburello a moment or two ago when the Aston Martin was airborne for a moment. That would have been Harry Tinknell and Malthe Jacobson battling together, Aston Martin and the Peugeot. Harry going to the right and trying to go round the outside into the left right, and he got the left bit okay, but he couldn't get the right and went across the dirt. Ryo Hirakawa into the pit lane at the end of lap number 148. He's out of the car now. They've got a new set of white stickers, so that is the soft tyres about to go on. Rio had been running on the mediums It has cooled down quite a bit. The track temperature was up over 40 Celsius, down to 31. Air temperature stay pretty steady at 22.6. Alessandro Guidi done his work done for the day. BMW M Team WRT rotate to the front. 1 soft and 3 medium tyres on that car. Left front soft, mediums on all of the others. I'm loving having all this tyre information. Coming down to, as I said, around about 100 minutes to go. One more pit stop after this. Let's go down to the pit lane and to Ferrari. Here's Alessandro Guidi.
I am there in the garage of the Ferrari 51 and with Alessandro Guidi just coming out of the car. It's so tight out there, very tight with the Toyota. Do you think that if it stayed dry, you have the pace to go and get the Toyota? And can you tell us a bit more about consumption?
Well, at the end, I think the pace, we have the pace, but it's like racing in Monaco in this track, so you can't overtake. If they do a mistake or we can do something in the pit, we jump them, because if not, it's very, very difficult. I was very close, almost to stint, then you wear a bit too much the tire, staying so close, but it was the only chance I had to put the pressure on him and hope for a mistake, because to try to overtake was impossible. And yeah, we are trying. It's still long. The weather, we don't know how it will be. Can be tricky in a few moments, so let's see.
Yeah, I see you looking at the sky. Could this be the solution for you?
At least there can be something that change the cards on the table. So let's see.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Alessandro Guidi. Just pausing for a moment and taking in what we have seen and what we are about to get. And I'm looking at the tyre choices at the front of the hypercar field. Raffaele Marciello will be into the pit lane shortly. Last pitters, in fact, as I say that, he comes in at the end of lap number 150, had 1 soft and 3 mediums on that car. Sebastian Buemi has just taken all 4 softs. Kamui Kobayashi and Toyota splitting their strategy here. Kamui was in 11 laps ago. He went on back onto mediums. Antonio Giovinazzi took softs 3 laps ago. Robert Kubica, due to come into the pits any time now, took a soft and a medium, a soft and a medium. So that's right-hand sides. I think that's right-hand sides as mediums. That would make sense on an anti-clockwise circuit. Welcome in everyone who has been enjoying the Nürburgring Langstrecke series with Arjuna Kankapati and Neil Cole on duty for us this afternoon. Thanks to Kerry Corbin, to Rob Lomas back in central control, the main control room, for juggling many different audio sources this afternoon and this morning. I won't mention what the sport was. Johnny Edgar's been into the pit lane. They have changed over. Nicky Katzberg in that car. Let's hear from him now. With Shea.
Johnny Edgar, we were enjoying the battling that you were having out there on track with the McLaren. Were you enjoying it from behind the wheel of the Corvette?
Yeah, it was a really enjoyable stint. I think on the safety car restart I was 8th and then gained quite a few positions on track, and then we jumped a few in pit lane. I think they lost some time changing tyres, so then it was a difficult stint defending, but I held the McLaren off for as long as possible.
And now that Nicky Katzberg is in the car, of course it's going to rain. Are you glad it didn't rain during your stint?
I wouldn't have minded too much. I had some running at the prologue in the rain, and my car felt pretty good, but yeah, I'm happy it didn't rain while on slicks on the last few laps. It would have made it difficult, but yeah, it seems like the last hour and a half will be interesting with the weather.
Great job out there. I'll let you get some rest.
Thank you.
Shea Adam down in the pit lane. That was a great battle, wasn't it? So is it going to continue? Thomas Fleming, has held on to the lead there. He stayed on his medium tyres, so he's been on those for 38 laps. Dan Harper's gone out on tyres that have 6 laps on one side and 12 laps on the other. But that's obviously, there's only medium available in the Goodyear range for LMGT3. Nicky Katzberg has got 31 lap all tyres on the left and 69 on the right. Is Nicky due in shortly, actually? Change screens for that. Keep an eye on him coming in shortly. It has darkened up a little bit and got a little more chilly, shall we say. Track temperature dropped now to 30.5. It was over 40 at the start of the race in the heat of the day. Moment or two ago, more close calls for BMW number 20 as it was going through the GT traffic with René Rast behind the wheel. Seems that every time I've looked, it's been René Rast behind the wheel of that car. I'm sure he must have got out at some stage, or he would have gone over time. 94 minutes to go. Antonio Giovinazzi on the radio. Let's hear what the conversation is.
Let's catch this Toyota 7 now.
Chances of rain increasing. Are we going to have a sting in the tail? Now remember earlier on I did say that Race Control had declared it a wet track. The track wasn't wet. Why did they do that? So the teams now have the choice and the decision in their own hands of when to go to wet weather tyres. There are no intermediates. Going into the wet, you wait until it's too bad for dries, but coming out of the wet, if you had an intermediate, you might go on to that earlier. You can't do that here. And all of the teams telling me earlier on in the week that it was very important for them to do the prologue sessions where it was wet early in the morning. Get that crossover point just right. Genesis battling with an Alpine there. Again, not quite for position, I don't think. Aston Martin in there as well. 007. How about Pipo Derani, by the way? 17th position at the moment, just on a 36.4. And actually, he's battling with Marco Sorensen, and right behind him, he's got, I think that was Norman Nato in the Hertz team Jota, and Harry Tinknell actually has just gone past Norman and now hoves in to Pipo Derani in 11th place. This is the battle between Marco Sorensen, Pipo Derani, Harry Tinknell, Norman Nato, and Malford Jacobson and Gilles Gounon for the last point. Points go down to 10th in both classes. Could Genesis nick a point on their first ever outing. That would be something. So Seb Buemi now aboard the leading number 8 Toyota. Kamui Kobayashi in second. Antonio Giovinazzi in third. Remember, Kamui came in 6 laps before his teammates and 5 laps before the Ferrari of Giovinazzi. So there's still a bit of an offset. Great battle for the minors. Jules Gounon on the end of that, 4-5 car train? Heading up through Tulsa now, in traffic. This is the sort of racing we want to see. And this is the sort of racing we weren't sure that we would get. But we have been, dare I do, Johnny Palmer, we have been green for a very, very long time. Since that Nick Cassidy incident, wasn't it? In the Peugeot. He's still fighting to come back from that. Then number 93, Stoffel van Dorn behind the wheel there. They've dropped to 3 laps off the lead. I think all of the other hypercars, bar the delayed Genesis, are still on the lead lap. Yeah, absolutely right. And by the way, that's the Paul-Loup Chatton's behind the wheel of that, the number 17 Genesis Magma racing car. That has not lost any further laps on the field. Now, pit lane speed limit violation. In and out of the pits, Lynn Hedenius for Iron Lynx, 11th place car. Hedenius will get a 20-second stop and hold. Great battling, 2 wide, 2 deep, coming through Tulsa. Jules Gounon trying to get through, but spinning up the back Michelins. That is entertaining, and the rain ponchos are going on, the umbrellas are going up on the exposed grandstands. Aston Martin, Cadillac, Peugeot, Alpine battling at the far side of the circuit, and the rain that we had been expecting has now arrived. How heavy is it? How long can they stay out there? Down on the pit lane, never mind. The radar, stick your hand out from underneath the easy up. Rain light on from one of the Aston Martins. The LMGT3 car, there's now no doubt that it's coming down heavier because the umbrellas are going up. I can see the grandstand opposite the uncovered grandstand opposite the pit straight. And the press room, which is where we are. This could get spicy very, very quickly indeed. This is where Ferrari lost the race last year. They didn't split their strategy. And Toyota played their cards much better. It's not wet enough yet for slicks to be changed. Extremely light rain, says George, up at very Alta. The clouds look ominous, not enough to worry about.
Yeah, we believe it's going to stop soon. Should be light rain and stop soon, but keep me posted as you do, it's perfect.
Heavier at Tulsa, says Mike Perrin. Charles Milesi being told by his engineer, we believe the rain will stop soon. Well, good luck with that. The two Ferraris or the Ferrari rather, at the front of the field is Antonio Giovinazzi. Now I wonder now who has the advantage. Kamui Kobayashi is on, well, he's on a stint that started on lap 148. We're on lap 157 now, but his tyres are showing here as already having done 2 stints, those mediums, so they're triple stinting. We've seen other people do that. The wet weather tyres, of course, do not form part of the allocation. Safety, of course. That's Giovinazzi's engineer. Hello to Patrick in Ohio. The Toyota livery is lush, don't you think? It reminds me of the car on which we first saw it, of course, the Toyota GT1 at the end of the 1990s. Possibly, if my arm was twisted, I might say that was my favourite ever Le Mans car. Still looks brilliant now. So purposeful and aggressive. Thomas Fleming leads in LMGT3 for McLaren. Dan Harper is 25 seconds back. Full rain now at Variante Alta. Full rain is being reported by our eyes and ears of the collective at RSL_studio. George was more worried about the fact that his beer had emptied out than the spots of rain a moment or two. Now he's saying it's full rain. Windscreen wipers on from some of the GT cars as the leading battle heads up the hill. Buemi with 7 seconds in hand over Kobayashi, but Giovinazzi's caught second place. They're going through where the rain is heaviest at the moment right now, and the Toyota for a moment using the traffic and getting away under the DHL signage through the right-hander. The Toyota and the Ferrari earlier on in the extremely warm conditions. The drivers talking about front wheels locking, fronts locking, which they don't like, obviously. Across the start-finish line. There they go. I think the worst of the rain has passed us. Slippery surface flags were at the bottom of the hill, and that's been removed. And up at turn 13, I wish they would use the proper corner names rather than doing that. That is Variante Alta, I think. No, it might be Acqua Minerale going up the hill. Still a great battle going on between Alpine number 35 and the number 83. That was the Ferrari being passed. Was that for position? Yeah, I think it was. Charles Milesi up into 5th now. Rene Rast into 6th. Robert Kubica in 7th. Robert, I think, is struggling for grip a little bit. Let's hear what the radio says.
Rain lights on in low mode. Rain lights on in low mode.
Rain lights on in low mode. Rene Rast did go past Kubica as well for 6th position. So Milesi and Rene Rast going past Robert Kubica. Kubica's got about 28 seconds back to Antonio Fuoco. Let's talk about GT3. Front of the field, Garage 59 leads from Team WRT, but then it's very tight behind Dan Harper because Nicky Katzberg's right there. And behind Nicky Katzberg is a lapped EMG is the words I was looking for. So Katzberg with target acquired for Dan Harper. Now those two are known to be feisty competitors, the pair of them, through the Variante Alta. Heading for home. Rain lights need to be on low flash now, is what I'm hearing. Esteban Masson has got back into the number 78 Codis ASP team, which is many laps down. Remember, we lost Petru Umbarescu fairly early on, just 32 laps in. Going up the hill, something went boom, crackle, and sounded very mechanically unwell, and then he got a big vibration and pulled the car over to the right hand side. Weather potentially playing a part then as we come down to the last 80 minutes live on RS1 across the world. If you've just come to us from the 24-hour series of Preventing and the Michelin 12 Hours of Spa, thanks to Johnny Palmer, to Simon Hill, to Sarah Esser, and to Cara Velkley, and all of the team involved on that one. Sounded like a cracking race. Again, we'll not talk about that in case you want to catch up with it after this race. Dan Harper leads the battle for second at the moment. This incredible effort. Tony McIntosh, Parker Thompson already done their time in the car. It'll be Dan Harper to the ends now. Really touring car, the curbs in that BMW. Nicky Katzberg giving nothing away. Parker Thompson is down in the pit lane. This is his first WEC event. He is loving it. Spoke to him earlier on in the week, just after the prologue actually. Watched his career develop in the US, winning the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, playing a role in the long distance races for Lexus and Vassar Sullivan over the last couple of seasons or so. Now with the opportunity with Tony to, big move down the inside of Tamburello. It's wet there as well. There's a little bit of greasiness. You can just see it on the road. McIntosh and Parker Thompson have worked together before, and Parker has been coaching Tony. So they know each other. They've gelled with Dan Harper. I can't imagine anybody not gelling with Dan Harper, actually. The intermittent wipes on for the Corvette so that you don't have to worry about flicking it. It's very slow. There's not a lot of water out there. Harper doesn't have his wiper on, but the Corvette's closer than it has been at any time over the last couple of laps. They come through to that little right-handed run up the hill, Aqua Minerale. God. This is for second position, remember, in the LMGT category. They are 25 seconds behind what was the pole-sitting car some 4.5 hours ago, 4 hours 40 minutes ago. The rain hasn't eased because the umbrellas haven't gone down. Sorry, I'm just stretching my neck a little bit to look at the start-finish line to see what's going on here. There's a few cagoules have gone on, but no umbrellas up there. It's further around the circuit. This is turning into an absolute cracker. Peugeot team manager has been asked to go to race control. Hello to Johannes, who's joining us. He says no live timing available. There is if you look carefully. It is all I'm going to say, but I will give you the top three in the categories. In LMGT3, a great battle going on for second at the moment. Around about 25, 26 seconds behind Thomas Fleming in the Garage 59 car. Dan Harper in the Team WRT number 69, that's the old tic-tac coloured car, is just ahead by not even half a length of Nicky Katzberg for TF Sport. Then about another 34 seconds further back is Alessio Rivera, the Ben Mantai Porsche Ricard Leitz is another 17 seconds further back, and Finn Gertitz is the second of the McLarens, the number 58 car, another 15 seconds back in 6th position. In hypercar, it's Toyota Racing, only Toyota Racing now, with the TRO10. First and second, 4 seconds between them, but half a second between Kamui Kobayashi, who is the second of the two, Seb Buemi leading, by the way. And that was all a bit tight. BMW, Dan Harper, managing to get through there. Squeezing through. We've got also battles further down. Let me just pause that for you in a moment while I work out who's doing what to whom. Partner Racing, Garage 59. Right, I think Finn Gertitz has just gone past Logan Sargent in the Ford. That's for further down. That won't be for 8th and 9th, but it's the lead in that and the second place in that category that were important. We go back to the front of the field. 2 Toyotas by 4 seconds. 3/4 of a second back to Tonio Giovinazzi. Charles Malaysia is about 22 seconds further back for the number 35 Alpine, and he's got both of the BMW M Team WRTs. Rennie Rast in the 20, Raffaele Marciello round about a second and a half and 2.5 seconds back, and then there's another big gap back to Robert Kubica in 7th in the 83. So that's how it stands, JG, and we'll keep you on that. Side by side, up the hill again, but not for position in that case. This is one of the prototypes coming through. And by the way, those asking about Genesis Magma Racing, Pipo Durrani in a solid 12th place. He's 14 seconds off Marco Sorensen in the Aston Martin Valkyrie. And Marco is, 10 seconds back from his team mate Harry Tinknell, who is the last point scorer in 10th position. At RSL_studio, bubbling up nicely with rain in the air. Bitte sehr, JG. Norman Nato in the number 12, also in a bit of a battle at the moment. He's looking at the back of Jules Gounon. That's a cracking scrap, but it's a scrap for 15th and 14th position for the Cadillac Hertz team, Jota number 12. That car, another one with the drive-through, the same as the Ferrari number 50. They took it at the end of the last time we had a safety car, and they've yet really to get that time back. Sitting about just over a lap now behind the leaders. Alpine looking at the back of a Peugeot. That is for 13th and 14th. That's Jules and Malte Jakobsen. Pipo Durrani in the Genesis Magma is not that far up the road either. In fact, he goes past me now. There goes the Peugeot, and there goes the Alpine. That's as quick as they went past, down towards Tamburello now. 7th gear, then flicks all the way down to 3rd for Tamburello. Zing, 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 zing. You hear it go down the box. And straight back up to 4th, 5th. Into Villeneuve. Back down to 3rd there. Then the short squirt that tows it down the inside. Gounon has a little look on the Peugeot, might get a little help from the traffic ahead. He's tried that a couple of times, and each time he's done it, he's had to tighten the exit, and he spins up the rear wheels. Now, a moment or two ago, there was side-by-side contact with that number 94 Peugeot, and who was that he was up alongside? Well, that was a bit of bump and run there. All arms and elbows, hip and shoulder. The marshals must be sick of waving those blue flags. But this is all coming back together nicely. Pipo Durrani is going to have his mirrors full any second now of Malte Jakobsen and Gilles Gounon. In fact, it's happened. That's Rivazza Uno. Now do it. We haven't forgotten about the GTs either. The BMWs battling it out. Augusto Farfus. But it's that second place scrap that continues on. This has been going on for lap after lap after lap. The gold TF Sport Corvette with full beams on. Nicky Katzberg trying everything he knows to try and distract the young Northern Irishman, Dan Harper, Team WRT. Hello to our artist in residence at Radio Show Limited, Neil Gardner. He's wallpapering at the moment. Now there's a number 83 Ferrari in between that battle for second and third. However, for second and third overall, that's come back together now. Kami Kobayashi is his mirrors full of Antonio Giovinazzi. I'd kind of like to get on the PA in the press room here. Oh, into the pit lane for the TF Sports Racing for Turkey. And in fact, into the garage for the Sally Yolik team. It's kind of been running reasonably well. Charlie Eastwood last at the wheel of it. Kind of like to get on the PA here in the press room and say, what do we think of balance of performance now, everybody? Because this has been a good race. All the doommongers who'd handed the championship to one manufacturer or another before we'd even got to qualifying. These cars are racing closely together. Now, look, I'll say it's a short lap. I'll also say it's difficult to pass here, but clearly not impossible. The new Michelin tyres have played their part as well. The softs and the mediums certainly coming up to temperature and pressure quicker, which opens up the strategy. Oh, whatever was ailing the Racing for Turkey car wasn't too bad. They're in and out of the pit box quicker than you could pick up a drive-through McDonald's there. Now heading back out to rejoin the race. Antonio Giovinazzi with that stunning final lap of qualifying to take pole position. Thoroughly enjoyed that hyperpole on Saturday. If you haven't heard how it unwound, we have got the archive up at radio-show, S-H-O-W, radio-SHOW at radio-SHOW.co.uk. Traffic, McLaren-shaped traffic for this battle for second in hypercar. Again, there's a little look to one way, then the other from Giovinazzi through Villeneuve. Now into Tosa. Piratella is next, climbing the hill. Right in front of the Ferrari Tifosi to the outside. Coming to Aqua Minerale. It's the wrong way for Giovinazzi here, but can he hang it out on the right-hand side? He cannot. Wow. Incredible stuff. Now they climb again. Almost an opportunity. Giovinazzi on the radio.
They have to change tire on the next pit stop, but if we overtake, we might chase the number 8. So keep the pressure.
Coming out to, or coming down rather, from the top of the hill through traffic. And again, it just looks like the Toyota has managed to skip away enough. Incredible racing. I don't think the rain's got any worse. I'm going to be honest about that. I thought I heard a radio beep there. Yes, I did. Is that race control? Are we going to get something from race control? An hour and 7.5 minutes to go. One pit stop for the front of the field. Enthralling, engaging, entertaining, exciting, excellent. I think that's a bit of static that I could hear there, unless the Dolphins have taken over race control. Not entirely certain about that. Giovinazzi seems to be strong up the hill through Aqua Minerale and Piratella. What can he do? Mike Perrin, who's here at the track, says the Tifosi are like a football crowd. It's a brilliant atmosphere here. 92,175 if you missed that earlier on. Brilliant. And it looks and feels all of that. In fact, if you said there was 20,000 more, I'd believe you. Just from how busy it was when I arrived at Top Estate this morning. And it's been a steady stream all day. At one stage, the bridge, you know Imola at all, you'll know that there's a bridge basically from the back of the paddock. Now that's all closed to traffic. And the whole bridge, the whole of that road bridge, not pedestrian bridge, it's the road bridge, was just packed with people walking in from town. Brilliant. There were people queuing to get into the circuit early this morning, to get up into the grandstands at the top of the hill and at Piratella and Tosa. Seb Buemi is just easing away from this cracking battle for second. Kamui Kobayashi, by the way, is on the medium tyres with the yellow sidewalls, or the yellow stickers, whereas it's the softs for Antonio Giovinazzi. They have the white markings. I always think of it as white is white hot, so you have the soft tyres. Mediums are yellow, and yellow's pretty mellow, it's kind of in the middle. If there's a blue sidewall, that's the rain tyre, and in French, blue is bleu, and rain is pleu. Not exactly, I know my French pronunciation isn't right, but that's my way of remembering the different tyre walls. Hello to Ed Moses, who is down at Goodwood and trying to follow along. He says, but the people in the cars keep interrupting me. Hello, Ed. Thank you. Are you working there today? Are you marshalling down there, Ed, or are you just enjoying the atmosphere in the south of England? Cracking race here. Air temperatures now dropped to 21.8. Track temperature to 27.2. We started a little over 40 Celsius. Loving it. Couple of pit lane speeding violations including for Marco Crezzoni in the number 79. See how that goes. Who's on the move at the minute? Where are the gassers? Rennie Rast actually is catching Charles Milesi for 4th position. Robert Kubica is in rather elegant isolation in the number 83 car. Second in the championship last year, remember, that yellow Ferrari. Much more yellow this year as well. Do I feel like this is the calm before the storm, I'm being asked? I don't know, honestly. It's been pretty good. I feel there's still something going to happen. We've still got pit stops for all the leading contenders, so I can't see... I'm not going to commit to anything at the moment. But Toyota have refound their mojo, at least at this circuit, and we go to Spa next, which is a quick circuit. It's got up and downs, maybe more opportunities for overtaking. That new rear wing shape on the Toyota, swoopy at the ends, seems to be working. The Ferrari with a straight across plane at the top. Down into Ravazza. No, sorry, up the top of the hill, excuse me. My apologies. Still to climb up to the Variante Alta. Lap after lap, Antonio Giovinazzi has been in the wheel tracks of Kamui Kobayashi. The concentration, the mental fortitude that must take. Giovinazzi harvesting like mad, coming down the hill to Rivazza Uno. Harvesting between the two. No, it's not. He's got his rain lights on. Sorry. Stupid Hindhoff. My apologies. But he is pulling in. He's coming back across the start-finish line. He's not going to be close enough by Tamburello. Oh, but the second-place car is held up by traffic, and now they're absolutely together through the middle of Tamburello. Kobayashi really got the wrong end of the traffic there. Comes through. That's the battle for the leads in LMGT3, second place rather in GT3. Dan Harper and Nicky Katzberg still in that order, second and third. They've been having the same sort of scrap for lap after lap as well. So a similar picture in both of the classes, actually, with the leaders with a semi-comfortable lead. It's 8.5 seconds for Seb Buemi in the Toyota number 8. And then the battle for second, Tom Fleming in the Garage 59 McLaren, the number 10 car. Well, he's even better off. He's got nearly 20 seconds over the Dan Harper, Nicky Katzberg battle. Now, being asked how long before the next pit stops. Kamui Kobayashi was last in on 148. We are on 174. So possibly 2 or 3, maybe 4 more laps. They'll want to get inside the last hour, which is going to start in 30 seconds time. So let's do our final CrowdStrike hourly update, because as soon as I do that, something will change. Buemi by 9 seconds ahead of his Toyota racing teammate Kamui Kobayashi. 8 from 7, but with 9 seconds between them. The battle is between Kobayashi and Giovinazzi. Half a second at the line with pit stops. The final pit stops still to come as the last hour is starting right now. Alpine in 4th position. Charles Milesi 21 seconds back from the 3rd place and 2nd place scrap. He's got 2.5 seconds on René Rast. He's got 12 seconds on his teammate. 35, 20 and 15 making up the top 6. The battle in LMGT3 pretty similar. 20 seconds near enough between the Garage 59 McLaren and the battle for second, the scrap, the street fight as it almost is, between Dan Harper and Nicky Katzberg in the 69 Team WRT green and white BMW, and Nicky Katzberg in third position. They've got 21 seconds on Richard Leitz, coming back from a drive-through after an unsafe release when Yasser Shaheen was behind the wheel of the number 92. The black car for the Ben Manthey Racing is in fourth, and the top six includes Augusto Farfus, another 23 seconds further back, and he's got a scrap in his hands too. Chan Guven for Manthey DK Engineering, the Turkish number 91, Turkish driver in the number 91, just half a second between himself and the BMW that's in fifth position. That's your top six in both classes. Here's Bremi's radio.
Yeah, you're doing well, actually. Your base is good, so even if you don't feel good, the base is good. So I think it's just a tire.
That's at the front of the field. So top six in both classes, and that's your final CrowdStrike hourly update on Radio Show Limited at the FIA WEC 6 hours of Imola. Well, if you haven't already, settle back, put your feet up, get some popcorn and some beverages. We've got the Sports Car 365 team, Jamie Klein and Stephen Licorice and Gary Watkins, all on their feet to my left, staring at the big screen, which has been put onto full screen, which is, 4 rows or so in front of me. If I turn around, there's a lot of people doing work, but there's an awful lot of people watching the screens. A whole heap of Ferrari red over to my left-hand side. Ferrari have brought a huge amount of staff and guest journalists here. I think they had 28 or so positions in the press room reserved when I got here on Monday afternoon. Not entirely certain what that came from. Still, the battle between Nicky Katzberg and Dan Harper is unresolved. Still wondering why we haven't had any more rain, and if it's going to blow across. It's getting darker, and it's only just after 6 o'clock here. Been light till about 7:30. Pit stop for that battle, and Robert Kubitz is in the pit lane as well from the hypercar category. That's the car, in fact, that's just come in. This is the final stop then for the number 83 championship contender last year. Hasn't had it all its own way today. They're looking rather casually at the Michelin tyres. Don't think there's going to be a new set of Michelin tyres. Kubica, very relaxed behind the wheel, just checks his straps. Oh no, there aren't. New tyres. Now, what are they? The way they're holding them, I can't see the stickers. It's softs coming off, and yeah, softs going on as well. All around. Softs all around. So that's the last roll of the dice for Ferrari number 83. The AF Corsa entered car. Kubica to the end. Full fuel load. Brand new set of tyres. Peugeot in the lane. That's the Mantha Jakobsen car. Number 94. He came in on mediums. Well, surely, if you've got a set of softs now, you put them on. Pete Durrani in from 14th position. This is the battle just outside the top 10 here. '27 Aston in, and that has not left the pit. That is an official retirement.
The idea is to change to soft, but for now we keep the tire on the car.
That was Kobayashi's pit crew in second place. The idea is to change to softs, but for now we keep the tyre on the car. I'm showing those Michelin mediums as doing 100 laps. If that is the case, that's extraordinary. One more pit stop at the front of the field. Total laps on the tyre from new, 100 laps. $31 for Buemi on these softs, 32 for Antonio Giovinazzi. Charles Malaysi's got a split set on, 30 on the left and 62 on the right. I think we can say that these new comprehensive Michelin tyres have done their job. Tom Fleming still leading, but now only by 12 seconds to Nicky Katzberg. Dan Harper has pitted out of second place. That's his last pit stop. And comes back out again with a new pair of mediums, Goodyears, the only ones they've got on the left-hand side. So Team WRT have done a 2-tyre stop to try and retain their track position, which was second for Dan Harper. Let's see how that shakes out for them. Write that down somewhere and remind me on our RSL undercar studio, RSL_studio. So, in the pit lane, the leader from GT3, Thomas Fleming, came in on 63 lap old medium. Good. All right, here's the front of the field. Kobayashi followed in by Tonio Giovinazzi. It's going to be a battle of the pit crews. 51 minutes remaining. Rennie Rast's done his last pit stop and is on his way out. Tonio Foucault is coming in the 50, so we're going to have both the works Ferraris in together. Will they get in each other's way? They're having a good look at the tyres. Fuel replenishment first of all for Kamui Kobayashi. He's surely got to get new tyres. He's on mediums on the number 7. There are a set of tyres there, and they're softs. I can see 2 tyres, softs. Are they going to put softs on the left and leave the right? They can look down. No. Yes, they are. Softs on the right. So this surely will be a 4-tyre change. Yes, it is. The Toyota crew do. One crew does the back, the other dude does the front. Down and away. But I think the Ferrari has already gone out, hasn't it? Let's see as they come out of the pit lane. Yeah, Tonio Giovinazzi's jumped them in the pit lane. He's left the 34-lap-old softs on, but they didn't have that luxury for Kamui Kobayashi with tyres that had been on for several stints. Alpine in as well. That is a phenomenal bit of strategy for Ferrari. They lost this race on strategy last year. It's worked in their favour this time. Tonio Foucault's gone out on brand new softs. Goes out in 9th position. Charles Malaysia comes in from what was 2nd. Of course, he'll cycle back down. Buemi's still out there. Now, his softs have got 33 laps on. That's a single stint. He'll be in at the end of this pit, at the end of this lap. That's Malaysia into the pit lane, actually, straight away. It's got really dark really quickly. I know we've got slight tints on these windows, but the headlights are beginning to stand out. Cameras tend to make it look brighter than it is. The Bend Manthey Porsche, by the way, now leading in GT3. But owing us a pit stop, Ricard Leitz. behind the wheel. Nicky Katzberg comes in. Now remember, I did say that Dan Harper only took 2 left side tyres. What will Team TF Sport do? They were battling for second. Dan Harper's gone through. As Katzberg goes out. Brand new tyres on the left for Nicky Katzberg. So whatever it is, it's an even fight. Actually, Nicky's tyres are 10 laps younger on the right-hand side. Richard Leet comes in from the lead. And Marvin Eckhofer will resume the lead for Garage 59 and the number 10 McLaren. And while I've been watching that, what's been going on in Hypercar? Toyota Racing are in. 33 lap old soft tyres for Buemi. Fuel still going in. Are they going to risk maybe 2 tyres? He had about a 10-second lead. Fuel is replenished, there's no Michelin tyres proffered, and Buemi is fueled to the end, and a 47-minute stint to the checkered flag for the 6 Hours of Imola, round 1 of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2026. If you're just joining us, you are about to witness a 45, 46, 47, whatever it is, minute sprint with nobody holding back. I do believe everybody's got enough energy, enough fuel to be able to go full rich to the end. Those are probably terms that they don't use anymore in the pit lane, but you know what I mean. There's no saving required here. After a rather untidy portion in the middle of the race, we've been green for a very, very long time indeed. 46 minutes to go. RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This, the final stanza of our Fantastic Four endurance weekend, which started here on Friday, which started rather at Spa and Long Beach on Friday. NLS on Saturday joined in, as well as coverage, more coverage from the two aforementioned. And here at the WEC, and this race today is, this last hour of the race today will conclude our live coverage. Big thank you to all of our partners, both technical and broadcast, and of course all the staff involved. 0221 at Spa, our broadcast partner, Nürburgring TV. NASCAR Productions for the IMSA coverage at Long Beach, and of course our RSL staff, Tim Gray and his band of Murray editors and technicians, Case called Rob Lomas and Tim as well, and all of our core commentators, Arjuna Kankapati, Ryan Marine for IMSA and Porsche Carrera Cup. Then we had Sarah Esser, Cara Velti, Simon Hill and Johnny Palmer at Spa. And Neil Cole joined me on Saturday and Arjuna today for the two NLS races. A difficult weekend in many different ways, but a weekend that is building to a crescendo that is worthy of the Fantastic Four moniker that we gave it earlier in the week. Buemi has a 15-second lead now, with Giovinazzi in second place. As we said, they've jumped them in the pits, but no new tyres for Giovinazzi. They're on their second stint. Kamui Kobayashi has a brand new, only 3-lap-old set of Toyota Racing on his Toyota Racing TR010 in Le Mans GT. Marvin Koffer is now just 1.49 seconds ahead of the Team WRT BMW, with the TF Sport Nicky Katzberg 7.5 seconds further back. 5.9 seconds further back. So that's massively closed up. And Kerkhofer is on older tyres than Harper and Katzberg. Remember, they took left-hand side tyres, medium compound Goodyears. So that battle for first, second and third is by no means over. Fantastic racing. If this is what we can expect all 8 races of this year, then sign me up right now. Spa comes up next. The 4-mile circuits in the Ardennes. Still dark clouds threatening, very dark clouds threatening over the circuit at the moment. But that rain, which threatened and drizzled and then disappeared, has not materialised. Augusto Farfus is still fighting off Aychan Guva and the 32 mostly red BMW and the yellow and black Manthey DK Engineering Chan Guven driven 91. They're coming in to Villeneuve now. Chan right there. Will he have a look into Tosa down the inside? He does not. It feels like I've been watching effectively sprint racing all day today. I don't think we've seen this amount of close racing for such a long time. Keep an eye on the lap times, Hindhoff, he tells himself. By the way, fastest lap time of the race has changed hands in the hypercar division. It went a little while ago with the 32 flat to Ferrari. It had been Toyota and then Alpine before that. And in LMGT3, it's TF Sports number 33 Corvette with a 142.3. Buemi last time around 33.7. Giovinazzi in second 33.5. 34.8 for Kobayashi. He's not closing the gap. Remember, he took tyres, and therefore that second position has been given up. They had no choice. I think they'd done at least 3 stints on those tyres, the mediums. Everybody has gone in the top 6 as finishing the race on softs. Antonio Fuoco's just put a brand new set on in 6th position. Everybody is fueled to the end with 40 minutes to go. Well. Wonder when Kobayashi will get those tyres switched on, or whether there's something else going on with that car. He's got 8 seconds over Charles Milesi, also on softs for Alpine in 4th position. Last time around, he didn't close on him. Milesi can't ease off, actually, because René Rast is only 3 seconds behind him. And there's about a minute's gap to Antonio Fuoco. Fuoco in the Ferrari, of course, the number 50. So Toyota, Ferrari, Toyota, Alpine, BMW, Ferrari, your top 6. Who had that as a bet? And this is genuine pace. This is not being closed up with safety car after VSC, after full course yellow. Buemi, with Toyota having worked so hard rebranding the operation to Toyota Racing, going back to a late 1990s colourway with the car pretty much all red and the white streaks on the side. New bodywork, significant redesign of the bodywork. They've decided not to reclassify the car in terms of its nomenclature of its number. It is still the 010, but as they are now Toyota Racing and not Gazoo Racing, it's TR010. Kirchhofer still leading in GT3 with the number 10 Garage 59. What a debut for that car and for that team. How are we going to finish this race? Will it stay dry? I rather hope it does, because I don't want to have to wash the car again tonight. Had filthy weather on the way down from the UK on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, or overnight into Thursday. It was lovely on Thursday. So close to where I'm staying is Car Wash City. Let's go down to the pit lane for some updates.
I am next to Gabriele Tarquini inside of the Genesis garage. It's an honor and a pleasure to have you with us in the WEC series. A strong debut with a very strong beginning for André Lotterer, very consistent double stint at the beginning, and both cars are actually running. The problem at the beginning for Giuncadella was just tiny, so you must be pleased of how it's going.
Yeah, very pleased. I mean, we put 2 cars on the grid, and we are collecting data for the future, because it's our first step, and we know that it's very difficult. Here, competitors are with kilometers on the back, with manufacturer with history in motorsport, and we are proud to be here to fight with them at the moment. And the target was to finish with both cars. One car had a small problem with the sensor on the start. We solved the problem. Now it's running. The 17 is running quite well. So we are really, really happy.
and we're happy to see you here. I will let you off for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So we have now found out it was a sensor issue for that car. Oh, McLaren going slowly. Control Alt Delete. Which McLaren is it? It's not the leader, is it? Surely in the category. It is. Kirchhofer. Car ground to a halt. It's gone off again. The lights have gone out. It's gone dead. It's dead stick. This is the GT3 leader. And Dan Harper's gone through. And Nicky Katzberg's gone through. And Alessio Rivera's gone through. Back. Nicky Katzberg now racing for the win. Just a tenth of a second between Dan Harper and Katzberg on the last lap, with Alessio Rivera just a little bit further away. It's going to be between those two. Katzberg has the fastest lap of the race. That car's done a 42.3. But he's got a split set of tyres on. In fact, both of them have 11 laps and 46 laps on the Dan Harper BMW, 9 and 36 on the TF Sport machine. Gotta love this sport. Gotta love live sport. Fat lady hasn't even cleared her throat yet. Never mind. Still looking at the cards on the bouquets in the dressing room. At the front of the field, the gap is 12.5 seconds between first and second. The Ferrari has pulled back half a second last time around. Buemi to Giovinazzi. Kobayashi, he's not gaining. He's not making those brand new soft tyres work. I think his pace was slightly better on the mediums, to be honest, the worn mediums. As I said, no choice but to change them. Now, where's there any other fights going on? I mean, the ones we're talking about are significant. Katzberg took half a second out of the lead last time around. It's just on 3 seconds now. So those are the numbers we're going to have to watch. Half a second between Earl Bamber and Raffaele Marciello. That's for a step on the overall podium. No, it's not. Excuse me. That's for 7th and 8th. I haven't scrolled my timing screen up far enough. Suspected electrical issue on the McLaren. Well, it went dead stick. The lights went out. Recycled it, moved on 150, 200 yards, and rinse and repeat to get it into the pit lane. Thank you to the guys at McLaren for coming back to us on that. Garage 59. Amidst their disappointment, still little spits and spots of rain at the top end of the circuit, the southern end of the circuit. Dan Harper responds and matches Nicky Katzberg in the LMGT3 battle. And the gap stabilises at 3.2 seconds. How about Earl Bamber and Raffaele Marciello? No, they're still at round about 8-9 tenths in the battle for points, remember. Points going down to 10th position. Robert Kubica scoring the 10th
we're building
point
a decent margin even
moment.
like this, so if the 51 even does catch us from behind, we'll be able to use maximum energy if needed.
Big energy saving by Seb Buemi. And he's still got 11 seconds. Giovinazzi closing in as Raffaele Marciello has just put in the BMW number 15's fastest lap of the race. He's got 15 seconds between himself and Foco, but he's trying to stay ahead of Earl Bamber. That's why he's got the wiggle on. Just under half an hour to go. RS1 around the world, bringing you live and exclusive, free live and exclusive coverage. No one else can promise you every single moment of the FIA World Endurance season. Free and without block. We'll bring you qualifying under the same conditions as well. And of course, lots of additional coverage at Le Mans, including the only live broadcast from test day, the Sunday previous to the race. Our whole operation moving down to the Circuit de la Sarthe for extra programming and extra live coverage from trackside. Dan Harper. Oh, lost half a second last time around. It's down to 2.5 seconds. Nicky Katzberg's got the hurry up. Harper in traffic. Garage 59 going to work. Oh, how do you motivate yourself for that? One or two gaps in the grandstands now as people are starting to wander away from the top parts of the circuit. Start their long walks home. Just coming literally just past the pit lane entry for Marvin Kirchhofer. And it happened. Careers that have been built on the cash that Mazda and Mazda Sport USA in particular have put into this form of racing. Often thought certainly around about a decade ago when Shay and I first started talking about this championship, often thought as a stepping stone to something else. Mazda have increased their financial involvement and investments in the Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup presented by Michelin. And whilst it is true that there will be some drivers that come here with the aim of learning circuits, learning some racecraft and then moving on, the fact that we have got the huge prize fund makes this a destination rather than a stepping stone now. Definitely the issue that brought us under caution coming out of turn number 3, Matt Novak losing control of his Advanced Autosports Mazda, the red, white and black number 11, bouncing off the wall, and Jeremy Fletcher, the unlucky car to its right in the number 22. Great work already as I think we've moved both of the cars already. And Shid, just in terms of that $1.2 million, how does that work out at the end of the season and indeed at the end of every race?
Well, in every race, the winner walks away with a check for $6,000. Again, cash. You can take it and buy a very nice dinner for your crew. I can recommend some nice restaurants right around this area. But it pays all the way down to 10th place finishes. So you get cash for finishing 6th through 10th. You walk away with $1,000. As far as the season-long championship is concerned, it's $250K for the champion, $85 for second. It pays all the way down to 10th again, but then there's extra stipulations as well. We always pay attention to the best finishing rookie. Now, if the best finishing rookie finishes inside the top 10, they either take home the check for best finishing rookie, which is $80,000, or they take home more money if they happen to finish first or second in the championship. Thank you, Connor Zilic, for making us look at that rule again to reevaluate the way that that is played out. But we also every race, $2,000 check for the highest finishing female, of which that's been pretty hotly contested. We've had 2 different women so far this year taking home the $2,000 after each race. And we give an award for Takumi, which is the best driver of a certain vintage. That one does not come with any cash, but it comes with arguably the coolest trophy on any weekend. And the Penske Shocking Performance Award, which is for the car who passes the most number of cars from their grid spot start to the finish. And speaking of passing cars, Nathan Nicholson, driver of car number 56, the Watt Machine, he debuted that livery here last year. He made a pass that was voted unanimously by all of his peers the best pass of the year. So Nathan was very eager to get back to this street circuit, which was the site of this move. It went from 6th to 1st as the seas just parted in front of him. Nathan hugged the curb at turn 1 and went, "Thank you very much. I would like to lead this race." Unfortunately, he didn't hang on to win his first ever race. He's still looking for that first race win. And that site of that beautiful pass, Sean, it was the site of him hitting the wall in yesterday's truck race. Nathan a little sore after that. He said it was the hardest contact he's ever experienced. But still, we look back on the moment with that pass with very fond memories. And it does just kind of make you giggle when you watch it over and over again from all the different angles and realize, yeah, that worked.
And you have to bear in mind with that, Shay, that yellow and black car has exactly the same performance potential as the 5 cars ahead of it when that all started on the front straight. This is not multi-class racing. He took so much more speed because he read what was going on ahead of him. And if we're talking, he's giving us a bit of a wave there out of the left-hand side. I think he just saw that on the big screen, actually, as he was driving down, because there's a big screen right on the front straight. On the airport runway, and therefore he was giving us a little bit of a wave. I was talking about this being sometimes seen as a stepping stone, but what it does do, because it's such such close racing in these cars, and all the cars have such similar performance, potentially exactly the same performance, the drivers make the difference, and their decision making makes the difference. And he basically made a really good choice. Got to the inside, saw everybody fighting, got on the curb, and what was it? It looked like he was in Jerry Bruckheimer movie mode and shifting up another 26 gears and driving straight through. He still had to pass the leader round the outside of turn 1, which became the inside of turn 2. Smashing overtaking manoeuvre, voted by his peers as the best of the 2025 Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup presented by Michelin. And I think, in fairness, it was a pretty easy choice from some fabulous passes that we did have, but from 6th to 1st, I think that one was well deserved.
It is a yellow car, and that's not because he was using the Super Mario Kart star power to just cut through everyone. Thankfully, the lights are out on the safety car. We are going to get some green flag racing coming up here, and when we go back to green, Bobby Gossett will lead the cars. He has led every lap of this race, and going back to yesterday's race, it means there's only one lap so far this weekend that Bobby Gossett has not been in control of the pack. Is that about to change? Of course, this is Mazda Racing. Anybody is going to go to the lead with 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, half an hour on the clock, and we're back to green flag racing as they go across the line, this time in single file. You would think that would make things slightly less chaotic at the first corner, but already there's a change of lead, and Justin Adekonis goes back to the lead, and he takes Jared Thomas in the red and white car through with him. Coming through, Ethan Lamprey as well. Ethan Lamprey trying to get through, and our leader at the green flag, Bobby Gossett's down to 3rd, but holds on to that 3rd position. Also coming through, Tristan McKee in the purple-fronted BSI racing car. He's making up positions further back. Good news, Shay. Everybody's through those first few corners.
Everybody survived those corners, and man, we've got some fun. Justin Adiconis with his mirror folded in on the passenger side. The number 23 got to the lead, does not need to look back anymore. He doesn't want to look back because behind him is Jared Thomas, the two-time multi-time and only back-to-back series champion. We've got James Vance with his hands full of Frankie Barroso. Well, Frankie now with his hands full of James Vance, and behind them is Earl Bamber. This could get a bit spicy as McKee drops back just a tiny little bit, giving it a bit of space. And now this lap comes across the line. Adiconis leads. It should have happened yesterday. It did not happen yesterday. It was Novak and Gossett. Now we've had the pole sitter lead a lap.
Yeah, and the fastest lap of the race as well, a 1:27.321, somewhere away from the race lap record, which is a 1 minute 24.2, and they're streaming down from turns 3 to 4, and there's a little side-by-side action, bit of hip and shoulder for Jared Thomas and Justin Adiconis. These MX-5s can go side-by-side through places on this St. Pete's 1.8-mile track that others can't, and Bobby Gossett is pushing Jared Thomas to the lead. This is not really a drafting track, and Nathan Lampy also trying to get involved there in the red-fronted Whelan car, but it is the number 96, the red and white Chevron car with the yellow roll hoop that goes to the lead. Jared Thomas leads it for the moment. Will he be scored the leader across the line? I think so. That was a strong move, Shay, coming down through Central Avenue and onto Bayshore.
That was the move of a champion. Jared Thomas knows what he is doing in these cars. He was upset to not get the opportunity to win the race yesterday. Felt like the yellow came out just a smidge too soon for his liking. Of course, every race car driver is going to say that when they're not out front when the yellow comes out. But Jared out front is dangerous for the rest of the field because he knows how to keep a lead. Ethan Lampy up to third. I can't say enough good things about this young man representing Whelan and Sunoco once again this weekend. He led laps at Daytona on his debut. He's hungry for a little bit of redemption after yesterday's race ended in a DNF.
The leader has to go somewhat defensive into turn 4. That opens up the inside line for turns 5 and 6, and Adiconis takes that opportunity. Brilliant stuff. All started at the end of First Street as they turn right onto 2nd Avenue, and whether Jared realised that he hadn't had the run from turn 3 that he wanted, but he went early to defend to the right-hand side, and normally that would have been exactly the right thing to do. But Justin Adiconis hanging out again on the outside, and that turned into his advantage at the left-hander that took him onto Beach Street, turn 5 and 6. Onto the runway again. Ooh. Oh, into the wall for the number 44, Bobby Gossett, BSI Racing. He's white-walled his Michelin tyres on the left-hand side of the car. Adiconis across the line with the new fastest lap of the race at 25.5. Across the paint, the new paint at the bottom end of the runway. And I'm indebted to Diane Swintal for passing on information from the drivers about the issues with that paint and the other rubber, not just from the race cars, but also from the aircraft that land there. It's been really tricky with the changeable grip across those new, thicker and whiter lines that have been repainted since last year. Now onto the beautiful curve of Bayshore Drive with the private yachts on the driver's left-hand side. They don't have time to look at that as we're stretching out. Still over half of this race to go, Shay.
And apologies for laughing as they came on the front straight and Bobby Gossett hit the wall. He reached a hand out across his body to fold the mirror back out, but unfortunately it looks like the glass part of the mirror was dangling down, being held on by a few cords, and that, I can't tell if it's still there or if it's ripped away or not, but it was just the comedic moment of, oh, I should probably put that right. Maybe if I fold the mirror back out, no one will notice I hit the wall. Sorry, Bobby, we did happen to see that, and I don't think Shea Holbrook and Nick and Justin Piscatel and Andrew Carbonell are going to let you away with that one just because you folded the mirror back out. Diving down the inside, making a big move, missing a breaking point. James Vance trying to get through on Frankie Barroso, does not make it happen. Ethan Jacobs slightly distracted by seeing Lightning McQueen trying to come and attack him. Went wide too, and now there's a 4-car battle for position 7.
That means that the top 4 are getting away. This is typical of what we see in Whelen Meister MX-5 Cup presented by Michelin. If the leaders work together, they can begin to put just a little bit of a gap into the rest of the field. Think of this. We've said this before, Shay and I, so many times. We've seen this. It is like a Grand Tour cycling race where you have the peloton at the front. If they work together and are aerodynamically efficient, and they are taking the best racing lines, then great. 2 cars will be more efficient than 1, 3 better than 2, 4 better than 3. And we have that quartet out front at the moment. But start racing, and these open top cars make a big hole in the air, and it slows you down. So it's 4 from 2 at the moment with Chuck McTutis and Grant West. Actually, Grant West and Chuck McTutis, just as I call his name. Now, that one, I think, is on me because he's pulled into the pit lane. I was just about to say he was the pair, and I think the engine's gone. He pulled his racing glove across the chin strap of his helmet there as the corner worker was working towards him. Whatever it is done for Chuck. He was in 5th position. That leaves Grant West rather on his own at the moment, with a little gap back to Frankie Barroso for Spark Performance. That's 2 Spark cars. They really need to hook up there now in 5th and 6th to get back to this leading group, which is pulling away by about 2 seconds. Yeah, Grant is on his own in the mostly white car, sitting behind this leading quartet, Shay.
And Grant West is somebody who desperately wants to catch up to the leaders, so close to a podium so many times. Not going to jinx him. Not going to say anything. Don't worry, Mama West. You don't have to come for me just quite yet. But Grant West sitting back in P5, waiting perhaps for a yellow for Chuck McTutis, pulling off the track in the AAG machine. Heartbreak for them. Chuck running so well this weekend, showing strongly in practice and qualifying. Big hit in yesterday's race that ultimately pulled him out of it. So hopefully that everything is okay with Chuck. The fastest lap so far, the 10 bonus points, go the way of Jared Thomas, who just bettered the fastest lap. The bonus points for leading the most laps still goes to Bobby Gossett, but Adakonis is closing. It's 1 lap difference between the two of them right now. And then there's the complication factor of Jared Thomas, who just likes leading races. He likes bonus points. He likes real cash money. Can Jared Thomas get to the front? Well, he is a little bit more eager after yesterday when the yellow came out and he was sitting in second. He doesn't want to sit in second at all today, John.
8 of the top 10 put in their fastest laps of the race last time around. Bobby Gossett and Grant West, the only 2 outliers now. Justin Adakonis and Jared Thomas beginning to pull the pin here. Those 2 guys have just opened up a tiny lead to the best of the rookies. Ethan Lampy in that Advanced Autosports Whelen car. That is not the safety car, having some fun out there. It does look rather like it. It's the darker soul red at the front rather than the flat red of the Whelen colours, but they are really leaning on it through turns 11 and 12. Now through onto the hairpin with that Sunoco flash on the side of the 3rd place car. Bobby Gossett in the black and red car trying to get some kind of run down the front straight. He pulls out to the left-hand side. Jared Thomas for the 3rd lap in a row puts the fastest lap of the race in down to a 24.7. Jeremy Fletcher has the race lap record here at a 1:24.259. from last year. 3 cars wide through turn 1. Take a breath, everybody. That is that battle that Shane was talking about earlier on. And Earl Bamber getting involved in that one as well. He's drifted up to the back of them. So that's Earl, in fact, has gone through in the multicoloured car. So drifted up the back and gone through.